The replay VODs. Where's this thing? We got a replay channel in the Discord. I was gonna grab one from there to start us off today. Oh, maybe someone's already started watching it. Well, I guess that one got some feedback already. Oh, I don't even have the multi-chat open. Let me start with that. Alvaro, what's up? How you doing? NPR? Yeah, I opened it early while finishing prepping some other stuff, so yeah, I baited you, essentially. Gotcha. Oh, I still have Spotify going. Hopefully that's not going through the stream. Oh, good. Don't want to get struck by copyright. That was a Japanese song too. We'd be doomed. Okay. Should we still take a look at this Dota one in the Discord? Nah, I'll get back to that one later. I'll do that one offline. Okay, let's just do it here then. Let's start. Go ahead and put your match IDs in the chat. Whoever's first, we'll start with them today, and then after that, we'll just pick randomly, or I'll do it guaranteed for $5. Should I add that into the text? I should probably put that in like the should put that somewhere. What if we do that? Clear questions need to be all caps. Do you review unranked game? Yeah, totally fine. Napkin. Unranked versus ranked. It's essentially the same. You get some like wackier stuff and all, but it's not that different. I see Achilles Melee is first. So we're going to start with you. Let me pull that up real quick. Zoop, hide that. Oh, wait, let me turn on anonymous mode. Just in case any of this ends up on YouTube. Okay, we gotta... I've been forgetting timestamps a lot. I'm gonna try to be better about it. Legion Commander 3 Archon. Okay. Archon offlane. Timestamp. Boom. We're doing it. I am streamer. Okay. So you're the Legion and lost. You had a Weaver that was AFK for the first 10 minutes. That sucks. So we'd like to know what I could have done differently. Was this your Weaver support? All right. There might not be much you can do. To be real. There are some games that are just totally out of your control, and an AFK teammate is one such situation. But we'll talk about it as if you were a solo offlaner, because actually that does kind of happen where you have someone kind of griefing in your jungle. And those type of games, I would say, don't take to heart too seriously, because obviously it's a bit weird and not supposed to happen. But it does, and if you can win 1 out of 10 out of 20 of those, whatever, right? I mean, sure, why not, you know? It'll help your MMR just a little bit. So that's what we'll approach this with. You have a jungler or a heavy roamer, a tri-laner, whatever, right? A proper game, and you as the offlaner just need to get by. That's how we'll approach this mindset here. So let's actually go back. You body blocked the very first wave, so that's good. And then I guess it's around this point where it's like, okay, that sucks. You know, it disconnects, can't do anything about it. So until he gets to the lane, which is true, this is going to be true even if you're not disconnected support. If it's just like, oh, they're going for first blood top, you know, they're late to lane, whatever. So we don't go crazy as the offlaner. We're just trying to get XP and get equilibrium. If you do the body block, that's already good. If you can do more creep aggro, also good. If they have a really strong lane and you just gotta like run through the trees, remember, this is our XP range, so quite large. A very large XP range, so, you know, silencers chasing you, you're just like do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do-do, you know, all around like this. You're gonna be in XP range pretty much the entire time. And most people in Archon aren't even gonna pressure you that hard. So you are playing it pretty safe. Yeah, you see how for a moment Silencer was here, so you were like playing it real safe here. So I'm glad you're playing it safe, but we can bump that up by playing it safe in the trees, which I think you're clicking now, so that's good, right? In these trees, you'll be closer in case you do, like, you see Silencer here, and then you just like, you run out here and you get one last CS. You walk here, you creep aggro so that this creep walks over, you hit it, and then you disappear back into the trees. That's how you can get some CS even while scared. So like right here, you would creep aggro this one. All right, we can get you 1 extra CS there. This is good even in 2v2 lanes, by the way. I'm gonna do this slow. All right, starting to get low. At half health, you got to start keeping an eye on the enemy heroes as well. Because technically I should have a few more seconds before I have to go for this last hit. But if both heroes hit it, then suddenly I have to do it now. So this is where it gets a little tricky, and I don't expect you guys to ever get every single one of these CS. There's Drow going for it, right? As you see the attack launch, that's where you should be like, oh shit, it's time. So you're like right at the edge of aggro range. So if you walk in a little bit more and then attack Drow, this is going to help you in a couple ways. So one, this creep is going to start walking towards you. So it's going to move further from Drow. She might not even be in range to attack, but if she is, her attack has to travel further. And this does matter. This adds like fractions of a second that allow you to get the last hit instead of being denied. So you drag this creep back. This is safer to you. This is harder to deny. And you're hoping, if you time this correctly, which with practice, it gets easier, these melee creeps aren't really going to be able to hit this guy anymore because he's moving and they're chasing. They might hit him like 1 or 2 more times, but not as much as like when they're all standing still. The range creep is going to be attacking like normal. So suddenly the damage this creep takes is a lot less. And you know that's coming because you're planning to do the creep aggro. The enemy hero might not expect it. So they're mentally calculating all the creeps are doing the damage, it's going this fast, I'm going to attack it now for the deny, and then suddenly the bar of health is going way slower, and that throws them off on their like deny attempt. So you try it and you miss it. Oh well, you know, whatever. You can do this on like every single creep if you want, especially if you have to play careful. So that's how you can get this CS, or at least attempt that CS very carefully. All right, let's keep moving from here. Can I review your replay? Yeah, so we're going to be doing a lot of replays today. This whole stream is for replays. It's random who gets picked, unless you want to donate $5, in which case I'll do it guaranteed. But otherwise, we're just going to pick random games and give feedback. Okay, so then talking about being in the trees. Getting whacked, right? No, getting whacked does not feel good. So you see how you're running straight back. First of all, that means you're going to be envisioned the whole time. They know exactly where you are, where you're going, where you're going to be, who you are. They found your social security number. They know your home address, right? All because you're going straight down the middle of the lane. Now, you do have to be careful of this. Sometimes this is the correct choice, but I really recommend you try using the trees as much as possible. So instead of running straight back, perhaps go this way. Break line of sight on these trees. And let me show you, actually, let's switch perspectives. Let's go from their side. Okay, here. Right, so they came to hit you, whack, whack. You see a silencer, right? He's finding your IP address right now because he sees this far back. But if you just stepped over here, you're out of sight of both of them. Now at this point, once you're over here, where Drow is standing happens to see some of this area. But from here, and he's like, oh, I'm going to chase her. He starts running this way. Could be going in through the trees. That'd probably be a little dangerous for you. You could just be continuing to go this way. You could have already cut up into the trees, except that's a little hard because of the new tree line. Maybe you have a quelling blade and you like cut tree paths, which is good to do if you have a quelling blade. Maybe you've already cut up and he doesn't happen to see it. Or he does see it and he's like, oh, she's going up. She moves this way and you actually just like run back this way. Suddenly we have so many options, right? I'm like highlighting different options of ways you could potentially get away from them while still staying closer to the creeps versus going straight down this way. There's no surprise, you know, run straight back. They know it. You run this way. They know it. Now, eventually you get into the trees, then you might lose them. You might go this way, lose them in the trees. But the thing is, it's like, it's all about the trees, right? So anytime you're playing a difficult lane and your support is doing who knows what, that's what you got to think about. You have to become a tree person. Even if you're not tree and protector or nature's prophet, you got to become a tree person. Spend as much time breaking line of sight and hiding in trees and running weird paths, which, if you know this is going to happen to you, highly recommend buying move speed pretty early. Once you see Weaver start to disconnecting and, you know, all that stuff, you might want to buy, like, save up your money for boots and more regen instead of a bracer. Because a bracer's like, oh, we can fight more. I'm not fighting 1v2. It's not going to work, right? So I just got to, like, move around the lane a lot and live as much as possible. Let's go back to your perspective. Okay, you haven't taken too much damage while 1v2, though, which is good. How come it's being weird? Oh, maybe that's just how you... I thought it just wasn't updating your camera, but I think this is just where you go. I'd move it a little bit. You'd see a little more. Maybe that's just personal preference. But I feel like it'll help a little bit in terms of gathering info. All right, same deal there. I want this last hit. Now, as a melee hero, when I stand here, what's going to happen to me? These guys, they're going to hit me. And that's going to make it painful to get this last hit. Now, what if this creep was up here? And they're still over here, right? Then they have to walk up, and then they hit me. And when they do that, what's going to happen? They're going to draw creep aggro, because now Drow is standing here to hit me. These creeps are actually going to aggro to Drow. When I walk up here and she attacks, she's just far enough that she's not drawing creep aggro. Now, actually, it so happens both these heroes could harass you without drawing creep aggro because of their frost arrows and like glaives, but let's ignore that. Most times they're going to draw creep aggro if they try to harass you. So this is where we go back to that creep aggro trick. Walk in right here. There's actually a pretty good timing. If you attack Drow... Okay, let me talk you through the buttons. A-click Drow, or attack command, whatever. Attack command Drow or silencer. Then either immediately click backwards this way, so more mouse movement this way, or you can A-click and then S-click, or stop command, hold command, either one. So you're issuing the attack command and then immediately telling your hero, no, stop, don't do it. So instead of running into Drow to attack her, your hero is going to very briefly face Drow and start to move, and then you're going to, stop. that means you don't walk into their aggro range, but that instant attack stop command is still enough to draw creep aggro to you. So it doesn't really matter what you do, the attack stop, which then you'll eventually have to move your mouse back and right click. But if your mouse movement is not the best, that's one option for you. If you're totally fine with the mouse movement, A click, immediately click away. If you're slow, you're going to move in closer to the Drow than you need to, which can cause issues. But if you're very fast with the mouse, it won't make a huge difference. Do both if you want to. Doesn't matter that much. Anyways, the key thing is that you draw aggro here, click away. Okay, bonus, depending where the top bar is based, you could also aggro off the top bar, then move your mouse away, which might be a little easier. For example, if it was on this side, but alas, it is not. Anyways, draw aggro, doot, 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 doot. This range creep's gonna hit. The next range creep is launching its attack. That's gonna hit, and you're launching your command as you want your attack to land as the second range hit hits. So these guys, instead of just comfortably going for this deny or harassing you, they're now chasing this creep back over here, and they're expecting like, oh, this creep's too healthy to deny. I can't deny it yet. And then boom, boom, both range creeps hit, you hit, and she's like, oh, by the time I process that this was within deny range, I missed my chance. Eventually you'll get to like high ranks, they'll know all this, right? They'll also go for it still. But like for Archon, you're totally gonna get away with this. And then you could have had that CS. And then you do the same thing with like that creep over there. You see how now they're drawing creep aggro for this? The harass he did to you is almost the same that he just took from the creeps. So this is why when you do the creep aggro to bring it back and it forced them to walk up and aggro creeps, you are passively winning trades. We're not actively trying to trade 1v2, but it's working. All right. See how we ran super far away again? I got scared. Oh no, I'm very scared. I'm running this way, back home. I'm running into the trees. Into the trees. I am a tree person. Now, where am I going from here? Am I looping back around? And Silencer's like way over here, and I'm like, ha 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 ha, you know, like back this way as Drow also moves this way. Because you'll see them. You have the creeps, right, in the lane. So you see where they're going. So you can come in here and be like, oh, Silence trying to wrap around this way. Like, I'm just going to stay in the trees. I'm just going to be like right here. I'm not moving. I'm a tree person. You see Drow also chase. You see Drow go this way to find you. You just cut a tree through here. Ha ha ha. Back through here. Draw creep aggro. Let's go this way, boys. Right? You're just doing all these kind of things in the tree lines to stay near the creeps, to give yourself as many options to pass by the creep wave, draw creep aggro, get one last hit, run through here. Do-do-do-doot. Back here, draw creep aggro, one hit. Do-do-do-doot. Back into the trees. Right, we're just circling around this area a bunch. This is going all the way back to like when it used to be 1v3 in the off lane. Like these are the tricks an off laner would do to get as much as possible. But it's easier now because it's 1v2 instead of 1v3. And of course, it's not supposed to be. It's supposed to be 2v2. But this is all really good to know whether you have someone abandoned or not. Because there will be times supports legitimately have to leave and you still need to get something out of the lane. So this is all just useful stuff to know for when you do need it, and hopefully not for like the entire first 10 minutes because the guy's AFK. So instead of doing the body block, another option you have, especially if you're a fast hero, which Legion, even without boots, is quite fast, 325. Compare that to Silencer, 290, and Drow, 310. You're actually faster than both of them. So, let's go back to this. A little further. Real fast hero? See how Silencer's going this way? And you ran this way? He doesn't know where you are. You could go whoop through here, creep aggro this way. If it was low, hit it, keep going this way. Come over here, grab the next wave, start journeying this way. Level 1 creep drag, just bring it in front of your tower. Advanced creep drag, bring it all the way back here, lane back here. And do you think Drow and Silencer are going to follow you here? No way. Silencer? Maybe. But he'll be at risk, and a lot of people in Archon will not try to follow you. So now you get to do your own 4v4 creeps. You can deny and CS everything, which is much better than the occasional one creep CS trick stuff that we're doing, right? And suddenly you guys are splitting 50-50. The total farm is dropping but the percentage you're getting is going up a lot, and that's good for you in these kind of bad situations as the offlane.
Someone's dropped out like a kid in school.
Start doing attack stop because I have a right-click attack, so it'll likely be faster. Yeah, I mean, try it out. Whatever works for you is good. Ooh, you see how you got to hit the silencer back because you went in the trees and he thought he was chasing you? Another option you have, right? So here, now, although it's nice to get a good trade, do I really care about fighting this silencer? Probably not. If I could kill him, sure, but I'm probably not doing that. So right here, let's talk through equilibrium. What's going to happen here? This is a pretty big creep wave. This is definitely going to kill this range creep. They're going to shove under the tower. The next creep wave is going to get here. It's going to fight under tower. Your creep wave is going to eventually make it here. So in total, we have 9 creeps versus 4 creeps coming up here. Now, even as some of these die to the tower and Drow, it's going to damage the next creep wave a lot. So it might push a little bit, but there is a chance that with these guys doing some deny work, the 9 creeps die to the tower, the 4 creeps die to the 9 creeps and the 2 heroes, and then the next wave meets right here. And I'm not feeling great about that because I'm already not having a great time, and I would like the lane to finally be up here. I want 9 creeps pushing into my 4 creeps, you know? So right here, rather than go back in this way, rather than like fight the silencer, rather than do this stuff, boom, left over here. You're going to catch the creep wave back here, and you have a bunch of options, right? You could do the creep drag I talked about. If it's someone who's like right on your ass and like really good at punishing you, then drag them this way. Drag them all the way around, waste a bunch of time, double up the wave, TP back to the tower. Silencer can't stop you. He has no stuns. He can only damage you, and you're healthy enough that there's no way he can possibly kill you. So you just drag the creep waves around, TP out to here. Now you've got 8 creeps all together. 4 creeps that were supposed to meet the first wave probably died to the tower, unless Drow also engaged next level advanced tactics. And she's also running circles with these creeps to meet them up with the next wave. But let me tell you, a lot of Archon carries ain't gonna do that. They're just gonna let it go straight into the tower and farm it, and then ping Silencer like, bro, why aren't you pulling? He's like, what the heck, right? So now you got 8 creeps pushing up, and it's gonna finally come to you. So tons of different options that we're laying out here for a solo offlaner to get something out of the lane. Now let's see if I was right. Because we didn't do anything, this creep wave ends up under tower. It's actually better than I thought. It ended up better than I thought because Drow let it come under the tower. And so most of that first 5 creeps died by the time this engaged. So this is actually quite good for you. But Drow and Silencer could have totally held the wave outside the tower. Or at least part of the wave. They let the whole wave die to the tower, but if she dragged it out a little bit, like the last 2 creeps, how are you going to stop 2 heroes, right? They could tank it and then connect your 6 creep wave versus their 4 outside the tower would have continued to stay here. She could have dragged that full 5 creeps all the way back and then dealt with this, dealt with the next one with Silencer holding it. Silencer could do a pull on the next wave. He could do a pull onto this wave, right? They may not do this in your game, but at some point, higher ranks, they'll start activating these tools. So this case, it is going to push out to you soon, and it's going to come out here, which is great. It's what we wanted. But it wasn't so much what we did, it was what they failed to do. And that's going to work for Archon, and this goes back to like, oh, my team is so bad. Remember, the opponents are also bad. They are not doing things to capitalize on the situation. And it's going to work for now. But eventually, as you gain MMR, you're going to meet the people who do what I say. And then, like, I never get anything when I'm left alone like this. That's because we need to actively do the tricks that I'm talking about to get the lane to come back. From here, okay, hold on. Go back now. I take it back. I take it back. As soon as you see this, I want you to know this wave is going to push to you. And what we have struggled for 2 minutes for is dealing with the creep wave in this area, being a sad 2v1 offlaner. We've been struggling, but finally, the fruits of our labor are going to pay off. They failed equilibrium. Our creep wave is under their tower. The tower is going to damage our creeps. This is going to push out. And we have, let me go to this perspective. Our creep wave just spawned. There's 4 creeps over here, 4 creeps here. Those creeps were supposed to meet here. But because the tower is going to kill this wave, there's going to be 2 to 3 creeps alive from their wave. And they're going to push up. It's going to meet our creep wave here. They're going to die. It's going to go this way a little bit. Then the next 4 creeps are going to meet. Fight our damage creep wave. It's going to push up again. And then you're going to be stuck back and forth like this. I have a video on this. I linked it in the last stream because it comes up all the time. I can link it again if it's needed. I forget exactly what it's called. But this situation happens a lot once you get something like this going. And then you go, no, I like what I'm doing. I like being a tree person. I want to stay up here. And you nuke the entire enemy creep wave, which is now going to balance it out again. Silencer and Drow should immediately start focusing their own creeps. Drow prioritizing last hits. All of these creeps should die again, and that means we're back to equilibrium right here, and we must start. What took us 2 minutes to eventually get to this point where this was going to shove up, you're like, start over. I love playing the beginning of those video games, right? I love restarting Skyrim. The beginning is just magical to me. I want to do it again. Nuke the creep wave, start equilibrium here, and let me run around the trees against the silencer again. And now we're going to wait till 4 minutes till maybe you get the lane to come up. But the longer you wait, the more tools they get, right? Drow's picking up more damage, more move speed. So is this guy. So they can punish you harder. They can balance their own creep wave more. They can do pulls easier, right? So the sooner you get this done, the better. The later you wait to do it, the harder it is to do. So anytime you do something like this, which is like, I finally had something going for me, and I'm now going to reset it against my own benefit, it's making your life much more difficult. And there we go. Not denying her last melee creep, right? But even without the best, it pushed 1 range creep forward. That range creep is now going to die. And then equilibrium is here. With a little bit better work from them, it would have met even closer to the tower. And so now we restart the process. What happened to you? You got chased out. See, you TP out here, but he didn't even find you, right? You actually could have kept going, loop back around, pop behind the Drow, run all the way this way, catch the next creep wave. Another option you had. Or, like, go this way, catch the next creep wave, depending on what exactly is happening. You have tons of different options. An important thing to note is they cannot stop you from teleporting. So you just need to have a rough estimate of how much damage could they do to me in 3 seconds. And as long as you start the teleport before then, you won't die. Which, this game, I'd say, is about half your health right now. And now, because we teleported earlier, we don't have one for now. And now we actually finally do die. So until you're forced to teleport in these kind of situations, try not to. And if you do teleport, you have to be very careful. Going back to it, right? You had no teleport, but you walked up pretty aggressively like this again, using Q. Again, under the tower, this is actually starting to push your way. Granted, you have 2 range creeps, so it might still bounce out, and then you come in and you just, boom, nuke it. Stay here. This is where we end up dying. Right? So, you won't always have a game where a guy DCs at the start and abandons, and I know that sucks, so I totally feel for you. This is quite unfortunate. But there will be times the support should go do other things, and they're busy. And it's important to know a lot of these tricks that I'm talking about. It will be kind of free MMR, though, with this guy being disconnected, though. All right, let's see what happens. Come back in here. All right, we're going to wrap this up soon, I think, because we've already covered quite a lot in terms of how to manage this. Oh, we TP. Wait, did we TP up here? I missed what happened. Why'd we do this? See a dive going on. You thought maybe you'd come in. Maybe. I mean, I guess you can twin gate. Honestly, though, we show up and, like, what do we have to offer here? This is pretty much a support rotation. I'm not going to say you shouldn't do this kind of stuff. You just need a high chance of success. And Shaman is your only crowd control, so when you TP in and you have none, it's going to be pretty iffy on getting these kind of kills. But there are times you can, so it just really depends on the situation. My feeling when I see this, I'm like, oh, he can't do it. But I play a lot of Dota, you know, so I can see it pretty quickly. So if you think there's a chance, go for it. It turns out you couldn't. You go, ah, damn, you know, next time, you know, okay, I'm not TPing into that one until I see them, you know, under the tower or lower health, or I have phase boots already, or he hasn't used shackles, right? Those are the things that let me see, like, okay, I'm likely to get a kill with this TP. So I'm not going to worry about that specifically, but if you can identify, okay, that's not a rotation worth going for, again, actually, we're back. And I was joking about it taking another 2 minutes, but here it is. The lane is pushing up. Here it is. After 2 minutes ago, we reset it. And we're like, oh, it's going to be another 2 minutes. Here it is. It is pushing up. And if you've been screwed as the offlaner, a lot of the times, this is what you're truly playing for, is for the lane to come up here, and you'll do a massive amount of catch up at this point. To put into perspective, you're at 1,000 gold right now. Should have a little bit more if you do some of the tricks we talked about, and the lane would actually already be up here. But whenever it happens, right, we have 1,000 gold. This is about to boost our net worth by like 20%. And then the next creep wave that's going to be here is, I mean, percentage-wise less, right? But whatever. It's like 150 gold, 150 gold for the next wave, 150 gold for the next creep wave. And it's actually going to stay up here for quite a while. If Drow is on her own, she has to know how to do her own pulls and stuff like that. But this is going to be a huge boost to us as an offlaner that has been struggling this entire time. We're finally going to be able to finish some items. So that's why it's like iffy, because if you TP here, if you get kills, it'll probably pay off. But if you don't get kills, this is something that she can now shove fully into the wave without you here to help at all. She will shove it into the wave, and it will now reset again here. And now we have to wait however much longer to once again finally get it to push out up to here, and then finally get to farm. So that's another thing to weigh when you choose to teleport or not as a struggling offlaner. If the lane is perfectly balanced here, and they're doing so much correctly, right? It's like, okay, I gotta try to TP, that's fine. But if you see that it's pushing, I'm very hesitant to TP out. Because this is what I want. And now I'm missing it. So we are going to twin gate back. And she's not pushing this very fast. Let's actually go back to that. When she sees you TP, she should non-stop attack here. But she's not. So it's another going back to the situation of they are also not doing things fully correctly. Like they're winning. Okay, MMR discussion here about nuke the wave again. You have to be really careful with overwhelming odds. I know it will secure you some CS, but also envision beyond this one CS right now versus 3 creep waves that are going to stay here. And you have, for any AoE ability, guys, that you can't control and you're going to hit multiple things, you really need to get a lot of value out of it. It's like a shitload of damage on the enemy carries and 2 CS. I'm going to blow equilibrium, but I'm going to get so much value out of it, and they're going to be low. I can then aggressively grab the next wave more carefully and, like, get equilibrium again, right? You got to, like, envision farther. This is, I think, now the 3rd time where, like, it's in a good spot for you, and then you just blow out the wave and put it back into a really bad spot. And that's going to be really tough on you. And it's, like, added up to this point. You maybe wouldn't have felt the need to queue right here if you had more items and it was easier for you to last hit, based on, like, the earlier stuff. What was I just going to say? There was something else I was going to say before I saw you use overwhelming odds again. Oh, yeah. So, you know how some people, I'm not saying you, but there will be people who say like, oh, I win some games, then Valve matches me up with harder opponents, right? And that's why I can't gain MMR. That's why I'm stuck here. The system's rigged. Like the Smurfs come in, blah, blah, blah. To some degree, that's true because you gained MMR. Like, that's what's supposed to happen. You're supposed to face stronger opponents. But let's say it's this Drow, right? She's like, easy game, won this game, right? It's because his Weaver's not here, right? It's not that Drow is specifically doing really good things. It's that the enemy screwed up, aka Weaver's not here, but other times, you know, extends too far, feeds, whatever. So they get a free lane, they have a good start. But I've pointed out a couple things Drow is not doing, right? She's not attacking in the right situations. She's not managing her own creep wave well. So then she goes into the next game. She's gained a couple hundred MMR. And then now we have an offlaner, DC'd Weaver. Weaver's gone, whatever. Now our offlaner knows what to do. They're doing all this creep stuff. And he goes, this Smurf Legion, right? Like, I can't, like, it's 1v2 and I'm still losing. The system sucks, blah, blah, blah. But it's because Drow has not, like, done the right stuff. And this is a lot about gaining MMR. So even when you win, right, there are things to look to improve on that are going to help you across multiple games. Same with this game, right? Legion is not going to win, most likely, because Weaver keeps disconnecting, and that sucks. This game's a wash. But practicing the tech that we talked about means the next time it happens accidentally, for whatever reason, Weaver keeps dying, is winning the safe lane at the cost of Legion's lane, right? It will go better for Legion, and she might have a shot in that game at that time. So I think that's all I want to cover in this game. It's mostly about how to get through the lanes. At this point, you know, the DC is going to kick in pretty heavily, and there's not going to be a lot to get out of this. What's your favorite sushi? I actually do like salmon sushi. I like salmon sushi a lot. Tamago, the egg, love that one. Guilty pleasure, even though it's cheap. And places charge way too much for it here in America, so I don't get it that often, but I love that one. Inari, which is like the tofu skin. A lot of the I know I've listed one fish out of these. I really like those though. What else? Clam is pretty good. Squid, I like squid. Don't like octopus though for some reason. Let's do a new one, guys. Throw in your replays. We'll pick a random one.
Dire's top tower. You know, no breaking through the dire structures for now.
Feel free to repost it as well. I saw some of you put it in, but feel free to drop it. Imagine not loving Maki Sushi. I'll tell you what, it's cheap filler. I don't mind that. Don't want to pay what they charge for it. I'll make it myself at home. That's one of our kind of go-to home meals. A lot of times is we'll buy some like the fake crab. Could be cucumber, could be the pickled stuff. And do easy basic rolls like that for a couple meals. I don't like tuna very much, actually, but I think it's because the tuna in America is not usually actual tuna, and it's like lower quality. When I was in Japan, I did like some of the tuna we had. Also the fatty tuna. But also, the tuna industry makes me sad, even though I find it very interesting. But tuna are awe-inspiring. You guys ever see tuna? They're so huge. It's crazy. And then it's sad that they're being overfished. Though I've heard their population's actually making a bit of a comeback since there's been a lot of effort into it. I tend not to eat tuna because of that, though, as far as whatever minor contribution that makes. It's much easier to farm salmon and stuff like that than it is tunas. Escalar, the white tuna fish. I don't think it's actually tuna. I think they just call that. I like that one too. Can anyone post a replay? Yeah, I'll repeat the rules real quick for any new viewers. Anyone can post it. Feel free to drop it in. It's a random system. We used to have a raffle. Ever since I started multi-streaming, I don't know how to raffle between two different chats. So now we just pick. Full nepotism, favoritism mode. Just kidding. I try to randomly pick it, but also sometimes I connect it. So if we have one replay that's like, oh, I really struggled in the lane, you know, and then there's like 2 of those, 3 of those, I sometimes try to pick them back to back as like we're really double downing on here's how to deal with good lanes. if there's ways to connect it. But otherwise, I do kind of just pick here and there. We try to cover a range of MMRs and roles every stream. Every Wednesday, we do this. Recently, I added, if you want a guaranteed one, I'll do it for $5. You don't have to do that. Otherwise, it's just free and random. But if anyone like really wants one of their games reviewed, there you go. Am I talking about that Subway lawsuit? Nah, what's that lawsuit? I don't know about it. Yeah, this replay ended up being a lot about more than 2v1ing. It's actually just about tricks you as the offlaner can do to get equilibrium back, which is actually really important. I know in this case, there was heavy emphasis on extreme tactics because it was 2v1, but there's nothing stopping you from doing any of these tactics in a 2v2 lane, especially when the safe lane is really strong for whatever reason. It just happens. You know, some offlaners, 4 supports are weak, some safe laners are very strong. You will have to do these tactics even in 2v2 lanes, or maybe you don't have to do as much, like, especially the tree stuff running around. You tend to have to do that way less in 2v2 lanes, but the aggro trick I talked about, still very, very useful in 2v2 lanes where 2 ranged heroes versus 2 melee, right? They're going for a deny. When you learn how to do that creep aggro, like as it's dying, really good to secure you some extra CS. What I'm hopefully helping you identify, hey, this creep wave is going to push into me and then it's going to hold here for a minute or two. So it's really bad if we nuke it out now, right? That's going to be true even in a 2v2 lane. Times to creep drag are still going to be true even in 2v2s. Like recently there was an Undying guide. You would do a lot of these tactics versus Undying because he's such a strong position 5. Like if you were Legion versus an Undying and it's a good Undying, it's like, this is awful. If you try to sit in the lane, he's going to destroy you, right? So you're constantly running in trees, doing equilibrium stuff. So yes, you have to do this in 2v1s, but there's a very good chance you will use it in 2v2s as well, and it will be very helpful to you to learn all these different tricks, getting the equilibrium back. And it'll, I'm mostly a support player, but we did a stint of like 100 plus offlane games, actually a while ago now, I guess at this point, like a year ago. The thing that makes me a good offlane player is not my mechanics, because I'm mostly a support player, right? My mechanics suck. My matchup knowledge sucks because I don't play like any of these offlaners usually. But what I'm really good at as an offlaner is knowing how to manage creep equilibrium and knowing when I need to do that stuff, because I play support. And I know when my 4 support needs to go do stuff like this and roam around and all this stuff, right? Like, I'm not that offlaner who's feeding 1v2, pinging my support. I know how to do like running around, maintain equilibrium, wait for it to come in patiently, stuff like that, and then balance it here as long as possible. Like, that is my strength as an offlaner. So hopefully if you guys who are actual offlaners, you have better mechanics than me, at least relative to your ranks, right? Plus you then have the knowledge of how to get it back. That makes you like a super offlaner. Now it's easy games for you guys. All right, let me look through the games you guys posted. Let me see which one looks good. Once, I see you talking about poke. That's like a sushi bowl for any of you that don't know. More recent trend. When I started dating my fiance, one of the places we used to go to was a poke bowl place near her apartment. I don't particularly love poke, but it was fine. And then one day, I don't even know it was the poke or I happened to be sick as it happened. I got super sick. I was like food poisoning level sick. I don't think I've eaten poke since then, and that's like 8 years ago. I think I'm at the point where I could do it again, but I never crave it. I never want poke. But if people were like, previously, if people were like, oh, should we do poke? I'd be like, I don't want poke. I think I'm at the point where I could make myself do it and I'd feel okay. But it's always funny how the human body does that. You know, you get sick once on some kind of food and that food is just permanently It's permanently banned for you, you know? Your body's like, no, we will not eat this anymore. Doesn't apply to sushi for whatever reason, even though they're related. Okay, actually reading what you guys posted. Okay, I see one that might actually be connected to what we just talked about here. There was a lawsuit that Subway's tuna wasn't actual tuna. So I don't know about that case. I'm not going to disparage them without knowing any more. But I will tell you guys, I learned this during my food science masters. Seafood is one of the most, what's the proper term? I forget it. Scammed food, essentially. There's a lot of stuff that is mislabeled. We were just talking about tuna, and then you sell things that aren't actual tuna. It happens for a bunch of seafood. I forget the percentages off the top of my head, so I'm not going to put out fake info, but it is way larger than you would expect. It's almost guaranteed that you have eaten fake food, fake seafood. Not like fully fake, like, oh, this isn't even fish, this is a cow, but like, they say it's a fancier fish and it's actually like tilapia, something like that. It's actually extremely, I'm not gonna say it's, saying it's extremely common makes it sound like a bunch of industries are intentionally doing it, but there are a good amount that are doing it. And there's not a bunch of regulation, depending on what country you're in. Believe it or not, the US struggling even more in regulating that stuff and actually overseeing it. Food inspectors are actually a very much needed role in the US. Same with like a lot of our stuff. We have rules and regulations, and then no one's paid to enforce it. So then, what does it mean? A lot of our bridges are not properly inspected, and a lot of food is constantly behind in terms of having proper inspections that people are following the rules. Not to like put a bunch of food fear into you guys, but that's the reality of where we live for any U.S. citizens. Okay, I want to start with this one. I'll interrupt my food ramblings. Potentially as an extension of what we were just talking about, but also a little different. So this is from Booter. Same bracket, actually, so it might be perfect. This is from Silencer 4 perspective, where they did win the lane, and then they want to, like, should I start rotating all that? So that'll be the main focus, but at the same time, I will highlight where the offlaner, I was just talking about legitimate cases where the offlaner needs to know how to play on their own. These are the situations where the support is like, my job's done. It's time for me to go roam around potentially, or not. We'll see what happens in this game. But there will be time to do it, and that's when you as the offlaner need to know how to be okay on your own. So let's start this. Can you still do Weaver position 5? I wouldn't recommend it, but if you really wanted to, because you're like, I love Weaver, I don't want to play any other hero but Weaver. I mean, you could. It wouldn't be the worst position 5 out there. And as long as you knew what you were doing in pub games, I mean, I'd say you could make it at least be fine, goodish. But in terms of power ranking 5s, it's not very high at all right now. Is it only in cheaper places? I mean, you're more likely to see it in cheaper places just because the fancier places do have... I mean, the more money you have, the more you can regulate and all that stuff, right? It's just kind of how it goes. Fancy restaurants are more likely to work with reputable vendors and stuff like that. We can actually probably jump forward ahead a little bit here. Since you said you won the lane, so I'm not going to worry about the actual lane as much, so much as when do we start moving around. Looking at your game, you got a Puck. Puck versus Sniper. Okay, that's a pretty rough matchup on paper. Will it actually play out that way in a pub game? Dunno. But for you guys, that might be something, and it looks like it is already 13-4 to 5 last hits, so Puck is struggling. So one way you can, oh my god, the bottle just finished. It's a disaster. One way you can help that is doing a lot of stacks. So we're not going to really review it in this replay because I said we're jumping ahead, but for cases where we get close to this time, right? Maybe actually, you know, real quick example. Right around here. Oh, I want to go stack. Maybe you have to do it even a little sooner. Like if an offlaner was on the same page. I see this lane's already sort of pushing in. So you can either commit, shove it in, and Underlord will wait for it to come back and like do a pull and silencing you a stack. Or it's maybe salvageable here where if you both, instead of focusing on any harassing, just hit your own creeps, you might get the lane to come back in and Underlord will be okay on his own while Silencer goes and does a stack, double stack, so that Puck can try to catch up later off of like hard camp stacks. Now this timing's actually too late for that. If Silencer wanted to stack, you just have to go right now. Unless you have boots. Yeah, you don't have boots yet. You have to go like right now, so you don't have time to hit this stuff. But you know, if it was a few seconds earlier and stuff, you could start to aim for it. That's one reason you might leave the lane. Potentially you could go down here, especially on a TP rotation, but you usually want it the other way where the 5 comes to the off lane and you guys are trying to take this tower. So just because you're winning the lane, looking at this draft, I would actually say it's fine for you to stick around for the most part and do your best to help take this tower quickly. And the reasons you would leave are more for double stacking, either for actually any of your cores, Puck to recover. Underlord has good wave clear for more farm. I don't know why he's a Wraith ban. And Wraith King, also really fast farmer, likes to get that Radiance. So stacks for him could also be good. The other thing, besides stacking, help secure power runes. Puck cares a lot about the power runes. Sniper doesn't care too much, but it's usually very easy for him to just stand here and go, ho ha ha, bang, like deny the rune. So if you can help out to secure power runes for Puck, that could be one way that Puck gets back into the game. Because this matchup switches later. It is extremely one-sided for Sniper in the laning stage, and then once you get past the mid-game, it's very one-sided for Puck, because it's super easy to get to Sniper, and you're very difficult to lock down. Sniper has none. You just dodge all his shit. So this matchup will switch. You just need to help with that. Let's jump a few minutes. Yeah, around here would be like, okay, maybe I want to come for the power rune. Maybe I want to start trying to take this tower, stuff like that. You're switching focus a little bit there between two heroes. Try to just focus one. I'd say Antimage or the carry is typically better if you're hitting heroes, right? Try to prioritize the core. Okay, I take a look at this. Offlaners, don't go nuking this shit. Legion, we were just watching the last, right? No overwhelming odds in this situation, because this is pretty good. Now, these creeps are a little low from the fight that just happened, but if these heroes focus on hitting their own creeps a little bit, it should be very easy to balance here. And that means Silencer does not have to sit here. Now, they might do a pull to get Equilibrium to come back. Silencer could potentially choose to contest that, but let's just pretend he's not going to. We're going to let them pull. We're going to let them get Equilibrium back. It's not instant. We don't go from here to boom, it's right here, Underlord's dead, right? It takes time. This wave alone will live for 20 seconds. The pull will eventually bring back the wave in 30 seconds to a minute. Sometimes Equilibrium takes a long time to get back, just like in science. It takes a while to make it to Equilibrium. So in that time, that's your window to leave, do something, and then you come back as the new Equilibrium has been established. So in this case, let's pretend they do a small pull and this camp isn't stacked. A single full pull and it works out perfectly. Let's just pretend. They probably denied 2 melee creeps at most. Let's say 3. That would be the extreme case. They denied 3 melee creeps. That's about 90 gold. 100 actually is probably a little closer. 100 gold they denied and the XP. Dang, that sucks. But Silencer in that time walked over here, did a double stack. This camp that you just stacked is going to be more than 100 gold, and the XP, Actually, I kind of forget the exact XP amounts on this stuff, so I think it will work out more XP, but actually I'm not 100% sure now that I'm in this situation. And then you also stack the Ancient Camp, so fantastic. Maybe you choose to do the Hard Camp stack and then walk this way to get the Power Rune right away. We secure it for Puck. So this camp, we just said balanced out the creeps we lost in that small camp pull. Puck gets the rune, refills the bottle, all the money that is worth, plus picks up a haste rune, ganks top, kills a guy, double damage rune, farms the stack, catches back up that way to the sniper, right? We're getting more done for leaving. So you as a silencer, that's what we're weighing as we get close to these pivotal moments. Stacking and power rune times, eventually the wisdom rune time. The first 5 minutes of laning as a support, you can mostly just sit in the lane in a lot of games and really just think about the Lotus and then equilibrium back. But as you get to 5 minutes, especially for the position 4, suddenly it becomes rapid fire. Get equilibrium back, power rune. Return to the lane, get equilibrium back, wisdom rune. Get equilibrium back, power rune. Get equilibrium back, right? Like, it's this constant cycle of coming to lane and leaving. Now, you don't have to go to every single opportunity, but there's going to be a big opportunity every minute for the next 3 minutes. And then 9 minutes, nothing really happens at that point. I mean, you can go back to the Lotus, right? So things settle at that point. But it goes 6, 7, 8. That is like back to back, very high impact. That sounds great as a clickbait thumbnail. Maybe we'll make a video out of that. But as position 4, there's a lot of opportunity there. And offlaners, a lot of what you have to do is not die, is not be a feeding piece of shit at this time frame. Because the 4 support wants to get a lot done, and if you're like constantly shoving in the lane and dying, then the 4 support can't. They have to be here. So that is the offlaner's job at this time. It's just, I will hold the lane here, or I will jungle if I have to be safe. So let's see, for you, this looks good to just walk away right now. You can hit the silencer a little bit, and then we go stack. We go power rune. We're going to miss that window because we did a little bit more aggression than needed. And notice when you guys chose to get aggressive, look how big this wave is, right? So didn't really need to do this. And now we've lost that opportunity for the double stack, for the power rune. What did we get out of it? Not much. And in fact, Underlord is now at risk of dying. So now I can't really leave him even if I wanted to, even though the equilibrium is good. Puck doesn't get the rune. No stacks happen. Sniper gets the rune, actually. All right. Maybe walking over here. This is super dangerous right now, by the way. Spearbreaker. My fiance just made fun of me. She just repeated. She was like, super dangerous. Sniper and Pudge. Let's pretend... sorry, Spiritbreaker and Pudge. Let's pretend they do have an observer, because I'm guessing you're coming over here to de-ward. Let's assume there's a ward. So they see you. They see you about here. That means you could be charged right now. That means Pudge could be TPing behind this tree right now to hook you. No, actually, they're both showing on the minimap right now, so actually you're kind of okay. But you get the idea, right? If they see you coming to de-ward, they could be rotating heroes in to kill you. The sniper is having a very strong start. So sniper could be here getting ready to just shrapnel, ha you, and then, I mean, you're not getting out. You don't even have boots. You don't have any escape. You're gonna have to try to TP out, and you might just die in that time. You might be assassinated to break it, or like the charge and all that stuff comes through. And Puck's been having a rough time, so Puck can't help you. Even if Puck was winning, Puck's over here, you're over here. Really dangerous time to be checking for a D-ward. It is gonna work out, totally pay off. But there's another case where, let's go back, go to their vision. You actually happen to walk, like, perfectly. Okay, right there, right? This is where they could have started reacting and started bringing heroes in. Sniper, boop, 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 like, runs over that way, and Spiritbreaker TP's in. They kill you right here. He doesn't really notice you in time, doesn't deny the D-ward either. That's another thing that can happen. They don't kill you, but they just D-ward you. I am glad you didn't put the observer... Oh, shit, I think you did. Wait, where is it? I thought you had one. Oh, you did both. Damn, okay. I was going to tell you, don't put both. I didn't see you drop them on the same spot. Just put the sentry down, get the D-ward, get out. Put the sentry, see if you find anything. If you don't find anything, you can put the observer down. But if you do find an observer, don't put an observer down, because literally this is going to happen. It's not usually going to be so fast and so instant, but he's going to go, holy shit, he killed my observer with the sentry. I have to put another sentry here, and then they're going to get your observer. So now nobody has vision here, but it should only be they don't have vision there and you have vision somewhere else. Now just no one has vision. And when they have a gank heavier lineup with this Spearbreaker and Pudge, granted, I think it's Pudge off lane, but they have more rotation heroes than you guys. Like, you're not a ganking hero. No vision is more beneficial to them. Get him! Great. Good kill. That's how Puck starts to recover a little bit, right? It's pretty rough, but that's just the matchup. This is how it goes, and it's these kind of plays that are huge, which in this case didn't even need the rune. You, Silencer, we got the kill. Shove this in. One option could be to take the tower right now. We're a Silencer. Not really going to be taking the tower right now. So it is time to leave, to go stack, to go power runes. 8 minutes, I mentioned. This is the third action minute, right? Time to go for one of them. We just kind of sit in the lane, don't even hit the tower that much, so didn't get that much done. But you could have walked to the camp, to the power rune, and in the same way Puck got one kill there, we can make it even easier to get another kill with the power rune. We are here now, but notice it's like 16 seconds late. So this goes back to playing to your bracket. You don't have to be perfect, but 16 seconds late will work in Archon. Will it work in Legend? Will it work in Ancient, right? It gets closer and closer. So in this case, I think you... I end up getting denied. If you actually grabbed it in time, I think you live. And then this actually could be a sniper kill. But part of that was Puck didn't dodge.
You're doing very well. I'm very proud of you.
Damn. Close. You see how Underlord is like dying while you're off on your own sometimes? That's like a combination thing where Underlord shouldn't be taking such big risks while you're out doing other things. Even though like you're not being as perfect with the movements that I was talking about. But when you are moving, and I think it's understandable when you're moving, like he's still up a little far, getting caught out by that stuff. I don't know why Puck threw the orb that way. Probably should be the other way. Oh, Cameron, sorry, I didn't even see that. Thank you for the $5. We will do your replay in just a second.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
Ooh, it's a 5-stat game with Undying 5. That'll be fun. Game's Underlord's fault, Kappa. But maybe no Kappa. Truly could be his fault. You can global there, by the way. Any kill on a carry in the early game, Antimage especially, because we hate Antimages, right? Just go ahead and pop the global. Oh, I see it was like 2 seconds off. Yeah, right here. Send it. Just do it. I think you can get the kill. If you global and then last word, this guy will die. Even as they rotate other heroes. Unless he has like a maxed out wand. Of course he doesn't. He's skipping wand for the Battle Fury. So this guy, he'll die. And that'll be pretty worth it. Pretty worth the global. But it has to come out before he can press E or blink away. You might have got caught off guard just by like how close that ult was, so I don't blame you. Leave me alone.
You know the drill. Dire's got one last top tower.
Let me go back to your original question, actually, I think. Is Puck good at clearing stacks? I never really considered that. Yeah, I mean, it's not instant like some other heroes like SF and Lina's super fast. He kind of just cycles through the AoE spells. He'll do a good chunk of it. He'll back up, right click, wait for it to come up, and then he'll throw it again. So if you watch a lot of high level pucks, a lot of times a farming pattern, whether they're winning or losing, if they're just focused on farming, you will shove out the mid lane. Let's say you're Dire. Shove out the mid lane. You'll come over here and you'll try to double stack these camps because you can drag the creep wave out, jump in with Waning Rift, and then orb this way to get both. Sometimes I think you can actually just orb and hit both depending where you're standing. I'm not a puck player, so I don't know this specifically. But I know you can hit both camps with the orb, which accelerates your farm. You do the same thing over here. You come here, you shove in the lane, come over here, try to double stack these, and then farm both with the orb. Sometimes you can pull them in both together and then Waning Rift, and I think you can hit all of them. Again, not the puck player. Let's not worry about specifics, but you'll see that a lot. So if you want to punish a puck who is losing, this is where you would typically look at a higher ranked game. I don't know if that's always going to be right. I don't know what bracket that starts kicking in of like if the puck player knows that's what they should do to come back. But really for any mid, actually, a lot of mids who are winning or losing and are farming focused, it's these camps and these camps. As a position 4, I am not coming over here to stack these camps for them. If I was the position 5, I might if I was super free and super fast. It's usually something they do themselves. But for position 4, I can easily stack this camp while doing multiple things, right? Either the double stack or the power rune. And then, although the ancient camp is much harder to farm as puck, you'll never complain about getting a triple hard stack. No mid laner. Oh, my supports keep stacking for me. Damn them. Right? No one's gonna say that. So they'll always take it. They'll farm it. It may not be as efficient as some of the multi camps elsewhere, but it's what you can stack without fully griefing your game, walking all the way over while getting farm. And I think with that, we kind of... Game starts to spiral into enemies. Favor. What could I have done to alleviate that? We might be at that point where it starts getting out of control. Actually, not too... It looks like based on the net worth graph, it's really later. And actually, I would even say this isn't the worst. It looks like 8K by 30 minutes. So it might have been more of a feeling than actual gold difference. It looks like you guys were pretty playable all the way to like 30 minutes. Beyond here, it does start getting pretty bad. It looks like literally it starts there at 30 minutes. Some kind of major team wipe. Even as you guys lose heroes, the gold lead was growing but not insurmountable. I would say it looks like you guys just have to make plays around the puck, and that's hard. You have to get the Radiance timing. Where is it? Like with the Radiance and the Blink, looks like double Blink, Radiance online. This is a key moment for you guys to really get a lot done and turn this game back in your favor, or it's over. Well, I won't say it's over, but like it'll be tough. I mean, it's going to be like, you know, farmed Antimage, farmed Sniper, not the greatest lockdown on your team for catching those mobile heroes. So if you can get a lot done here when global is still strong before the like a bunch of dispels come out and everything, this could be a moment to fight. Yeah, offlaner dying. So, I mean, it's unavoidable that in your Dota career, you will leave and they will die, right? I mean, it happens in my games. You see it in the pro matches sometimes too. Like even they slip up. It's unavoidable. What I would advise for any support player, whether it's trying to leave the carry or the offlane, once you can identify the lane is pushing in, just say something real quick about it. And that's it. You know, we're not here to micromanage. It's not going to help you. Reasonable players will understand when you say it once. Unreasonable players would not understand it no matter how much detail you put into it. So say it once, say it simply, and hopefully what we're looking for is that the good players who will listen, but they just forgot, right? They're good, but they're not professional, so they just forgot. They didn't notice you leave, Or, oh, I know I should tone it down, but I always forget to do this, right? So you throw out the reminder, say, hey, the lane's right here. I'm gonna go stack and then I'll be right back. Just be careful for a bit. You can even say less. Like I'm going. In my games I usually say like I'm going to the power runes. Be careful. I'm going to stack. Be careful. Right? Something simple as that. Again, the unreasonable people, they're gonna ping you and report you no matter what. Like no matter how much you explain. So forget them. It was gonna be a wash no matter what, whether it works out or not. But the reasonable people who just like I didn't see silencer step away. My bad. You know, like damn, I forgot. Right? You just hit them with the reminder to go, yes, of course. I sit here and I last hit, and I'm going to go double stack farm later that the guy made for me. Right? It's perfect. Right? You just gave him that reminder, so you get like 1 or 2 extra wins with those games, and that's what you're looking for. And if they feed after that, you know, like, what can you do? Okay, with that, I think we're going to look at Cameron's game. We did the donation. And it's like guaranteed replay. Let me grab this. You remember Caster saying, a carry is a hero that can farm stacks efficiently. I feel like that is not wrong. That's not a bad way to think about it. I won't say every carry has to be like that, but it certainly helps a lot. And it's a good default, right? Like, that's your basic carry. And then the further you get away from that, the weirder it gets. Okay, so this is going to be... Oh, we have another Archon game. What are the odds? So this is going to be Archon hard support, and it's going to be a 5-stack. And these are usually fun because we can talk a little bit more about team plays, and it's more likely to actually be a thing, you know? I'm going to adjust my mic volume actually a little bit here. I noticed in a recent recording it was starting to... I forgot I meant to adjust it. Actually, maybe this is also part of the reason. I realized in my stream, my mic setting was a little more adjusted than some of these other scenes for like replays and stuff. All right, maybe that was part of the problem. Also, part of the problem is that I move the mic every time because it's on a little bar, so it's not always in the same spot. But hopefully that's better. Also, what did I just move this to? Oh, here we go. There we are. All right. Okay, let me type this in. Undying 5. Archon. It's the Archon stream here. I should have made sure we could download this. Okay, so this one, 5-stat game that we lost, trying to improve my Undying position 5. Had a good lane matchup, but the enemy team snowballed with blinks. Okay. Looks like, I'm going to guess carry Wraith King, mid Lena. There's actually some flex that they could move around. Let's see. And we are with an Antimage. Looks like you are top net worth on the Antimage, so that could be good. We can maybe push for more, but we can see how the lane went. And then it does look like from a somewhat even game, it starts to really go their way. This is actually not that bad, but then it gets pretty steep kind of quickly. And you said with blink, so when did those come out? Tiny blink, lion blink, around here. Oh yeah, that is about where they started building that lead, and then at 20 minutes. Okay, so let's take a look at that. Oops. Take a look. Change my username, not be my actual name. Gotcha. My bad, yeah. YouTube is weird like that, you know? Like, I don't know how I feel about that. After they made it the default to be people's names, I just kind of assume people are okay with it, but it's also sometimes an oversight. So, I gotcha. Don't worry, no one watched this channel anyways. No one will see you. All right, meals. Let's do this. Let's see your items. Why, this looks very familiar. I'm up for it.
30 seconds to showtime.
Oh. I'm gonna see how this fight plays out, and then we'll talk about it a little more. Oh, dang. Cog was already used. Oh, it's so close. All right, they get first blood, ends up 1 for 1. Resources got used across the board. Let's go back to that real quick. All right, so you as a gang, because you're a 5-stack, you're way more likely to run into aggressive plays or push into defensive positions. Because the type of people who are gonna 5-stack are often more informed and more coordination than a random pub game. So that has to include us, you know? We want to at least be even versus the other stacks that are doing it, and if they're not doing it, then we're gonna be winning. So when they have the Pudge, they have a really good first blood lineup. That doesn't mean they're going to do it, because like I said, it's random sometimes in pub games. But if a fight were to break out, they have a lot of good tools, level 1, especially because Clockwork is late. This happens sometimes where Clockwork is just slow. Someone, you know, real life kicks in. You're just late for a moment. But that means we have to act on that because he's not here for this fight. Let's pretend he is. You have the observer. It's going to be way more common to put observers in this area to scout for this kind of stuff coming in when you're a 5-stack. You guys are actually holding on to like all your observers, and that's strange, right? The mid lane should maybe be placed already. If you're waiting to do it late, that's fine. But then yours, you don't really need it in the lane. If you do, you know, you're watching for like Pudge hooks. You put it somewhere in the lane to kind of like see into here without it just being here and killed by easy sentries. But the more likely use is this kind of stuff right here, is these first blood fights that you win or you dodge based on that observer, and it often has more impact than like a lane observer. So that's what I would recommend first of all, putting down the observer. If you want it here, anywhere on the staircase is fine. A little further out here could also be good because it still sees similar stuff, but gives you a little bit more warning time on not fully sure. Pudge, Tiny, Lion, all could be position 4s. All are roaming heroes who might head to your mid lane. So an observer here to see all this could be good. Or you put the observer here and your team positions, you know, somewhere else further down. Maybe you guys put a mid ward position around that. I don't particularly care, but rather than all of you guys running back and forth in the tree line, and then they've already smoked up to here and dropped an observer on the high ground, they see 4 you guys wandering around here, and they hook you down and they kill you, right? You have your observer down, you have your smoke breaker like standing here, and you guys are ready to go for these fights, rather than what ends up happening, which is just kind of random. Which is like, here they come blindly going, but your smoke breaker should already be here. It would be Clockwork or you in this case, and you've already got 2 heroes isolated with the power cogs. You've already got like a multi-decay going, right? And you guys are focusing a little better. Part of this is the hooks separated you guys a little bit. Wraith King barely got out of there, and if you guys kill Wraith King first, this would have gone better. But this is like a positioning thing that could have gone your way a little bit more. And I usually don't care too much about this stuff for pub games, because it's very random when you can actually get people to do this stuff. But for a 5-stack, the more often you play 5-stacks, it will literally happen every time you choose to make it happen, because you guys choose to be aggressive or you guys choose to be defensive. So it will always happen, and the sooner you guys work that out, the better. You could take Tombstone for a big fight, but I also don't think it's necessary. I think Decay is still plenty strong in these level 1 fights, and I don't know. The thing is, let's say you get a kill or 2 with Decay, or sorry, with Tombstone. Let's say you get like 3 kills. That'd be really rare. That'd be a bunch. That probably ends up being worth it. But then you come to lane, and Undying is supposed to win the lane from like level 1 because of decay. You don't win the lane with Tombstone, and you don't win the lane as base Undying without decay, right? Like decay is the lane winning spell. And so if you take Tombstone, your carry needs to be able to win the lane because you got them first blood now, essentially. Or your mid's going to pop off and carry the game later because you got them first blood. You know, something like that. I feel that decay, win or lose the first fight, you will still win the lane in a good Undying matchup because you have decay. So I personally don't really like taking Tombstone level 1, even in a big fight. I prefer hitting like 5 heroes with decay and just like fighting with that instead. You should do this. All right, so you TP to lane. I think you're like undecided on this. You like realize this in hindsight. But if you know you're going to do this, you should actually TP like here, run in, drop it, immediately do the check, and then be back in lane as the creeps meet. This goes back to like Undying being a little, being very lane focused. You don't want to leave at all. So you like the creeps meet and you're like, all right, I'm out, right? Like this is the time to be here. Swap it, you know, TP in, block, come around, and now you're ready to go. Start denying your own creeps, get that CS that's about to come through. Now no one's getting anything, and that doesn't make much sense. And then we lose our observer anyways, or our sentry, because, you know, Pudge comes through. Undying is often strong enough. By the way, I actually didn't mention this in the guide, and I should have. Undying is strong enough that even if this camp spawns, it's actually not that big of a deal. And you are strong enough that off of winning the first wave, you should be able to body block in almost every situation. So you wouldn't need to sentry block this. In fact, your first sentry is usually for unblocking the small camp because they have done something weird to disrupt equilibrium. So you're trying to get this camp open to reestablish equilibrium. Or they creep drag versus you and they blocked this camp and you can't use it, but you can use the hard camp to try to interrupt the creep drag, or maybe you missed it, so then you use the hard camp to pull the wave in, something like that. You actually don't really need to block this camp as Undying. And if you do, you usually just body block it rather than use the sentry for it. That helps to prevent situations like this, and it also helps prevent you from being baited to leave the lane to go do pulls. Or like to like fight over this camp as much, because it's not as important to you as like others. All right, you see how far back you are? You're scared of this Pudge. I feel it. I feel the fear in you. We gotta get in there. Let's change this. One more. All right, this is good. You see where Wraith King is? He's scared of you. And so he's way back here, respecting you, and that means Antimage has free control of these two, and you can even help with this one as necessary. So this part's good. Now, I don't want to tank this full creep wave, so you back off a little bit, you sidestep. You're a little late on that, so you do draw some aggro, no big deal. So you come lose the aggro. Now, okay, great. So now I come back in here. I'm going to come stand around here, try to push him off further and further so that I can draw less aggro while fighting him. But see where you're like moving real far back? It's because you're scared of this Pudge. You're like, oh, I'm going to get hooked. I mean, if you get hooked and you have 8 decay stacks, you're not going to die before the next decay comes in, and you're going to get a double decay on 2 melee heroes. I don't think you're going to die here. If you still want to respect hook, that's okay. But knowing that Pudge is here, what are the angles that can come in? All right, the fact that you literally don't see him right here, which is why if you're placing an observer, rather than do it here, which would have been killed by a sentry right here that Pudge placed, we do an observer like this because it lets us see into this gap right here, which is what we need. If Pudge is in the trees, the only angle is like here and like this spot right here. It's actually really difficult to hook through here. It might be possible, right? A hook through here. So really, when I want to now pressure this Wraith King, I'm just standing like right here, right behind these creeps. I'm standing like Antimage is in the right spot, right? He's standing here. There's some godly hook angle that goes like straight through here to hook Antimage, but it's gonna be so hard, and Antimage should have time to just like move to the left a little bit. So you're way too far back, and you should be like up here. Now as Pudge walks in, we might reevaluate. I might step back, or I might be just like double decaying if I have it available. But see, this creep is now within hitting range, and we're too far back. This one is within hitting range, and we're like in the trees. You're not a Clockwork who has to wrap around and surprise with the power cogs and get them. You're an Undying who just, I walk in, and that's it. There's no counterplay. I'm walking towards you. Now back away. And they don't back away, so then you punch them in the face. So we should already be here, right? You realize it then, you're like, oh shit, I gotta get over there. But we're too late. So you just gotta be closer. I think you're scared of Pudge, but it should be the other way. Pudge should be scared of you. And if you get the denies, partly we're scared because we're level 1, so I get that. As soon as you have Tombstone and it's available, there's no way they ever kill you. So that's why being in the lane, get some denies and stuff. As soon as you hit level 2, hook me. Go for it. I'm gonna drop Tombstone and we're gonna kill you. Like, you might die, Antimage will clean up the kills. So we are way too far back as an Undying right now. Gotta be closer. It's another range creep getting denied on us. You can help Antimage with these, hit these. Where your positioning is as if you were a ranged hero. Even as a melee hero, you should be more aggressive. And then as an Undying, should be ultra aggressive. I mean, not feeding aggressive, you know, but like, see, look where you are right now. This is another example. I get that this is a Pudge, so we do have to be careful being hooked under tower. But you see how this is the point of action, the line of action here. Creeps that we want to fight over. Our team wants the last hits, they want the denies. So as a melee hero, I mean, this applies to all range and melee, but it's more common to see this on melee, and especially for Undying. You want to, you have to be careful when you choose to go in, because you do get hit a lot as a melee hero, creep aggro, stuff like that. So when you do go in, though, they typically will respect that and back off and hit you from afar if they're ranged. In this case, they're melee. So you want to choose when you go in to tactically zone them away. But there are other times where you can just be a wall in front and say, like, you have to pass me to get to what is important. This is where it's scary because it's, you know, close to the tower. But you'll see this a lot. This is what was happening earlier. This is the point of action. You're like back here, but you actually want to be here or up here so that they are here or back here and they're really far away from this, which is what you did on the first wave, but haven't really done since then. Right here, we want to be like up here. Pudge is not under the tower, so if he hooks me, I don't even give a shit. As he starts backing up to the tower, I'm going to be scared, but he's under the tower now, so I can also back off and not get hooked. And he goes, oh, wait, I need to hook him. So he walks up again, and then I walk up again because I'm like, no, get away from these creeps, and if you hook me, I don't care. So then he backs up, and then I back up, right? I'm doing this, like, dance with him, but it always keeps him away from the creeps, and it keeps us closer so we can go for the denies. When we're back here, look, Pudge felt like he could walk up and go for a last hit and a deny, and he shouldn't feel like that versus me. I'm Undying. He shouldn't feel like he can walk up like that. That's disrespectful to me, but I'm letting him do that because I'm way back here. So of course he can walk up and do this. So this is the positioning issue. This means we gotta be up here. And every time he walks up, he should get harassed for it. That time we got 1 decay off, but that's not really enough to dissuade him. It should be... He walks up, I decay him, and I hit him, and I hit him again, and at that point, he's got to decide if he's committing for the last hit or if he's backing away. You get at least 1 more hit in, if not more, depending what he did. You place your observer, and you're technically not spotted, but you walk immediately back into vision, so if they are checking you, they're gonna know it's over there. You see where we are? Still way in the back, not really up front and in their face. And I think you ended up using some of your mangoes for just more decays, which is okay to some degree, but you always want to save 1 mango for the actual kill attempt. unless you're getting a kill with just a K. I mean, that's fine too. But here you see you're like very close to not having enough mana. You did have to use the stick, and then you had enough for the tombstone, but now you don't have enough for like follow-up decays. Try to save the mangoes for that. And then this tombstone could have been a little bit more aggressive because you're low, but they are slow attacking melee heroes. So even as they try to kill your tombstone, Antimage will destroy this Wraith King and probably kill him. And that's worth losing the tombstone for. So that can actually be an aggressive tombstone. As you see, Antimage feels comfortable blinking aggressively like that. And you actually walk up, contribute, bait them in. That actually works out quite well. You're getting boots, but we need to cover our mana needs first. These are melee heroes. They can't avoid you easily. If they were fast melee heroes, sure. But these are slow melee heroes with no escapes. You actually don't need boots because they can't avoid you. So you can get Ring of Basilius here. You can get some more mangoes, a clarity. You could finish the wand if it's a good wand game. Later on, I would finish it. I think for this lane, you can leave it at a magic stick. Aw, Butter, no problem. I'm happy to help out. I appreciate all you guys dropping by and watching. Thank you. All right. Wasn't watching to see what you were doing, actually. Let me go back. Just checking up on the chat. Oh, let's critique this poll. Let's see. Do a quick lane check. We got 5 creeps.
Are you streaming?
I'm streaming. Yeah. It would have been bad if I wasn't streaming. That would have been like, who I've been talking to this whole time. Okay, this poll is fine. What we need when this pull happens, all right, let's just let it happen. Okay, these creeps, when this camp dies, these creeps, the time it takes for them to walk from here-ish to about here, this is where we want it to meet. That is going to be about the same distance from here to about here. So I want you, when you do these kind of pulls, you got to keep looking over here. I don't know if you're about to do it or not, but I'm just telling you. When these 2 range creeps die, this small camp must be dead. And then the equilibrium will be good. So you need to attack based on that. Let's say there's still 2 melee creeps here. 2 melee, 2 ranged. I have a lot of time. So rather than hit the enemy camp, the neutral camp, sorry, I can maybe hit my own creeps a little bit. But when it's only 2 range creeps left, and I think they're under tower. Yeah, they're under tower. They're going to die real fast. So Antimage actually needs to help you here to do this fast enough. You both need to attack this camp right now, possibly even using spells if you have the mana to afford it. Oh, I see your Bassi was already on the courier, in which case these boots are fine. I'd maybe still, let's say you had 500 gold exactly. Instead of buying boots, I would probably buy Mango's Clarity, another Blood Grenade. Maybe even Raindrops for more early mana. They don't have an easy way to break those. I would potentially buy those, at least the consumables before the boots. In this case, you did have enough money to buy boots and then like Clarity, Mango, stuff like that. But anyways, I'm pretty sure what's about to happen here is that this is going to meet right here under the tower. You are hitting a little bit. Antimage should be helping you. The other option is Antimage catches the next creep wave, but that will involve potentially more danger. So Antimage did hold the 1 melee creep that came up. If he hadn't done that, it would have met about where I pointed it out. But they actually end up doing a pull. So now let's talk through that option in case this camp is open like it was. So if we do what I talked about, and we see this dying and we quickly kill this, so they do a pull, all of this is here, this creep wave is now going to walk up as quickly as possible while you and Antimage fight over this camp, and then they're going to be stuck on a choice of like, oh shit, I want this hard camp, but this creep wave's about to move through, so now they have to split up to get it, and that gives you a little bit of a window to do something here. Or, as you do this, and you're watching this, and you're seeing Pudge make his way to do this, you leave the Antimage to go prevent the pull. You like walk up here, hit this camp, and stop them from doing that stuff. You draw aggro every time he tries to pull it over, right? You could have just stopped the pull while Antimage does this, and then walked back to the lane quickly. Has blink, so he could blink into the lane to catch the wave and just dodge hook and then reconnect it. So you guys could have reestablished equilibrium here. You end up getting hooked. It's a good hook from Pudge. I'm not actually going to worry about that one that much. Lane shoving in. Your small camp is used, so you can't pull. They actually did a lot of damage to their own creep wave there. If this camp was available, it's kind of the same deal. You can do a pull. Half pull would have been fine. Full pull, you got to do what we just talked about. Otherwise, you got to come over here, fight them, and either do your own hard pull into this creep wave, or completely shove it in, do a hard pull on the next one. Something like that. You got the decay damage, and then you walked away from these two creeps that you can hit. All right, so every time we're using decay, it's not just to do damage, it's to gain right-click damage for ourselves for creep maintenance. Antimage is the good for it, but help him out, you know, make it even better. All right, round 2. Do a pull, check. I think you're actually a little late on this pull, so I don't think you're going to get it. If you did connect this pull, though... Is this out of the tower range? Oh, we can't see the tower range. I'm pretty sure it's out of the tower range, like, barely. So, because it's out of the tower range and it's 2 melee creeps, you have a little bit of time, but you would have to attack this creep camp at least a little bit, is my gut feeling. Yeah, like, right now, they would need to be dead. So, I think we would have had to do a little bit of damage. I think you might have been going for a half pull in this case, which is why you pulled so late. You did end up catching the range creep. Actually, not too bad. This will fix... Okay, outside of using spells, this will fix itself because you killed the range creep. This is most likely to fix itself within the next minute, where it'll be, like, over here. Except for the fact you have the catapult wave, so it'll actually stall out here a little longer unless you guys do some specific stuff. But you've technically done enough to get the lane to come back if you just hit your own creeps a little bit as possible. Antimage is actually kind of shoving it in, so it's going to be a little messier. Oh, there's a tiny here. Oh, shit. No! Zombie, spawn in the front. Come on, what are you doing? All right, they get the tombstone, but that tombstone gets both of you out. I mean, that's fine. I'm gonna zoom through this laning stage from here since we've already talked about how you can improve the Undying laning stage. So let's see how your team does things as a squad. Let's give you a little stack feedback before we move on. I actually see someone else also donated for the guaranteed replay. Thank you for the donation. So we'll do that one next. But let's go a little further into this one before we move on. For you guys, as a team, Storm Spirit is level 6. Actually, let's go back. Let's go back a little bit. Your Storm actually got, like, the 2 greatest runes you could possibly get. So first is this regen rune. Looks like he did try to make a top play. Didn't quite pan out. Let's not worry about that one. But that's good. That's what you want from a mid Storm. I said we'd zoom forward, right? Blah, blah, blah. This stuff happens. 7 minutes. We get killed. You TP back here. Now, I don't mind this TP because there's still some action happening. But I do want it in the back of your mind. I want to go for the 8-minute rune. Tiny Storm, very big rune heroes. Storm Spirit especially. So I do want to head over there. Antimage is at the point. He really shouldn't die on his own. He's got blink. The hooks are a little scary, but you should always be able to blink away from that. The stun comes out. You should be able to reflect that. So it's really more on the Antimage if he dies. Like, no matter where the lane is positioned, it's really on Antimage if he dies, unless there's a rotation. You have one observer to help a little bit. It's a little bit far back, but it'll help a little. And it should be more like the top lane saying like, Lion is missing, Tiny is missing, right? That should give Antimage the extra warning. And as long as the team does that, Antimage should not die. So we are free at 8 minutes, but I want Antimage to have a good time. So try to fix equilibrium if you can. Otherwise, doesn't matter too much. Antimage should just jungle while you guys are gone, and you guys should help secure the 8-minute rune. In the end, we come over here, you're hitting this catapult. This is the stuff I don't care about, right? Like, the catapult takes forever. Is it worth doing? Meh, right? I'm rather doing a pull right now to help fix the lane, or, okay, let's go. You know, like, I gotta come over here for this rune, so it's moving time. And nature should actually be the same. Nature should also be making his way over. And this should be a guaranteed rune. Well, not guaranteed, but should be way more likely to get the rune rather than, excuse me, kind of random. Storm, check top, happen to get it. And with that arcane rune, I would like us to smoke. Storm Spirit as a mid hero can make these ganks. You have a Natures who wants to just be jungling and then showing up to stuff. And we are Undying who wants to get in these fights. Excuse me. So, off of helping him secure a rune, I would also have bought a smoke. I would buy some observers and sentries so that as we move around the map, we can do the de-warding, check things around. We then smoke with the storm on the power rune if it's good. If it's a shit rune, then maybe we don't. But if it's a good rune, decide where to go. Lina carry, pretty susceptible to being killed. Clockwork gonna have a hard time closing the gap without ult. But if Storm zips in, you guys can both just show up, get her, drop Tombstone. They're not gonna be able to save her with Hook because the zombies, unless really lucky. So should be pretty easy Lina kill. You can go for others. I don't care. Just see what happens on the map. But that'd be a really nice play to have available to you guys at the 8-minute mark. What are we doing instead? You know, using some decays on Wraith King, sure. But at this point, Antimage is at the point where he's just going to shove the lane and then go jungle. So we're not really needed for that anymore. And we should start thinking about doing more team stuff. You know, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, harass them a little bit, scare them off a little bit, sure. Let's think about Antimage's farm. How much is changing right now? Right, maybe he misses these 2 creeps, because, like, if you weren't here, yeah, would I walk into a line and a Wraith King under their tower? Nah, probably not. Those 2 creeps that big of a deal? Not really. He's gonna farm this camp or this camp. They're gonna be worth the same, and then he's gonna move on to another camp, right? His amount of gold will be the same, and you'll be doing other stuff. You'll be stopping the Lina from farming, and that's what's gonna build the difference. Right now, everyone's just farming, so there is no gold difference. Maybe you'll be able to get the kill. We try for the Tombstone. I appreciate that, right? He was kind of low, but you also see how it was hard, right? Natures ends up getting it, but you guys didn't really line up the teleport with the Tombstone, and none of you have an actual stun. He has a sprout. The guy with the stun is this one, who is now ganking away from the rest of his heroes. This guy also has, like, the hook shot. He's not involved. He's an offlaner. He's over here. So we're forcing a play with a guy who just wants to farm and who can't really help set up plays, instead of playing with the actual playmaker and the actual Clockwork. So piece of advice for anyone who plays in a stack, this happens all the time. I see this when I did more 5 stacking, happened to my friend group all the time. I see it in these coachings all the time. Rather than go into a game and everyone just blindly pick, I'm not going to say you can't do that. It's a video game, have fun, right? But if you guys discuss a little bit about, like, hey guys, I'm kind of interested in playing Clinks this game. Oh, okay, I was choosing between this hero and this hero. I'll go with this, right? A little bit of draft prep before the start. Go ahead and point out from those heroes, this is the playmaker. This guy's farming, right? Make it very clear from the initial draft, and you can keep it as simple as, like, our carry player always picks heavy farmers, our mid laner always picks active heroes. I mean, that's fine too. But whatever, you're identifying the playmaker, and when we're choosing where should we put a lot of attention to, it's not this Antimage. It really should be this Storm and this Clockwork. And yet, this is now the second, third play that is happening in this bottom safe lane, away from the heroes that actually want to make plays, and away from the heroes who don't want plays to happen around them, the Lina, who just wants to farm. So we're kind of giving the enemy what they need right now, and you don't have to, right? There's nothing said you had to Tombstone this Wraith King. you can go somewhere else, but you guys just aren't right now. So that's something that could have changed this game, and it's something that probably will happen in many of your future stack games as well. It's a very common problem. If you don't clearly dictate it earlier, it ends up just being like kind of go with the flow. And very often I see it happen in the safe lane where you don't actually want it to happen. So like right now, all these guys are here. I don't give a shit. I'm out of here. I'm walking over. I'm making plays here. And they're either rotating in or we're killing Lina. We're taking the tower. And then we TP home to defend. Maybe. We'll see what happens. But like we have that option. All right, so this play, right? Let's watch this. Are we getting a kill right now? No. But what are they all doing? There are 4 heroes up here. So, Antimage, having a little trouble dealing with the skeletons, but he's mostly free farming here. What's Storm doing? Also free farming mid. So let's do some quick 100% farm here on Antimage and on Wraith King. They're both free farming a full creep wave and some jungle camps. Storm is full farming a creep wave, should be also getting some jungle camps in a moment, right? From their side, you guys have 3 heroes who will be absorbing 1 creep wave, and they have 4 heroes absorbing 1 creep wave. So for this time frame, you guys, in this Storm especially, are getting way more gold on your mid laner versus their mid laner, and for the remaining heroes, your 3 heroes are getting more than their 4 heroes. So you just maintain that for a little bit, and we're winning. This is winning. Kills are not happening. Objectives are not being taken, but this is a farm win. And now, Tiny TP'd back. It's like, okay, that didn't work. He TP'd back. I know this because he was here, and now he's here. That's too fast to walk. He left. Storm walked up here. Now, we can dive and make a play, and Tiny cannot TP up to help. Wraith King might show up, that's true. Antimage could come through in the same way, though. He could shove this wave out, join the Twin Gate, pop through. He could TP into this safe lane, blink in, join in. We have the numbers advantage now, and we should look to make a play. We kind of try. Okay, there's the hook shot. So we are, it looks like we're getting some of these kills. Looks like at least 2. Not bad. I will critique a little bit, 70%. You want that extra 30%? The real focus is the Lina. This is the carry. You guys kind of got the 2 supports down here. It's not bad, but could have totally easily just jumped the Lina instead of the Lion and the Pudge. Zip onto the Lina, get her, a hook shot to her, tombstone around her. You'll kill the Lina. I would say just killing Lina versus killing the 2 supports. The solo Lina kill's probably better. It's a little close, especially if you take this tower now. But, if we had to choose, go for the Lina. They're probably going to try to help the Lina, and then you might still kill the supports. But Lina's going to see them and just leave. She should have left. She ends up staying around. She might now die. But she should have seen you guys jump those and then just leave. Go this way, farm this jungle. It shouldn't have been a Lina kill follow-up. That's quite unlucky. Ace rune, though. Pretty good. All right, you guys are now hanging around too long top. If you guys had left after getting the tower, that would have been really good. Storm got a little unlucky zipping through there that way. Part of that is warding. If you guys knew where the Tiny was and knew what the runes were, Storm wouldn't have died. And then the rest of you had vision of them TPing top and should have just left at that point. Antimage right now, free farming. This is good. Outside of, like, we stuck around too long, that part's kind of bad. But generally, this is good. This observer, put a little further out. Anyone who checks this area is going to get this observer. So we might as well min-max this observer. Over here, we'll see further out as well as over here. It's less important to see your own jungle unless they are occupying it, which Wraith King kind of can do. But at the same time, it's not like you need to see here. Like, as long as you see him, like, pass through the area, that's enough. It's more important to see people coming in this way. So I would bump this observer out here if you're going to place it here at all. If you're like, well, it's kind of a hotbed activity, then I'm just not going to put it here anywhere. Like, I'm not going to put it here. I'm not going to put it here. To me, this is no difference in terms of how likely it is to be dewarded, but there is a difference in what this vision gives us. So I'd move this up a little bit. If you don't want to put it here, you could put it in front of Roche. I think they wouldn't expect it at this phase of the game. That's a little less likely to be checked than this area. Sentries like right here are very common. Around here would still be okay to help protect Antimage, any of those. We'll go like another minute or two on this. Oh yeah, like that one. You really just need one though. Okay, I see Storm Twin Gate bottom. What's happening here? Wisdom Shrine play? That should be a little bit more coordinated as a team to all be going for this. Otherwise, we're making a play where Antimage is, which means he's farming again. And where's Lina? I bet she's up here in this jungle free farming. So, again, choosing where we want to play as a team. Here's what should be happening. This guy should be farming wherever he wants, but mostly in his own jungle, playing it safe. Nature support should be jungling. Here's really good. Holding any lane for your team is also really good. Clockwork and you should be fairly active, while Storm balances active playmaking and like some jungling, probably like in this area and on their half. So you three want to make plays so that he can TP into, and we want to target the Lina as much as possible. Free kills and then Lina, like those two things. We are coming to their Space Maker, which is the Wraith King. Not bad, because he's farming up the Radiance, but it is into the Antimage. A couple plays like this, totally fine. So if you guys kill the Wraith King and then move on, I'm totally down for it. I don't want to see you guys hang around here for forever. Maybe you can take the tower off this kill. That'd be cool. But I don't want to see like, okay, now go jungle with the Antimage, then come back bottom again. So, I don't know how this fight's going to play out, but this is kind of why it's a little risky, right? If we're talking Antimage here, Wraith King here, and we know they're not here, very quick Wraith King kill. There's no way the enemy team can show up because this is our half of the map. We jump the Wraith King here. Probably several TPs came in as part of this. Look how many heroes have now entered the game where the Antimage was free farming before. So he's not free farming anymore. If we win this fight, sure, it works out. If we lose this fight, now they are going to be invading our half of the map while Antimage is maybe dead or just having to run to somewhere else. And Clockwork can't join this fight, even though this is our half of the map. We lost this tower, so Clockwork can't join here. And it looks like they end up winning this fight. So that's the risk of going to where the carry is. If you go to the Lina, let's go back. This might be our closing point. Let's go back a little. Let's go to free cam. All right, so around now is when a play should have been like, oh, we have all our abilities. We should think to do something. 14-minute rune, right? You guys want to be positioned for the rune, looking for that. You want to hopefully get the rune. Illusion's not that important, but whatever. It's the rune for Storm. This would be the ideal game plan. At this time, I see Antimage here, happily farming this area. Nature's farming here. So our play is through the top half, up here, invade, place deep wards, look something in here, draw attention here. Antimage can potentially take this tower on his own if there's enough attention top, or he can just keep farming. Lina happened to go home at that time, but we may have caught her up there. Instead, this whole play happens. Blah, blah, blah. Let's zoom forward a little bit. Lina, here. We lost that fight, just repeat. Where's Antimage? Mostly leave him alone. Go to where we think Lina is. So Lina's top. We don't know this quite yet. But now she clears out the jungle camps. Now we know. So Antimage, he should go back this way. Same deal. He go this way. 16 minutes. We prepare for the rune. We get the rune. You maybe smoke, go to the rune, get that. Go this way, maybe get the rune, back off, smoke, then go. It doesn't matter that much. But I know Lena's here. I know Antimage should go bottom. Storm's down here right now. That's okay. Push it more. Twin gate. Antimage will jungle. Connect through the twin gate to the Lena. I think that's what you guys are lacking as a 5-stack now. I'm not seeing a lot of coordinated plays in the first few minutes, which is where a lot of this will be determined. All right. This one ended up kind of long, but I think it's useful for a lot of different things for other people. Let's grab the next one. We also had a donation on this, so it's guaranteed. Sorry for anyone waiting for the raffle. We will raffle, though, anytime there's not a donation one to do. This one is... I think we won the lane, but as soon as we get to mid-game, we started losing. Is my farming good? What were the mistakes? Who are you playing here? Actually, wait, let me see. Maybe if I scroll up, maybe you said that in a different message. Lifestealer, okay. So let's do my timestamp. Lifestealer 1. Crusader. Crusader carry. Timestamp it. Let's send it. Okay. So winning the lane, then starting to lose. So we can also jump past the laning stage for this. Let's look at Lifestealer, because Lifestealer has a very... I assume you're going Radiance. That's the most common build. We'll check in a second here. But we got to remember, when we don't have the Radiance, we actually have a bunch of money that is not doing anything. So we're not nearly as strong as we think. We're mostly just farming till that Radiance, and then we can look to do stuff. So I'm going to look for that if you're farming efficiently prior to the Radiance and not joining too many fights. Post-Radiance, you don't have to start going crazy, because the Radiance is a farming item. You can still farm, but you can join a little bit more after that. I think that's the first window we look at for this Lifestealer game. Here. There we go. So let's go to that. We take a quick look at... Let's see the graphs. Okay, so lane looks like... Oh, you might be into a... Is this Viper? Because that is a bit of a tougher lane. Okay, you might have been laning versus Viper, so not ideal in terms of our own farm. So the fact that you're like 3.8, I think... Yeah, 3.7, 3.8-ish. Kind of understandable. Into Viper's pretty tough. As a team, it does look like your team started to lose pretty quickly. And that's actually... This is pretty tough to deal with. A lot of this might just be the laning, because it looks like there's already a 3k lead by 10 minutes, which is pretty significant, especially because it ramps up even faster as we go. So it's maybe this early game we have to look at, which unfortunately is where Lifestealer does not have that much impact, since you are usually just farming the Radiance. It does look like you guys had a moment of life at the end there, though, which maybe we can talk about, too, about, okay, we got one big play. How do we turn this into a win rather than, it looks like it ends up just being a loss again. But maybe off this one play, there's more we could do to potentially win that. So we can look at that. Okay, so you got Armlet and then the Radiance. Because you got the Armlet first, you actually might be able to do a little bit more than I thought. I'm actually not sure if you should be doing this because, well, hold on. Before we talk about it too much, were you actually against the Viper? Yes. So I saw you finish an Orb of Corrosion. I actually don't know if I would do that because Orb of Corrosion is for aggression, and into Viper, that's kind of tough. Now, you actually are Lifestealer, so you have the Rage, which is a basic Dispel. So potentially you can play more aggressive than usual. Oh, and you actually have an Oracle. I didn't process that. So this lane actually should be okay, but I still think getting kills can be a little tricky. So as a Lifestealer, the first few minutes are where you have more potential on the Viper. I think beyond that, it's pretty annoying because he'll Q you, you can Dispel it, but then you don't have it, so you got to be careful again a little bit after that. So the way you actually take fights has to be very decisive. But it's actually better than I thought. So maybe you can get away with the Orb of Corrosion. You might need boots first. I actually kind of want to get... I don't want to spend too much time in the lane because of the original question's actually more about the mid game. You guys were 5-stack. Were you? This was a 3-stack. Maybe you happen to know that other party as well. They said it was on you. You have just 500 matches, so I'm not that good. It's a little harsh for the 5-stack to just, like, blame you for it. I mean, that's okay. There can be times we lose the game. That's not a big deal. If you only have 500 games, that's very understandable. So let's see what you can do better. It dispelled. This is a game where so I would probably skip open wounds and get an earlier point in rage. This comes down to adapting to the game, which if you only have 500 games, very understandable that, you know, you might not do this part. But either go 1-1-1 or like 1-0-2, I would say, versus the Viper, because you need the basic dispel to remove poison attack. So you let him build up 5 poison attacks, and then either Oracle dispels it from you, or you use Rage. Viper's actually pretty weak, level 1, so maybe you guys could have killed him there. I'm actually not going to worry about that much, because with the information you're telling me, you're relatively, 500 games, Crusader rank. I just want to focus more on, like, let's get the farm we need, rather than, like, how do we abuse this level 1, level 2 strength? It's a bit harder to do. If you were to be aggressive, I mean, technically that is where the open wounds comes in. So, like, maybe you would do a 0-1-1 build. Okay. I won't worry about the exact last hits, but of course it's very important to get as much of those as you can. Oh, this is pretty good, actually. See, that's where you need another reason for the point in the rage. You won't be glimpsed. Oh, okay, we do get the Viper kill. That's pretty good. Okay, real quick here. We've been talking a lot about equilibrium lately, and now we're going to talk a little bit more. There is no way in Earth that you can possibly balance this lane. Even as Lifestealer, who can start hitting creeps a lot sooner. Look how many creeps you guys have. This is insane. There's no fixing this. So the only way to fix it is to shove in this lane super quickly. While Viper is dead is the best. So right here, don't wait for last hits, just non-stop attack. And then I mean pause a little bit to make sure you get the last hit. But don't just like dilly-dally back and forth. Just start whack, 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 whack away at him. And especially while Viper's dead, start with this range creep, because this is the most valuable one. So come up here, start hitting this range creep, let these guys catch up, kill the range creep, start working on these, position a little more safely as Viper comes back to lane. Shove that lane in. He will not be able to hold it here. He'll tank so much damage on the Viper trying to hold this amount of waves. And in that time, once you shove this lane in, you kill these creep waves, you come do a pull as a team. If Oracle's gone, you do the small pull yourself. If Oracle does this pull, you try to like chip it away. You could do the pull. Oracle ranged hero could safely chip away here. You could come jungle if you have enough items, stuff like that. I'm not sure how I feel about this Orb of Corrosion. I kind of think you should just get the... I think, like, Orb of Frost is probably enough into Phase Boots. That's maybe a little bit more detail than we need to worry about for this rank. So you see how here you're not really comfortable farming all that much? The sooner you can predict this, the better. So like right here is when I would say we leave and we're either doing a hard camp pull, small camp pull, little boglets over here, jungle these guys, they're pretty weak, and then show up. Now this is kind of far and they're not worth that much, which is why we don't usually want to do this, but you know, by comparison, don't feel very comfortable farming here. And if this stuff isn't open, then really not much is going on, right? So that's where you could have done your own small pull, farm the small camp, help to fix equilibrium, or Oracle does it, you're doing boglets, and getting some gold is better than nothing, right? We kind of escorted this wave up here, and then we went, oh shit, still can't farm, backed off. So the more you play this game, especially if you're a carry, the sooner you'll identify this, the better it'll go. That's something you could have done here. It's a bit advanced for a newer player. So very understandable why you wouldn't know to do that, but let's pitch that out there. 1 second. YouTube Studio just crashed. Why did that happen? Stream's still going on YouTube, right? Maybe just the web page crashed for whatever reason. My stuff still says the stream's going. Twitch is worrying? Okay. Hey, Mr. Rip, what's up, dude? The replay's crashing too. Everyone's pausing. Right. Let's jump ahead. Okay, you guys actually are getting more kills than I would expect. Oh, it's a little scary. Okay, game plan from here is to just shove in the wave and then jungle. I'm not a Lifestealer player, so I can't fully say if you should have done these. But if you're just kind of like default build because you're newer to the game, I'm okay with this. You do have them. What it means is that you can jungle very effectively now. You could rush the Radiance. We can see how the game goes. If you're doing Armlet, you should do more Infest ganks. And that's okay. If you're going Radiance, you're just farming till the Radiance. And I'd say it's okay the way the game's going to just go for the Radiance. I'm not going to worry too much about it. But the thing is, until you finish either of those items, you should just shove in the lane and then jungle. This will be your fastest farming pattern now. And not worry about balancing equilibrium at all. Because you're seeing into the Viper ult, it is annoying. And you have to have rage like every time to make sure you can dispel. It's just a bit of a pain. So I don't really want to deal with it. Cool. Right back to the farming. I remember earlier we were talking about when a lot of attention keeps coming to the carry. Look how many heroes keep coming to Lifestealer's lane. This is where it's annoying, right? Now Axe is coming here. Now these guys are coming here. If Lifestealer isn't picking up like at least 1 kill while farming every time stuff like this is happening, then on the other side, Luna's going to be getting way more out of this. She's getting less heroes in her lane. She's less farm is being absorbed from her, and it's more likely she lives while farming. See what's happening to Lifestealer. He's living, but how freely is he? How good does he feel going for this range creep? Not that great, right? With all this stuff going on. So this is where a lot of the plays you want to actually be happening somewhere else. I'm not going to say always 100%, but frequently choosing the lane away from your carry is the better play. Like, Lifestealer feels like, I should come help. That means he's not farming. You know who is farming? Look at Luna. Pew, pew, pew. Oh, she's even hitting a tower. I wouldn't even bother this if I was Luna. I would just go straight back to jungle. I guess she's got an ogre, actually. It just kind of is good. So now she's farming. She's farming up here, guys. She's farming in front of the enemy tier 2. Another creep wave. Took a tower. Now she's jungling on the enemy's half. Look at what this Luna's free to do. Look how far she is. And who's gonna stop her? They're all over here. Now in front of the tier 2. She's gonna go farm your ancients next. Guys, if you're a carry player, you don't really need to take the tier 2 at like 12 minutes. It's not worth your time. Luna, just get to her Manta. Don't... Even if given a bunch of space, because your team is doing what, you know, making space on the enemy half, you don't actually have to waste your time on this tier 2 tower. It's not usually worth it unless you're like Wraith King with 8 skeletons. Some other carry that's like super fast at taking towers. I'm trying to think who that would even be, like Clinks. Luna's actually pretty good, and even her, I'm saying like it's not really... The payoff is not worth it, because they could TP here, they could TP here. I know they're not doing it right now, but it's more risk than you need to take for this tower when you're level 8, you know? Just come back and farm this stuff. This is actually even still riskier than I would say. I would say, like, I would never even gone this far. After pushing this in, I would have just, like, lived in here and then, like, push the lane out again and lived in here. If you have the deep wards, you can do this and shove that stuff, but it is riskier than necessary. But Luna's being given the space, so she's got this. So I would be... this is, like, ideal, right? That's why Lifestealer, if he is catching flack from his team, I would say not fully Lifestealer's fault. You know, we can point out things that Lifestealer can do better in terms of last-hitting prioritization, but Lifestealer, in this case, needs to leave to maintain farm. You know, Lifestealer has to come over here, do this stuff. Lifestealer is level 7. It's going to be coming into a level 9 Luna. Fortunately, not easy to kill thanks to Rage and Infest. So, I mean, you could farm up here. Luna's going to out-farm a Lifestealer because she has natural farm speed. So if 2 carries are being left alone to jungle, who's going to win? It's the one that's got faster natural farming, and that's the Luna. So Luna needs to be pressured right now, and it's not the Lifestealer who needs to be, like, so much bullshit happening in his lane. So I'd say this part of the game is actually a team issue, that Luna is getting this much space more than anything Lifestealer can do. We have every hero here. Look at Luna go. The strength of Lifestealer as a carry is that you cannot give a shit about Lifestealer. It should not be easy to kill a Lifestealer. So you ignore the Lifestealer on your own team for 20 minutes and you let him be alone and you go make plays otherwhere. Look what Lifestealer's doing now, okay? It's a little late. Luna's already like super fat, but see what Lifestealer's doing? Whack, 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 whack. This is what we wanted. This is what we want while this shit's going on. And not quite this shit, but like whatever. Well, he needs to get to his blink at this point. Vanguard build a little older. We're not gonna worry about that. We're here for the Lifestealer. All right, rage away, infest a creep, walk away. This time you're actually taking a lot of damage, so it is a little scary. You TP out, great. Look at that. They brought a bunch of heroes. You got out alive. That's the Lifestealer game plan, and that's why everyone get the hell out of my lane. I don't need any of you here. If you want to come, it's got to be quick. It's going to be in, out, get the kill, get out, leave Lifestealer alone again. Look at this. Luna just took a tier 2 tower and got a kill. That's the bigger issue this game right now. Oh, sorry. I didn't even see this. Bariza and Trog, thank you so much for the donations. We will definitely get to your replays next. I have a meeting at 2 to 2:30 PST, so feel free to do others before mine if timing doesn't work out. No problem. I'll watch it back later. Okay. No problem. 2 to 2:30 PST, let me think. So that's like 4. We should definitely be able to get to yours by then, because we... Let me see. Let's make sure we're doing the Lifestealer, all the questions. Yeah, we kind of are talking about what the mid-game mistake was. So I feel like we're reaching the wrapping point of the Lifestealer. We'll move on to the next one, and that should be well before you have your meeting. But like you said, it is in the VODs, so... should hopefully be fine. But it's nice if you're here so you can ask like follow-up questions while we go over it. For all the like little build critiques I had for you, none of it really matters if the same kind of plays happen where Luna's given like ultimate free space and you're constantly dealing with 4 people in your lane. No build will fix that as a team. Gotcha! Oh shit, it's dead. Oh shit. Oh shit, the armlet toggle! Do it again! Oh my god! Holy shit, pause on her ass, yeah! Dude, let's go, that was sick. Okay, but we can't plan for that shit, right? Luna could have left at any point. Luna could have left at any point, but that is still awesome. Way to go, dude. Armlet toggle his ass! Holy shit, do it again, do it again! Okay, yeah, get out of here, it's way too scary. Man, if you had gotten away with it a second time, hilarious. That's actually really good. I would not expect a player with 500 games to be able to do that. That's not... Don't need to be hookshotting like that, guys. That's not quite necessary. All right, now despite that, you are 3, 1, and 5. We can critique the amount of last hits you got, like some misses and stuff. But for how the game has played out, it's not that surprising to me that you have 70 last hits. And Luna, although she just died to your armlet, and she has a decent amount of kills herself, 2, 4, and 5, right? The space she has gotten, we can see that, right? She has twice your last hits. And so despite being involved in a solid amount of kills, kind of like you said, like, oh, the lane feels fine, I feel like I'm getting kills. You can't replace 70 CS with kills. It is extremely difficult. To match her with kills, you would need to be like 10-0 right now. That's a lot to ask for, right? That is not something you can replicate on demand. To make up 2,000 gold, which just comes from Luna, left alone, boop, 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 and no one bothered her, right? That is why space on your carry is almost always worth more in terms of consistency in a random game. Space alone is almost always better than a bunch of action and a bunch of kills happening, because there's no guarantee that the carry gets every single kill, which is pretty much what you need to match free farm. Yeah, I don't think you're smurfing. Listen, there's... The armlet toggle's cool. Maybe that's just something this, Lifestealer learned in Dota 1, you said. But someone in 500 games could practice the armlet toggle, but then just be bad at other stuff. For example, the skill build, right? A smurf would have rage much sooner versus Viper. I think you got at level 4, which is actually, that's not even that late usually. But for Viper, right, like a smurf Lifestealer would have a lot sooner. People in Dota just have varied skill sets, is what I'm getting to. So one thing is like, that feels like a smurf. Probably garbage in something else. Some guy has godly laning. Probably horrible at map awareness. The worst laner in the world. Probably really good at taking team fights and pushing outside lanes. That's the tricky thing with Dota in this rank. From Crusader to Legend, like into Archon, and then until you make it into Legend, there's actually a huge variety of what people are good at. And so like... That's where it gets tricky. And a lot of times people do think there's like smurfing or whatever, but it's actually just someone with a very different skill set, and it might work out in their favor in that particular game. Like they're a Storm Spirit spammer and they're really good at laning and ganking, but really bad at everything else. And they happen to just crush certain games when that's good and really fall flat when they happen to lose the lane and have no idea how to recover. By Legend, there's like a reset, and there's now like a new baseline where you still have varied skills, but more people are good across the board at a flat level. But I would say from Guardian, Herald, new players, people who have like massive flaws in logic. Guardian is like starting to improve. Crusader becomes the baseline of like, okay, we figured out all the Herald to Guardian shit, but from Crusader through Archon, massive variety of like what people are any good at. Okay. I want to move to the next one in a moment here, but before we do, you guys won a really big fight. So despite everything we've been critiquing, they gave you a chance here that I want to quickly check out. It looks like, what is this? You were down 21,000 and it shot up to 11,000. So they threw 10,000 gold at right before 40 minutes. And that is potentially something you can use to turn to win the game. So let's see what you guys capitalized on that. Also, what led to that, so you know how to maybe make it happen yourself. Yo, Radiant Melee Creep, what up? Thank you so much. Okay. If we go back a little further. Okay, everyone's missing right now. Where you're farming is pretty scary. I'm going to throw that out there. Pretty scary. By the way, you probably need a BKB this game. I know that's strange on Lifestealer. I don't play enough Lifestealer to know exactly the change. It's probably the Sange and Yasha or the Desolator. I mean, I'm confident it's one of these two. Oh, actually, it might be the Armlet too if we went back to that. But you need the BKB because of this guy. Now, he has an Aghanims at this point, so it's really scary. But Static Storm is a flat duration. And if you're trapped in there, the status resistance from Sange and Yasha does nothing for you. So you kind of need your own BKB to not get griefed by this ultimate. And they have a shitload of magic damage this game. It's strange to buy it on Lifestealer, I know, but there are games for it. And I would say this is one of them. Not going to worry about that right now. They're all missing. Kind of scary right now to be up here on my own. That's why you run into him. Rage a little early, but I do get it because it's the Static Storm, so it's kind of necessary. Almost killed him. You should consider replacing this with Dust, but actually, rather than a Basher, a Nullifier this game is pretty good. One, he would have the Glimmer from earlier. Then we're getting to the point of like, I think, oh, this one actually can't be dispelled. I thought that one could be dispelled. My bad. So that one couldn't be dispelled. But Ogre has some buffs like Solar, Bloodlust. Sometimes they get the Shard. All of these are dispellable with Nullifier. Nullifier, pretty common item on Lifestealer, so you don't have to carry Dust. And sometimes you disassemble the Radiance for that. Might be something worth considering. Anyways, they blow Static Storm and still fight. I see Roche is up as well, so they're not doing Roche. They're poorly organizing this fight. Oracle gets the save off. You maybe save Oracle. Oh, shit. Team player. Big axe call. Oh my god, what was that? Was it Earthshaker? He had a Daedalus, right? Half our health down. Damn. BKB and Nullifier would solve some of that. BKB for the Static Storm, Nullifier for the extra armor. You guys still do win the fight, though. That's some of the money. Where'd the rest of the money come from? 16k. So they drop 5k. As a team right now, got to shove out as many lanes as possible. Supports need to do as much de-warding as possible and place observers that are going to live. Prioritize sneaky observers that will live over anything that is common and will die. You also, as a team, really need a tier 2 tower, potentially this mid one, for the chance that they screw up again and you just beeline it down, take this tower, and end the game. I'm not saying you can do it right now, but to threaten that at all, you must have a tier 2 tower, and the mid one is the best because this lane is shortest, and this wave is actually pushed in. So you guys, unfortunately, none of your heroes are any good at this, but just pushing in the lane to whittle down this tower is a good start. Pudge has the gem. I don't really care who carries it, but someone take it, check stuff. For the de-warding, probably the Oracle, right? Pass to Oracle. Oracle does the de-warding. These guys are going home, right? Oh, we're low. We should go home. This huge waste of time. Who is going to kill Oracle? They're all dead. There's no way Oracle dies right now. So Oracle should be farming this creep wave or Clockwork or Pudge. I don't care who. Someone should be pushing. When everyone is dead, there's no reason to back. You could have 1 health. There's no way I die unless I draw creep aggro. And with creep waves, like, I'm fine, you know? There's no reason to back. When you're this far behind, you must min-max. In other cases, closer games, I might back. I might heal, be safe, especially with some heroes alive. When we're losing, we must min-max to have a chance. So the fact that this isn't being pushed out is a huge waste. Pudge, not... okay, he is maybe going to... He's also walking home. So this is now the first chance that we're going to capitalize on wiping them. And Luna is about to be back up. Disruptor is getting close to be back up. So our team has kind of wasted a lot here. Talking about that mid tower, talking about that dewarding. None of it has happened yet. You guys snipe Roche. This is the second Roche. We try to snipe Roche. Pushing back in. Okay, yeah. They throw another fight. We get Roche. There's an actual chance here. Take bottom. Take this. Probably should have committed the banner there to keep those catapults alive, but that's okay. Leave right now. Your team's very scattered. You don't need the full barracks. If you left right now, it'd be a clean escape. I'm gonna guess you stick around too long. Yeah. So that's a tough call to make, but just remember, you broke the high ground. That's actually the most important part. Taking just 1 barracks is fine. It will push the lane for you. You don't need both. You must get out sooner. And then you guys are actually in a pretty good spot to potentially win this game. Luis, thank you so much. I see your donation as well. So we're adding on to the list of replays to do. Trog, I have a feeling we're not going to get to yours before your meeting. I can hold off on yours then to wait till you're back, or we can maybe bump yours up first, but I feel bad since there is I feel like going in order makes a little bit more sense if possible versus reordering. One second. I'm going to turn on the fan. It's getting warm in here, but I also need more water. So I'm going to download this next one from Bariza. Okay. I will be right back. Let's raise this desk. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What?
Remember when this used to be a drawing stream?
Joy K, those are the days, weren't it? We still have Eucalyptus Enjoyer's fancy picture has been never claimed. It's never finished years ago. And it never will be. I don't know, maybe if we lower the quality on the remaining of the picture, it could happen. Okay, this one is Puck to Crusader. Ooh, I'm not very good at Puck. Hopefully we can still give some feedback here. Okay, that's the timestamp. Start this up. And the message was, Crusader Puck lost a tilting amount of last hits, got cooked by Void Spirit. I'm new to mid and probably missing in map movements. Would an early Yules have saved my game a bit? Void rushed Orchid. Okay, so don't feel too bad about that. Void versus Puck is a skill matchup, essentially. And if you're new to the mid lane, right, he's gonna have an advantage there. I also think it's a little easier for Void Spirit to start. This matchup is like a race to level 6, and whoever gets that wins. Puck has an easier time harassing, whereas Void Spirit has an easier time actually getting last hits because he's a melee hero. And then especially if you're new to the mid lane, then of course it's going to be harder for you. So don't feel too bad about getting cooked in this matchup. It's a tough one for being new. But the way to then potentially recover, we talked earlier about doing some stacks, about power runes and potentially ganking. So we'll kind of judge that as your lane goes. I would say this game, to your Yule's question, it's not bad versus the Void Spirit, especially if he's getting the Orchid. And then like you'll have another way to cancel stuff like Pudge ult, Pugna ult, dodge things. Yule's in general kind of okay on Puck, but you don't love having to get it first. And something like a the Witchblade is a little more preferable. Like Witchblade Blink would be your ideal build. I think you could do like Witchblade Yules if you had to. Yules first does feel a little bad. But I guess if you see him getting Orchid, maybe it's something you consider. Hey Robert, thank you. Yeah, there were some fun SA games this qualifier. Okay, pretty far in. I actually missed if you oops, that's too far back.
Places, everyone.
If you're gonna use Illusory Orb.
I've been on Dota break since about a week after Zach quit his job for content creation. Glad to see the channel is doing so well.
Ah, thank you. Oh, I appreciate it. A little check back in. Yeah. It was kind of spooky quitting the job at the time, but I'd say it's worked out for the most part. Still got to keep growing the channel and all that, but I'd feel like I'm pretty happy with the progress. Totally understand taking a Dota break, but happy. I don't even know if you're back to Dota, if you're just dropping in, but happy to have you again for a bit. No, you're good. The TTS is there for fun. I like it. What was I just about to say? Oh yeah, if you know you're going to use the Illusory Orb to do some warding tricks, which, I mean, this is mainly what you start with anyway, so it's perfectly fine to do this. When you level up, usually you save the skill point, right? That's like the high level thing. But Pucks almost always start with Q, and if you can use it for something right away, that's more of a reason to commit. So a lot of Pucks will actually Illusory Orb out of the lane or the fountain, pop out, do it again to get out even faster. That's usually if they're placing a more defensive ward, or like here. If you're going this deep, I kind of do like the way you used it backwards, and you might need to hold it for that. I'm not sure on the exact cooldown. Like if you use it in the fountain and you plan to use it here, if you can fit another one in the middle, I feel like you probably can't. But you can at least do the one out of the fountain, and it's free because you'll have the fountain regen going. So that way you can get here even faster, another second or two, and be a little bit safer on what is a pretty deep ward like that.
Greetings! You might wish to retract your last...
Your husband sent in this game. Oh, okay, nice.
No, just...
Looking good.
All right, we go for the ward. Nothing too much. Start with some body blocking. All right. You'll probably get better mid advice from someone else. We'll just try to do some basics as I see them. Okay. The principle of illusory orb to secure while harassing is good. I might consider prepping the range creep for it. Because it's unlikely you're going to get 2 illusory orbs in a single creep wave, or like, would you want to use that many because you're going to burn out of mana pretty quickly. So rather than a melee creep, might be better to save it for the range creep, or do both, right? Be hitting the range creep right now, knock both out at once. One small thing you can do, we talked about this earlier. I'm going to say it's small. It's actually massive for the mid lane. But for your rank, it would not be your highest priority thing to work on. But it could be if it clicks easily. It could definitely help you out. This is very good to do versus melee heroes. So this guy's getting low. You're actually hitting it right now, but you see how he's close? There's a good chance he's going to get the deny right now. I think he does get it. I don't remember. What you can do actually, rather than attack here, but maybe you can do this attack anyways and it's still fine. If you draw creep aggro right now, intentionally, right? Attack the Void Spirit, step back. Earlier we said attack, press the stop command so your hero doesn't move forward. That also works. You can actually hit Void Spirit here. That would be fine. You can get the free harass in. But if you attack the Void Spirit, these creeps will walk towards you, especially if you step back a little bit. Which means this creep, which he's about to hit, right? Now he has to chase this creep a little further in. So based on the timing, he might miss the chance for the deny. It might also bait him in further. And so you guys both go for it. Maybe he gets the deny. But because he gets the deny here instead of here, you get 2 extra auto attacks on him. So it's a heavier cost to deny that very first creep, or any given creep. And doing this kind of aggro repeatedly for like any single creep, any creep wave, right? The more you do it, the more CS you'll pick up, which, depending how sweaty of a mid laner you want to get, right? The higher up you go, you're going to see it more and more. Not only every creep wave, but people are going to get to the level where they're pulling individual creeps. This one's hard to do because it's like they're clumped up and this one's in the middle. But pucks, like high level pucks, will only pull the bottom 2 creeps, or like if it's only this creep, they'll only pull that creep. They'll like position perfectly to do it, right? That's getting real far down. We don't have to worry about that. We can just start with like, I'll aggro all of them, whatever, don't care, but it'll help me a little bit to get that extra damage in. And like, because this creep would have been coming closer to you, your attack connects sooner, and he probably starts his later because he has to follow it. I think same with this one. This one right here. Now, sometimes, because you have the high ground stuff in the mid lane, sometimes they'll stop chasing you up to here. That can actually be a way you detect if they have observers or not. But there's a little bit more of a limit of how far they chase you because of the high ground compared to like the side lanes. But right here, as this guy is chasing in, you should have actually had this one as a timing thing. No, not to flame you. But you said, relatively new to the mid lane. We're not going to worry about it. If it's chasing you further, right, he has to walk further to get to it. So let's just pretend you aggroed it further back and you're here, the creep's here, right? It's literally just more distance this guy has to walk to get to it to deny, and then he's got to walk back, and he might miss this one, whereas you just walk here and you're like, pew, throwing the attack over his head to try to get the deny, the last hits, whatever. So it's a lot of these like little micro things that you get a feel for the more and more you play the mid lane. One more final micro tip here before we start zooming through the laning stage, I imagine. This is a matter of feel to know how much damage you can do, but the ultra sweaty, try-hard last hitting, you should be launching your attack right now-ish. You're kind of close, and puck attacks kind of fast, so it might be slightly later. But you actually want to time your attack to land as this auto attack right here from the range creep. When this connects, it will be in last hit range, and you want your attack to hit right after that. This is what the high-level players will do compared to the range creep hits, and now you process, now I can hit, now I start my attack animation, but then someone else who has a faster attack animation than you, like melee heroes, who are waiting for the same thing, will now attack and they'll beat you to it. But if you know, based on playing puck a lot, based on the feeling, you're like, as soon as this range creep hits, that's enough for me to get the last hit, I time my attack to land as the range attack lands. Boom. You nail it instantly. This is what makes it feel like a world of difference. When you play versus a really high-level mid laner and you're like, I'm not getting a single CS. It's usually this trick in particular, along with the creep aggro. It's a combination of the two that makes it so hard to last hit when you have like any level of damage difference, because then that also increases the window at which they can start their attack and you can't yet, because you're still waiting for it to drop below like 50 damage and he's at like 60, 70. So he always starts before you. Really hard to just implement into your game right away. But if you plan on being a mid laner forever, right, or any core player really, like you can use this trick for any core lane. Support players, you can use this too, right? But it's more important for core players, and especially for the mid laners, because it's like this 1v1 thing here. If you start practicing it in small elements, eventually it just like gets really ingrained into your game, and that'll make you like an amazing mid laner. Miles, no problem. Thank you for the kind words. I appreciate it. Lax, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, mid lane is sweaty on these the early CS and all this stuff. This is good harass, good poke there. Here. So he used the E. He's got a little bit of a barrier here. If you attack him right now, it's a little bit of a waste. If you've got nothing else to do, go ahead, hit him, break that barrier, start getting that damage in. If there's other things to do, like last hits and denies, hitting him right now, you're only going to get very minimal damage because he might block it, just like base damage block, armor reduce it, and then there's the barrier. So if there's something else like these last hits, prioritize these first, like this deny, or chip down this melee creep a little bit if you want to do that, or prep this melee creep to secure it while he's busy with the other stuff so that you can definitely get this last hit, you know? That's one where it's like, the more you play, you'll also get a feel for, oh, I didn't have time for the deny. I'm not going to worry about that one. That's stuff that I struggle with too, so who am I to critique? Little bit minimal. I don't mind this too much, but keep in mind part of the reason you buy the Iron Branches is to actually not have to walk out of the lane to do this. Because actually, you see the cost of you having to do this is that you're now not in position for the deny. Now, later on, that's not such a big deal, but especially in the first 3 levels where literally every last hit and deny add up, and in a matchup where it's like a race to level 6, any extra deny you get or prevent helps you hit 6 first to then do something with, ideally. So that's why mid laners like to start with so many Iron Branches, and they often start with like 4, you know, and then they eat the Iron Branch in the lane to clear up the slot and to prevent them from ever having to walk this way and miss 1 last hit or deny, or walk all the way here, miss 1, maybe even 2. That's part of the reason. Okay, let's speed through this, because you mentioned this lane. You eventually feel he beats you. So let's start looking for some recovery stuff. So as Puck, actually, I happened to talk about this earlier. I don't know if you were there for that. Many mid laners, and especially Puck, your go-to plan for extra farm, and especially if you're losing, are these two camps right here. You're going to stack and farm both at the same time with Illusory Orb, try to pull them together, hit them with the Waning Rift, stuff like that. Same deal over here. Stack as much as you can, farm it, repeat. Feel free to put your Observer Ward right here to help you with that, so that you can easily stack. From here, usually you'd have to use a spell. With this Observer Ward, you can like hit this camp, pull it this way. I'll be honest, I don't actually know the timing because I'm not a mid lane player. I never have to stack this way. So I actually just don't happen to know it. But go try to demo lobby. Maybe we can try to demo lobby after this. I don't know. But that's something you should look for. As soon as you start feeling like I'm losing this lane, just start shoving stuff in and then go stack. This one, you probably can't do it. Boots, if you get boots, that can also help you. Though I think the Null Talisman first is fine. I'm just gonna like speed through here. Right here, 337. So if you already feel you're losing, this is actually fine. Where you're at right now is fine. So maybe you don't have to feel this way. But let's just say you were losing. Right now, 337. We're heading over here to start stacking this, and we're gonna wait till level 5 for a better Illusory Orb to start farming this, really, but we can get the stack now. Of course, because it's 4 minutes, you could also go for the Water Rune, harass him like this, get the Water Rune, and that's what I would recommend you do in this particular case, because you're actually not losing this lane. But if you ever feel you are, then that's the game plan. I think for now, dealing with the wave and then getting the Water Rune will be fine. In the future, you might want to start getting the Water Rune right away, lest it be stolen. And in fact, what Puck can do. You're like standing here. That same trick you used earlier. Illusory Orb, pick this up. Water Rune, pop over, grab this one. Like if he's not moving towards it, right? You'll sometimes even see high-level mid players grab this, TP, run here. If there's like some world they can do it, especially like Queen of Pains. Because double bottle and then he doesn't have any is pretty big. He actually still hasn't used his from earlier, which is kind of funny, but anyways, just a trick up the sleeve if you want. Nice backpack efficiency. Okay, 6-minute rune we definitely want to go for. So I don't care what side you go. I mean, it does depend a little. In this game, I'd probably go top because you have, you know, the rune there. See where your position didn't really help you go for the rune? So let's go back a little. Catapult wave. Deal with this shit right away. Either shove it in, get it killed, or pull the lane in intentionally, get it killed, so that I can go for this power rune more confidently. You're pretty much attacking nonstop. That's good. Don't be afraid to use spells here, because he's kind of matching you, right? But your AoE spells early are better than his, so we could have this lane shoved in more. It didn't matter that much in the end. You should be able to go for the runes as they spawn here. Something else you can do, you can creep drag. Drag the wave with you to a power rune if you really don't want to miss anything. I think where you're at is fine. You see how your Illusory Orb prime that range creep to be denied? Go ahead, hit this range creep once, and then throw your Illusory Orb, or stand at an angle, Illusory Orb in a way that doesn't hit this range creep. Especially if you know you want this, prime this stuff, Illusory Orb this way into the rune, so you can go teleport to it, pick up the rune right away. Auto attack, auto attack, auto attack, Waning Rift, Illusory Orb, boom, you get the rune. Okay, regen rune, be great for stack farming. See, you're on your way here, way over here. Unfortunately, we didn't quite have the boots yet. I think you do get that kill. You can maybe even TP to the tower rather than walk, but you can maybe change your skill, like, angles a little too. It'd be just, you know, tricky. What in the world? Oh, there's a Pudge. I forgot. I was like, how did you just move like that? All right, you do try to gank. Unfortunately, it didn't quite connect. And then he ends up with quite a lot of denies since we last were paying attention to last hits. So I think your early game actually was good, and this is where things start to, those extra denies start to get you. Stacking time. Kind of don't mind the mid pressure, but I also think creeps will do a lot of damage themselves, and if you know you need certain items and certain timings, it's okay to stack two. Like, if you get a kill in mid and you have heroes with you, you'll take the tower at that time, whether you do an extra 100, 200 damage from auto attacks now. If you're winning the lane, you want to take the tower sooner, but in lanes where it's dangerous, Void Spirit jumping you, Clockwork Hookshot, Pudge Hooks, I would say just shove the lane and go stack and farm. Yeah, we're losing a lot of range creeps. Need to change the angle of Illusory Orb and put a little more emphasis on getting the power runes. Now we're coming over here, but don't be afraid to do this early. Check out a couple like high-level puck replays, especially ones where they're losing the lane, and just see like the exact farming pattern they do. You can do it pretty early. Do you think support should risk their life to pressure mid tower when no one's showing on the map? Depends on the exact situation. I'd say it's not too bad to do as a general rule, but it's really like who is missing, how much tower damage do you actually have, and what else could you be doing instead. But if it's early in the game, I'd say it's probably a decent play. I was gonna say that's probably a coil, but it looks like it worked out anyways. Okay, what was the original question? Missing in map movements. Okay. I actually think the amount you've moved has not been bad. I'd say you'd feel it less. Think of all the illusory orbs that you did early, and it led to some denies. And you should swap it. Because illusory orb is a 300 nuke. Your auto attack is 97, which is what Void can contest, because he has very similar damage with the right click. So, ideally, you auto attack things down so that the illusory orb just clears them all, and then you're done. And you even use the illusory orb to then move to your next objective faster. For example, walk up, hit the range creep, hit the melees, step forward, illusory orb this way, nuke everything at once, hit him, pop over, run over, stack, right? Super efficient. Don't give him a chance to deny, because he can't deny a 300 nuke. Something I didn't notice you do too much, by the way, is use intrinsic, not that one, use puckish, which is to dodge things for free regen. This is part of like shoving in lane, stepping under tower, let it launch attacks, step out, dodge them. You get like free regen that way. This is part of why puck can do that aggressive movement I just talked about. The exact amount you can do and the limits to do it, this is where I'm not a mid player, and I don't want to give you fake advice. I know I see a lot of mid players do it, but I can't say I know exactly when you should do it. But it just occurred to me, I don't think I ever saw you make use of puckish in that way. It did get nerfed a little bit, so it's not as strong, but generally still good to do to some degree. The mental damage is being dealt. Okay, I don't mind you hitting this tower, but... Okay, Puck is dead. Or, sorry, Pudge is dead. Hook, one of the things I'm scared about. The other thing I'm scared about, Void Spirit Clockwork. So I should take a look at the minimap, right? Okay, trying to get some CS here. Nuked him. Okay, I'm just gonna hit the tower, or I'm backing off to go stack right now, or rotate. So eyes on the minimap real quick, right? This tower ain't moving. Oh shit, what's this? Right? 3 heroes. Oh, these are the 2 heroes I was scared of. So I'm feeling pretty good. If you want to keep hitting this tower, I'm okay with that. And I'm not too worried about continuing to look at the minimap, because I'm not going to suddenly be like looking here and then you're like, hook shot to me. I'm like, oh shit, what's happening, right? So you don't really need to have your eyes on your hero. And so once you see on the minimap, oh, they're down there, you should actually be clicking over here to take a look. Oh, they're really low. I should be rotating in and then coil, jump, kill them as a team. Or you look, they're full health, and these guys are like dying, and this tower's almost dead. And you're like, okay, it's not really worth my time. I'm just going to take this tower. From your perspective right now, I don't know what the correct decision to make is, because you didn't click down here. So this comes back to collecting that information, building that map awareness, building this habit. What you're doing right now, actually, I think is fine, but I wasn't sure until we clicked down here and confirmed that. So this could have been a missed opportunity if you're not taking a peek. Now, you guys are playing in a party, so maybe you communicated it and you're like, it's not worth your time coming. Please take the mid. Definitely possible, but doesn't hurt to build that habit for when you do solo play, or maybe your teammates are doing something else. Doesn't hurt to build the habit to check yourself so that you know you're making the right decision. Trog, by the way, I know you're about to get into your meeting soon. Do you want me to wait for you? We can do another replay first, and then when you're back, that way you can ask questions.
Radiant's top tower is taking hits.
You might have had time to farm these camps there. I think you stuck around a little long on that clockwork kill. Oh my god, you're alive. Some of that is just, you know, having the feeling of how much damage different stuff is going to do. So I'm not going to worry too much about it, but you actually could have left a little sooner. And you didn't die in the end. It was very close, though. But it, you know, it might. Next time you stick around too long and then you do die in that situation. All right. It dilly-dallied a little bit there. You guys can definitely leave sooner. Getting the kills is already really good. Oh, almost got that silence in time. Ooh. They might have an observer if that saw you.
No breaking through the dire structures for now.
Yeah, this kind of farming. We just didn't see it very much earlier. Okay, so I used this one, but hit it out this way, right? All these little like micro efficiencies can add up. All right, maybe it's just coincidence. It will happen sometimes, but the last few plays are very reactive. Rather than, I have coil, let's go do something, it's, oh shit, something's happening, let me TP over and use coil, right? There's kind of a difference. Especially with Dark Willow, that's a really good combo. Coil into Terrorize into all your other damage, both of you. So really, anytime you guys have this ability, you want to look for plays. And that could be you buying smokes. This is a party game, so you can ask them to buy smokes. But you guys want to try to organize that and just have it be like an on-off switch. I have coil, let's go do something. I don't have coil, okay, chill, farm, push out lanes, stack, D-ward, blah, blah, blah. Okay, I've got coil, let's group, let's go, you know? And you start thinking about that as coil gets close. As coil's down to like the last 30 seconds, you go, okay, who do we want to get? It's Jug. Okay, so we got to push out this mid lane so I can leave in a non-suspicious manner. So I push mid, I make my way to whoever, or sorry, Slark, not Jug, you know, but wherever he is, you're prepping it ahead of time so you're ready to go. Hey, Jupiter, what's up? You want to come over here? What are you doing over there? Oh, I see a door got closed on Jupiter. He's not happy. Feel free to do the other replay first. Okay, cool. Okay, see, you were about to stack, but you are being pulled into this action. Okay, now that we're at this point and I know he has Orchid, I think I do prefer if you were to get this Yules, just because you technically shouldn't be able to join really any of these fights. He should be saving Orchid for you, and then you just die, you know? So it's very hard for you to start a play without the Yules. So I'd say in this case, it is okay to get the Yules first. Your team's initiation will be a little weak, but you actually do have the Blink Doom. Apparently no abilities, which can't say I've ever seen. Does this guy know he has to... He's figuring out. He's got to toggle that. Maybe it's a bug. Maybe he does have an ability. Honestly, looking at it from here, 20 minutes, it's pretty decent for you guys. Did you guys end up losing this? Yeah. So we were winning. Not building a massive lead, but winning. And it looks like it really fell apart at the end here. So we lost a lot of heroes on a team fight, and they just, like, they bopped us. So maybe it looks like this is where it started. Let's jump there. It's actually just like 2 minutes in the future. Looks like it might be still related to not being the active playmakers, right? That was Jug pushing up without a lot of heroes showing, so Jug died. We're jumping to Slark, but he came to us, you know? And he gets away. Now they're responding. This feels like a very one-by-one play. And now this is happening. Now we're going... Oh, this is very much a one-by-one play. All right, reset, get our abilities, go again, smoking. Okay, we can start as Doom respawns maybe. Not a bad coil. Doom was not quite here yet though. This was a good idea. That was like 2 seconds too soon, but actually it still worked out. Okay, not bad. To capitalize on this is where you now want to play on the enemy's half of the map, steal farm. If you guys just jungle on your own half, you're not actually taking advantage of getting kills. Doom pushes that lane, goes a little up, immediately falls back. Jug is like doing some very safe stealing of enemy farm. So our team didn't really capitalize on that particular one. Okay, maybe making another smoke play. No Doom this time, though. I'm not saying you can't, but we do have to be careful about what we choose. And because our supports did not go aggressive off that last winning fight, we don't have a deep ward to really help us pick our targets. Now, you did push in some lanes, so at least we know Void Spirit and Clockwork. So kind of have some targets. And it does look like you guys are going for Clockwork. Okay, easy Clockwork kill. Did we have to be smoked for that? Maybe not. Get jumped here. This is where having the Yules would help you. Well, you get the return kill for it, at least on the Jug. It's not too bad. Uh-oh. Okay, he's out. Team's having trouble cleanly disengaging, though. Seems to be how we're losing these fights. Is, just not clean disengages.
same deal. All right, Dark Willow very close to almost being up, and then the fight's breaking out. So it looks like this game, it's mostly they are being a little bit better in terms of taking these fights. For example, dewarding right now, super risky on the Dark Willow. We're really waiting for these guys to respawn, and it's 4 heroes here with a quick jump, quick silence. So do we really need to deward this? Like, let's say we deward it. What are we doing off of that? We're not making a play now. So it's not really important to do this at this time. We can do this later. So you just sit in the base. Maybe you're like avoiding them. They're all here. So we're like pushing side lanes. They back off because they finished the tier 2. They're not sieging the tier 3. Maybe they are. At some point, they're going to back off. And then we go, all right, now I'm going to deward this. So it doesn't look like you die for it now on the Dark Willow, but that was very risky. Very much possible that they kill you. Like right now, it's not like we would play massively different just because we know like, oh, the observer is still there. We're still kind of waiting. We're still playing it safe and waiting for them to show in other wards and other lanes, and then we're going to feel comfortable moving out here. Whether this observer is up or not. I don't actually feel good moving out until I see a couple more heroes showing somewhere else. So like I see Pudge, but where's everyone else? Still kind of iffy. Puck pushing out the top is good. Okay, Void Spirit there. Now I'm feeling better. Right now would be the deward time. And then Puck keep going top. Now we're waiting for this Yules, because Puck cannot join any fight that the silence is available. So we should just be waiting for Yules. Ancients are going to take too long, so we want to do the side. So we're getting pulled into the fight, but we just shouldn't be doing this. We should be more careful. Let's go back a little. I was watching Puck farm. So Puck should be... As a team, no one is showing on the enemy team. They're all missing. This is really dangerous, really scary. Void Spirit, Slark in the bottom lane, and they're moving forward. The rest of the team still not showing. Mid lane, kind of close to the tower, and no one is dealing with it. This is very unlikely anyone is in the mid lane if they don't show in the next few seconds. Have observers here and here and here. So the safest part of the map is our triangle into this area. Puck can take the risk, because I'm scared of the Void Spirit with Orchid, and that's bottom. So Puck can keep shoving this in, and then jungle over here. If you need to fall back, you could, especially if we didn't see the Void Spirit. Otherwise, we stay up here because it's their farm that we're taking. And if they show bottom, like they're about to, you can immediately come back to keep pushing this in and pressure top. These guys should not be moving in this way. You guys should move this way, farm out your stuff, while you're waiting to see them. So now I know Clockwork's down here, Void Spirit's down here, and Slark's down here. So bottom is feeling very dangerous to me right now. But Jug is actually moving in for farm in a place that no one else can go to, and they have a BKB piercing stun, multiple of them. So this is really dangerous. This is what leads to Juggernaut now dying in a moment here. And then no one else, like you guys show up to try to fight, but it's like, you know, it's a little too late. And this is where if Puck was jungling, you would see this and you go, oh shit, you know, immediately start shoving in top, because they're about to be able to take this tier 2 without you guys doing anything because Juggernaut's dead. And you could immediately push in top and start to damage top tower to try to bait someone to come back. And then maybe you could defend bottom, or at least you're probably not trading because like they have so many heroes here. They're taking the tower faster, but you would get like half the tower or something, which is decent. But you do kill the Slark, which is not bad. This fight actually going better than expected. I would argue if it should, though, right? With Juggernaut being dead and that being a 4v5, should we have been able to do that? Maybe not. Okay, I think that's a good amount of examples. We do have to get to Trog later, but he's in the meeting. So we're going to jump ahead to Luis's Juggernaut carry. Lax, I hope that was a good nap, at least. Would you review a turbo pub? I would. I don't really mind doing that kind of stuff. But there is a... It's usually free and random, but if people donate $5, they do it guaranteed. We have a couple donated ones that we have to get through first. 2 more. And then after that, it's kind of back to random, unless someone else wants to donate. So yes, but got a couple others got to review first. Puck, let me know if there were any other questions around that. Hopefully, the main takeaways I would have from that are 1, some of the laning tricks I talked about, and then 2, trying to be a little bit better about the active playmaking with the team earlier. Hopefully answered that Yule's question that I think in that case it would have been good to do a little bit sooner. It's probably those 3 are like the main things. Oh, and then like proper resetting as a team, but that's very hard to do, I know. That's a little bit beyond your control. The most you can just say is to like, okay, be careful until we're all up, and then if it happens, it happens. Okay, so jumping ahead, we have Juggernaut carry, Legend 5. I feel like I lost to a bad offlaner in mid. Could I have done something different? Okay. Like your team had a bad mid and offlaner, or I lost to a bad. So maybe the opponents were bad, but we still lost to them. So like we really screwed up. I'm not sure which. If you're here, feel free to clarify on that. Okay, I see. So you felt like your offlaner had a lot of farm, but was not making plays. Okay. Who is it? It is Legion, right? Dude, these sets, man, they're getting to me. I'm having a hard time. Where is... Okay, so looks like we are pretty farmed at 10 minutes. Legion's not too bad herself. And then mid looks like it's really struggling. Sand King into Sniper, kind of rough. It doesn't look like she's particularly farmed. It actually looks like you've got a lot of farm. But that doesn't mean she can't make plays. But let's see. Because you actually look really farmed. It looks like you might be in position to be able to do some stuff. But that's just looking at a graph. Let's actually pop in and see. Okay, hold on. We skipped ahead to some action right there. And a hook pulled us under tower. Gotcha. Okay. I would be pretty careful of this. I'm up for first blood attempts, but always be a little careful around the pudges. They're often a real danger near towers. That won't be the end of the world, though, so we'll just jump ahead to the lane. And actually, we might just jump ahead to, like... Because I see that you farmed decently, so I'm not that worried about that. Let's I want to see when you hit level 6. Okay, around now. Okay. So with level 6, if we're having a good time as a carry, a potential play is to rotate through the Twin Gate. This doesn't happen a lot in pubs, but I mean, if we are the carry player, we can make it happen, and it'll definitely surprise them because it rarely happens. So it is something you can consider orchestrating with your team. Like, hey, Pugna, let's go through the Twin Gate, push this lane in, let's dive. I've got my ultimate, we can get a kill. If you want to wait for Maelstrom, I wouldn't really mind that either. But I would maybe tell, Pugna, I'm good to go. I have my ultimate. I don't really need help here anymore. Say it nicely, and Pugna can now just come through, start blasting this tower, make space for the Jug. But it's around this time that I would identify that. Based on the lane, you're pretty farmed. So I think you're good to go. By the way, when he does this small pull, I see you want to come over and farm it, but if the creep wave is here for the pull, it means their creep wave is right here, and you see they're not doing a pull because of your ward. So you should know the next one's coming in. So you can probably just leave Pugna to do this and catch the next wave. That way you won't miss anything. You end up missing this. Oh, actually, he did drag it too. You didn't miss anything at all. Pretty good. Looks like you come for some polywog creeps in a stack. This is pretty solid. Pugna even left that for you. Oh, you actually do switch to Battle Fury here. Okay. I think that's fine. You are versus a Lifestealer, so the Maelstrom procs are not as good, and the what's it called? The Battle Fury won't be bad at clearing illusions. So, I mean, Maelstrom wouldn't have been bad either. I think you do seem to be having a good enough game to get away with Battle Fury, though. Okay, so as long as you have your ultimate and spin, if you're not making the rotations, you should try to aggressively push lanes and then farm these camps more than go back to your own side. And that is currently what is happening. So this is good. Okay. So all this is fine. Our mid struggled. It looks like the other lanes are decent. Okay, snipers here. This is pretty scary to me, but I mean, you do have your ultimate. I think you just fall back here and waste snipers' time for rotating up here. Although a kill might have been sick. I think you had iron branches earlier. You might have eaten them for sustain, but Juggernaut is not a bad carry to get the magic wand on because your stat gain is so bad. Some carries will skip it. But I actually think it's pretty useful for you, especially for the wand, just because your stat gain's bad, your mana pool's bad, and you want to use these spells. This one's tricky. Ah! All right, good call, made it, and we don't die. Okay. This is a very good start from you. Let's keep going. Stuff's happening bottom. I mean, as a whole, seems fine right now. Keep speeding along. Now, as a team, we could maybe orchestrate more plays. For example, Pugna is in this lane. I don't really want Pugna in this lane. I think Pugna... This is where you just throw out the nice reminder. You guys can play around Legion. Go get dual kills. I'm okay up here. Very simple. Your team actually has 2 Observer wards here. I don't know how that happened, but that's pretty overkill. Pugna must really like you. I don't know. Put both of them down himself. Okay, so this is where, as a team, some mistakes are being made. A lot of heroes are coming top, but off of Jug being strong, this actually isn't too bad if Legion TP's in to join this fight. See, she's pretty close to her blink. I kind of get why. Let's see what exactly happened on this fight. You should not ult there. You should just attack. The more you can get away not using your ultimate, the better. You can spin this guy if you want, but I think you kill him even without spin. The main worry is if he uses his ultimate on you, but like you've got other people helping out. Like this guy's gonna die. You're gonna save your ultimate for something else. A little bit minor, but also that means 2 minutes that I don't feel as comfortable on my own as the Juggernaut, since it's down. So if you can get away without using it, the better. Or maybe follow-up opportunity coming in here, you know? All right, if these guys want to hang around, I am now leaving. You've used your ultimate. I have no interest in being here. If they want to be here. If they want to leave, I'm okay holding this lane for my team. But if that's not the case, I would probably just leave through this way, make your way to mid to push this out for your team, because at some point this is going to come in here. So if I want them to be active, and I didn't want it to be in my lane, but whatever. We make our way this way, we find farm, we push out mid. If she wasn't pushing this, you could twin gate through, do that stuff. If she had duel available and this tower was up, you know, you could maybe consider that. If you go this way because you know someone else is going mid, that's also okay. You help your team take this tower, but taking that tower itself is not that important when you are weak, right? We live here, but we didn't have our ultimate. If you had your ultimate, you could maybe stay here. But since it's down, we should leave sooner. There was a chance you died there. Your team ends up dying because you guys weren't strong enough to do that. That was Sand King being a little bit too aggressive, we can say. But they take that tower with more defensive play, even without you. Looks like we're going to lose a couple creeps to this, and because we weren't here right away, now Sand King actually TP's in, which is a mistake on his part, but also a little bit on us because we could have been here sooner. All right, Legion does have the blink, so she should start making plays, coming back to your original point. Maybe she wasn't. But she and the team should try to do stuff while we're farming on our own. Blink Dagger. Blink Dagger sounds good to me because of the sniper. I'd say like Blink, or for a pub game, if you wanted to do Shadow Blade, I wouldn't hate it. But I think Blink is better. Help your team get to the sniper and kill him off quickly. Otherwise, I don't know, Sanj and Yasha, I guess, is okay. Something with, like, stats. Because despite how farmed we are still pretty squishy. Going back to, like, that wand talk, like, 3 extra stats is not insignificant when this is our health and mana pool at 21 minutes. Close. I think you're undecided. Oh yeah, there we go. I was gonna say, because if you had bought the blink earlier, I think you just leave there, but it looks like you were debating between the MKB. I don't mind. It is trusting your team to deal with the sniper, but at some point, like, your 4-item timing will be the blink MKB. Whatever order. Like, if you go MKB now and then the blink, or you go blink and then the MKB. I think the blink is... The only reason you really lost to the Lifestealer is because you 1v1'd him, and then it wasn't. Like, Sniper came in. So actually, I don't strictly think you need the MKB to deal with him if you kill all the other heroes first. So I'd be okay with Blink because you can't kill Sniper unless you get to Sniper. And the Blink will help you farm and like play the map more. So I'd be okay with the Blink first, but I think MKB first is... It's like fine if you trust your teammates to do stuff. Tormentor and Roche, you're the carry, so if you call for it, it's a little more likely to happen. Either one is doable for your team. Tormentor, probably going to go completely uncontested. Roche, maybe you want to kill first. Okay, I see some plays happening, but they're not coordinated. What's she up to? Going for an Ags with no dual damage, so definitely not the best. I wasn't in your game, so I don't really know if that's the Legion or the team. I don't know what team comms were going on. But as a team, let's say Legion is not being active and you need her to be active. As a team, rather than go as 3 heroes through here, they should go 3 heroes bottom to the Legion. Like if she's going to AFK farm, then you got to trick her into doing things, right? The rest of the team comes here and pushes it in, and she's like, oh shit, there's no farm. I got to keep looking for farm. And then when a fight breaks out here, she's close. Like, you did see, she eventually came to a fight. She TP'd in and, like, helped get that Lifestealer kill. So some players, not intentionally, right? Not trying to be malicious, just a mistake, will be too passive. And if communication doesn't work, the other way to fix it is to just make the plays near them, whether it's the best spot or not. It's better than, like, not having the hero there. Actually, going back real quick. Okay, yeah, we're missing those heroes. Let's hope he comes back. Always a bit of a downer when we lose a hero. You're now thinking about the Aghanims, but I still think you need this Blink Dagger. We have to get to the sniper to deliver the damage. Or there's a duel and we need to, like, join the duel. Sand King finds a good initiation. We got to get there before he, like we saw earlier when we have Rage, or like he has Infest, we ult and it doesn't do anything. Same thing can happen to the Ags. I know it's like, okay, now we have 2, but at the same time, if he gets stunned and we can kill him in that time, then he can Infest. So I still think the Blink here, specifically for the Sniper though. Sniper and the fact that they have Pudge, so teammates are going to get hooked in, and we have to close that gap.
Guess what's happening to Dire's bottom tower? The Dire
Pugna, please. Can't really blame your team for not doing anything right now if there's no Pugna. I actually think it's correct to wait for him. I mean, if he doesn't come back, there's not really much we can do from here. I would say Legion could be a little bit more active, but up to the 23-minute mark, like, I actually think your team's in a fine spot. I actually don't think it's a game-losing mistake from her. I think him potentially, I don't know if it was a rage quit or not, but him abandoning is the harder part. From here, let's pretend we still have Pugna. All we would do, wait for everyone to be up, and now start making plays. Like, okay, maybe she farmed too long in the blink, but we're still really strong as a team. So anytime you guys smoke up and go first, it'll be fine, especially as long as, if you find Sniper, you're in a really good spot. You get some deep wards down, and you just kind of like repeat that cycle. Now from here, if she still doesn't do much, that does suck. But you do have Sand King to work with. You almost don't even need her. As long as Sand King blink stuns and then you can join instantly with a blink, I think you'd be in a really good spot. Because Sniper is like a lot of their damage you see here, right? So like he will die very quickly with his build if you get to him. And that's just what we need to do. We just need to get to him. Yeah, beyond that, unfortunately, can't really do much without Pugna. I mean, you could try. You could still try to just find a bunch of solo pickoffs and duels and stuff like that, but after that, you know, it is still a 4v5. So I'd say for you, I actually think you did play very well this game. The main critique I have is the earlier Blink Dagger. Talked about some minor stuff with like the ult usage, but otherwise, I think if you play this way in most of your games, you'll still climb. Second critique, when you're really farmed on the carry, do try to call for objectives. Especially if you know you're having a good game. Call for Tormentors, call for Roches, call for Smokes. I don't know. I'm not saying you didn't do that because we can't see team comps. But that would be something to do. Like if you feel a teammate is being too passive, as the carry, like whoever is strongest has the most sway in when things happen. Not every single game, but Yeah, I mean, this doesn't even matter with Pugna being gone. 20-minute Tormentor, you know, always good to do. Early Roches, stuff like that. Ideally, Legion would be a little bit more active, but I think you guys still had a shot prior to Pugna abandoning for whatever reason. Let's see. Trog should be here soon, so maybe we do his next. And he'll join just slightly late. See, we have some other people joining in for the donated replays. Thank you. Why don't we... Okay, actually, Trog's not here yet, and who knows, maybe his meeting will go late. The next one is actually a turbo match, so in theory, the replay should be even faster. No problem, Luis. I hope that was somewhat helpful. If nothing else, as a gut check, that I actually think you did mostly the right thing. And I know it's frustrating to lose that way, either because Legion didn't do much or because Pugna abandoned. But I would say how you played. We kind of skipped over the laning stage, so I didn't see everything there. But everything beyond that was pretty good for your rank. And so if you just keep playing that way and you help throw in some shot calling, which I can't see if you are or not, but if you do, I do think that looks good to at least climb out of Legend, get your way to like Ancient towards Divine, you know? I think what you were doing as a carry was pretty solid. Oh, is this already the turbo match we were supposed to be checking out? Yeah. Okay, we got the rare Mars. I'm going to assume off lane, but I actually don't even know if that's true. Turbo match. I'll put a 3 for now in the timestamp. Turbo match. Turbo. All right. Take a quick look. Oh shit, Trog just came back. Okay, Trog, I wasn't sure if your meeting might run late, so I was going to start with this turbo replay we have to do, and then I was going to do yours next. We're committed now, I guess, so we'll do yours right after this. What's happening here? Oh, maybe it's paused. Twitch is like 30 seconds behind the YouTube no matter how many times I refresh. Yeah, I don't know why that stuff happens. Some people do like the YouTube player because it's better than Twitch, and maybe that's some other reason. Sometimes it's like, I don't know, maybe it's a little faster in some places. Mikey, what's up? You just got into the game a week ago, coming from Masters League player, and wants to know if you had recommendations for support VODs with commentary to watch or sites to learn from. Okay, not to plug my own channel, but in terms of support content, like YouTube content, mine will be one of the biggest. That's not meant to be a flex. That's just, I made the channel because there was a support gap, you know? So this will be one of the biggest. Some are outdated though, I'll admit that. There is a couple of videos I would recommend for you because you're a League player. So you actually have a lot of good mechanics, actually. I would check out, it's a little dated, but actually still like 90% relevant. What is it called? It's like the ultimate guide to hard supporting, soft supporting, whatever. It's like a checklist of different support things to do. I think that would be pretty good for a League player. Because in the same way, like if I switch to League, then that's kind of what I need. It's like that, okay, what are things support should do? What are things, you know, the jungler should do? Like I can press the buttons after some practice, but like I need that checklist. That's what I would recommend. For high level players, yeah, people are mentioning other support players like streamers like Dubu are very good support players. For content, there's more people making Dota content now, especially support, than there used to be. The channels are smaller than mine, but many of them are still filled with good detail. A lot of them are, I forget all the names of the different channels, but many of them can be found on like, I see their posts regularly on like the Learn Dota subreddits and like the True Dota, stuff like that. I don't know if anyone has specific recommendations to drop in. I'm glad you like the channel. Thank you. My humble streamer. You know it. I do like Dubu's channel. Though he doesn't post as often because he like goes into phases of being a coach and then he doesn't make content. Understandable. What else? Yeah, Butter, feel free to drop it. Although it looks like Mikey's in the YouTube chat, so I don't know if he'll see it from if you post in Twitch, but I'll repeat it. Oh, you can switch over? Okay, cool. Our replays in chaos mode. So we're technically in chaos mode, but there's also... I recently put in an option that if you guys want a guaranteed one for $5, I'll do it guaranteed. To be honest, I wasn't sure how that was going to go, but a lot of you have actually been very, very generous. And so we've been going through all the different donations, which is perfectly fine by me. I think the info is good, whether it's a free one or I mean, it's all the same to me. And I'm very grateful to everyone for the donations. It does support the channel a lot. So technically chaos mode, but also money goes over chaos. So happens. Would you believe it? Okay, this is turbo, just to re-clarify, refocus. So it's a little bit different the way you approach stuff. So like this build is actually kind of fine for turbo. You can even skip tangos and go like, what's it called? Like salves and shit, and it's kind of fine. I don't know your exact rank. We'll probably get a feel for it as we watch. Now that you see it's like a PA down here, I would buy a magic stick pretty quickly because it's a lot of free charges that you're gonna get. Yeah, I won't worry too much about the exact last hits and denies. I think you kind of know. I see you pinging him, but we are level 1 still, so we actually do need to be careful. Anytime you come to the lane and your support's missing, and then, you know, some last hitting and denies happen, unless you know you're picking up a lot of denies, they are going to hit the level 2 power spike before you. It's going to be weird, right? Like, you're going to hit level 2, then most likely they will hit level 2, both of them, and then your support will hit level 2, is what would usually happen. But if they're shoving in the lane, it actually means a lot of the creeps haven't died, which means you may not hit level 2 first, and then they hit level 2, and then you'll hit level 2 before Wind Ranger. But you need to be really careful of that. Like, even though Silencer is a little too far up, if they have the level advantage and a creep advantage, you're just going to die. So be really careful about those types of aggressions. A lot of times, if the safe lane is pushing the lane too soon, it's perfectly fine to not be aggressive, to just sit and hold here, turbo or regular Dota, and then we're kind of changing. This is very conceptual.
$5. What is this, a Twitch stream or SMTH?
I forgot that. I forgot we had those different voices. Mr. Porton, thank you so much. Do you want to replay with that? That's the $5, but if you have a match idea, hit me with it. We'll do yours next. It's like mini coaching. If you do want coaching with me, available on Patreon, but that one's like a dedicated hour more conversation. The replay, we get distracted with talking about sushi and tunas and the variable time length. What was I just saying? Oh yeah, okay. Everyone, conceptual power spike thinking here. If you play the lane, 2v2, equilibrium right here, the number 1 power spike to look for is the level 2 power spike, which usually happens in the 3rd creep wave. For turbo, it's a little different. That's usually the first one. If you can hit level 2 first, you often can go for aggressive plays there. Then, the other thing is to go beyond that. This lane shoves up too far. They hit level 2 first. They want to punish you here, kill you, push the lane in. That's the total payoff for pushing in lane if you're intentionally doing it. If you don't let them do that, they hit the level 2 power spike first, but they can't kill you here because you stayed healthy, you stayed safe. You're now in a good equilibrium spot. You, as an offlaner, start denying and getting last hits that the carry is too scared to because the lane's in a bad spot. So you hold through this. They're stronger. You hold through it. You catch up to level 2, and in theory, surpass them because the lane is in a better spot for you. And at some point, to fix this, they either need to shove it in, or what's more likely, the support is going to go pull, which means we then have a new potential window as the offlane, which is that we have caught back up. We're now both level 2. Maybe we're both level 3, depending how long we're here. We either keep laning here, out CS them, hit level 3 or level 4 before them, get more gold items before them, take that fight, or we match, we're both level 2, level 3, we're all equal footing, the support leaves, and then we take the numbers advantage that we have 2 heroes here and the carry is here, and we fight and we go for that. Those are the most common, that's like the most common sequence of events in the early game, like something along there. It's very rarely intentional in a pub game, but if you can keep it in mind and think about that path, as the Mars, we are on that second plan. We're not hitting level 2 first. We need to hold, catch up, and then look for that opportunity, whether it be the numbers advantage or the we've outlast hit them because we're in a better spot than the carry who wants to be in a safe spot. Like, that's kind of what you want here. So that's why I'm highlighting, like, be very careful about, like, let's go on that silencer. That's not our power spike. That's their power spike. And then off of killing us, they might fix it, and then we never get to be here and catch up and pass them, and we actually just lose the lane from then on. That's actually, okay, I looked away, Wind Ranger died, right? That's what it is, right? That's their power spike coming into play here. Be careful about leaving too far. Yeah, these guys, it's getting real messy now. So be careful of that. You often end up in a situation like this where these will start hitting the tower as you drag these back. So usually just like circling around here is safer, or it's more dangerous if they pressure you. In a lot of ranks, the tower is a no-go zone. It's like, oh, it's the tower. I'm not allowed to touch him. Gentleman's agreement. We must walk away, right? The higher ranks, they'll pressure you onto the tower. But for many, in a lot of turbo games, you're just walking circles here. They'll respect you. They'll leave you alone. And so you can keep the creeps closer together, and it's a little easier to manage. This, for a ranged hero, it's not so bad. You stand in the middle, you can hit either side. For a melee hero, even Mars, who has extra attack range, really difficult, right? You gotta like stretch out, use spells, and you usually end up missing a couple CS. You actually do a pretty good job. Oh, there was a misclick there. You did a pretty good job on the CS there, but usually it's quite tough. Now, off of that, granted your Wind Ranger is dead and apparently went to another lane, but you can kind of see that swing back that I was talking about, that they were higher level. You then held the lane here for a bit. It got pushed in because of that Wind Ranger kill, but you now come out level 4. And shortly after, like if Wind Ranger came to this lane, she would hit level 3 and we would have a level advantage. 4 and 3 versus 3 and 3, and we could potentially look for a fight at that time. You're going for a soul ring, though against a PA, I might recommend just go for the phase boots first. Especially in turbo, because you can use mangoes pretty quickly. Just call them out, mango up. Yeah, there you go. You know the tricks. You get the mangoes, the clarities way faster, and you can kind of get away without having the soul ring. Actual regular Dota, right, is not nearly as easy. Phase boots will keep you very safe versus the PA, more armor, and the move speed away from the silencer. Ardok, is that as a core, are you asking that? Like, should I buy vision or just sentries? Or is that as a like support? What do you mean? As a core, should you buy them? It depends. To some degree, you can leave it to supports. Like, I would never expect you to do even 20% of the warding, right? Unless you have to adapt because it's like a low rank game and supports aren't doing it, or you got someone griefing, then you have to do more, right? But in general, buying 1 or 2 here and there is actually quite helpful to supports so that they don't have to do all of it. But you have to do it responsibly. Like, you can't just do it and just like, I'm just gonna put it here because I want it, right? There is a warding game going on that supports tend to be following more than you and know like, okay, they have a sentry here, They observer heroes. I gotta be careful with it. So if you just take it and you're like, I'm gonna stick it on this cliff that just got dewarded a moment ago and I wasn't paying attention, right? That's irresponsible. You're just gonna lose that. But if you have been relatively keeping track of it and you know, hey, I want to push aggressively and no one wants to come with me, let's say like Juggernauts and Lifestealers who have swapped to this lane, or off laners who are being left alone and like, no one wants to come to me, I am too strong, so I'm just gonna farm up. If you don't want someone to come to you to ward, you got to do it yourself, right? So buy your own ward, do your own deep ward. That's where it's good. It could just be the observer ward. At the same time, it depends what's happened. So like you take this tower, you have an observer, you walk up and you place it without being noticed. Very unlikely that they had any vision to check that because you just took this tower. That's a case where just buying the observer, right? Even after you take this tower, right? Just buying the observer and placing it in a sneaky way, probably fine. But it's later in the game. You know, there's been a lot of fighting in this area, you know, here, right? You should probably get one sentry. You can afford the 50 gold as a core. One sentry to like, okay, let's make sure I'm not just dropping our observer into their own wards and we're going to lose it right away. Because that's not going to help you either, you know? Saving the 50 sentry gold to just immediately lose your observer and now you're like playing in the dark anyways, it's not going to help you. So I would say buying 1-to-1 ratio, like, oh, I bought an observer, so I'm going to buy one sentry. Perfectly fine to do as a core. You don't have to go too far beyond that. Just 1-to-1, I'd be happy with if my cores did. If you're a Slark carry player, that's a little different. I would buy more sentries because it's going to pay off when you deward. There was a missed power shot there, but let me highlight. God's Rebuke does damage based on your own damage, and that's what you're getting the Soul Ring. You're doing it more. And then I don't have Phase Boots, so I'm actually missing damage. So you are using spells more frequently, but not actually getting as much value from it because you skipped the Phase Boots first. So kind of going back to, I personally think Phase Boots first, even in Turbo, makes a lot of sense, unless your support is super high damage and all you need to do is slow and stun and your support does the rest. Wind Ranger is arguably in that category, but Wind Ranger is arguably only in our lane half the time so far, so I don't know if I trust her to be the damage. Another example is like Muerta, Snapfire when she's good, you know, that type of hero. Yeah, see, like, kind of another case, like, you're doing it, you've got the mana for it, but then not quite enough damage to finish it. Okay. Now, partly because she left the lane, you are struggling a little bit on CS. Some of it is your own last hitting. Not to keep going back to the phase boots, but if you had the phase boots, I think it would also help you out with the last hitting. I see you going for the blink, but in Turbo, the early last hits are actually so important. So I wouldn't rush a blink dagger in Turbo. I would finish up some early items. It's really, I hate to keep saying, it's really the phase boots. The phase boots, and like, I think it's kind of okay to skip wand in Turbo games, but if you got it, I also wouldn't hate it. But last hitting, the creeps and the jungle camps are worth so much in Turbo. So as long as you can farm those effectively and quickly, you can very quickly get back to like blink daggers and stuff like that. Whereas blink daggers are based around getting kills, which for you is spear and God's Rebuke, but some of it is arena, and arena is the normal cooldown. That part's not affected by Turbo. So if we're saying like, oh, I only want to make plays with arena, which would be understandable, that's only a kill per 100 seconds when the blink pays off. But like phase boots and other smaller items, there's creeps all the time. There's creeps non-stop. And in Turbo, they're double the value. I'm really noticing the lack of phase boost now that I pointed it out. Yeah, it's there. It's boots are like that. I think like all the boots, it feels like, oh, I can skip it, and then you skip it, and if you really start thinking about it, you're like, would have been nice to phase boots here. You know, I could have tread swapped here. I'm kind of low on mana. Would have been nice to have arcane boots here. There's a lot of cases where skipping the boots ends up not feeling that great. I'm not going to say you can't do it, but I think Mars so happens to be one of the heroes that really benefits from it. I think you were being careful with your mana here, so you end up skipping the God's Rebuke. But if you're ever doing this stuff blind, if you hit the God's Rebuke first, it is a slow, 40% slow, and that makes it a lot easier to land the rest of the abilities. God's Rebuke is some Peepo-wide AoE, so launch that one, and then it's a very easy spear after that. Don't worry, I would totally miss my spells too, so I would God's Rebuke and then still miss the spear, personally. Okay, this kind of observer. So I'm glad you're buying the wards, but you are literally warding under their tower. They should see this happen. Will they? I don't know. But at some point, you will run into players. Like, PA right now is dead. Shall we go see what PA is doing? Let's watch her perspective. When you are dead, you should be checking items. And even when you're not dead, it's good to do. Am I doing it? No, I'm pretty bad about it. But right now, she got distracted by this team fight, so she did look away. But she checked Quap's items. I saw that. She didn't check yours. So she should have seen your observer. You know, go watch the top fight. You know, cool, pinger mid, you piece of shit, whatever. You know, carry things. Come back here, click you again, and go like, hey, wait, that observer's gone. He's only been here through here. So, I mean, where could the observer possibly be? It's here or it's here. And that's where the PA should buy her own sentry, come and drop it, get some free money.
Dire structure looking fortified. Dire's top towers getting beat down. Radiant's toughened up their structures. Radiant's mid tower's coming up. Bounty.
Look at you doing some warding on your own. I was reading the chat. Looks like you were talking about pulling a little bit. I think it's self-resolved. I don't hate the blade mail, actually. Kind of good this game. I don't know how good it is in the case of Turbo, because blade mail is usually a cheaper early item that you get, and then because it takes longer to get items, you know, it lasts longer. I don't play enough Turbo to fully know if it's going to pay off versus skipping it for other stuff that will last longer, because you're going to pick up so much gold and all that faster. I'm open to it. I guess we'll just see. Nice. Okay, right here. Turbo towers are weaker. Usually, I wouldn't recommend pushing a tier 2 too quickly early on, but you guys just killed PA, and I saw several heroes top. So actually, I do think you should keep pushing this. I would keep killing this catapult wave, especially because you have your catapult wave coming in. I don't know if you realize that, but when you see the enemy catapult, you should be like, oh, wait, I've got one. So if you actually are here right now killing this creep wave quickly with your spells, I do think you can get a significant amount of this tower damage, like half of it at least. And PA is still dead, right? So I'm not worried about her. And then it turns out they're over here. Now, let's say they weren't here and they punished me. That kind of sucks. But maybe you get out because you have like blink phase, all this stuff, right? Spear them away, blah, blah, blah. Or you die. But then that's like a gank onto the Mars at the tier 2, and the rest of the team is like up here farming and now pressuring their tier 2, right? It's like a space-making death, and it would be okay. And this is where these kind of observers, if you know where you want to play, so this one you placed earlier while taking the tower, I would argue you knew that you could probably predict you were going to take this tower, and if you can, you don't need to put the observer down at that time, put it somewhere deeper. Because the way they kill you is they rotate through back here. You don't actually see back here. You put yours here, and here. Now, if they're not smoking, it's going to work. But if they are smoking, this actually won't help you. Where are they going to smoke? It's not over here. It's actually back here. Or even further and run in. And, you know, they get you at that point, but what can you do? Can't see everything. But one of the observers being a little bit deeper would help. Okay, so we end up TPing here to try to join this fight. This is where we'd like to do this sooner. If you know your team wants to fight, try to be here a little faster. Or you're just already pushing bottom, and so although this fight breaks out and you're not here, you're taking tier 2, pushing into the tier 3. As a Mars, you do want to join fights more than you don't. But Turbo, you really can take buildings pretty quickly. Which is partly why I wouldn't mind if you went Deso. I was trying to think of like what you would get instead of Blade Mail. Desolator for the damage would speed up your farming ability, and in Turbo, like we've already seen some opportunities you had to split push. The Deso would pay off in terms of taking towers, I feel. But it maybe depends on the type of game you're having.
Radiant's top towers hurt.
Try to put your observer a little further out. This, okay, you at least didn't do the exact same spot, which is good. But since we did see them drop an observer in this area and a sentry, it means they're likely checking this area in general. So instead of putting this observer here, let's say like somewhere in the river might work. Might get caught if they're putting sentries in here, but sometimes they go a little higher up to check this edge. Or, you know, back here, anywhere along here, pretty sneaky. This spot can be sneaky, though with this it's a little overkill. You know, further in, the cliff is going to be checked. So this is where you sentry the cliff. You don't find anything? Okay, so maybe I put the observer back here. Real deep, unlikely to be caught by a cliff sentry. Impossible, some would say, because of the radius. They don't have high ground checking heroes, so unlikely they're putting low ground sentries, but if they do, props to them. You have more solo kill potential with a Deso as well. You have a very defensive build, so you have to play with teammates, which is fine, but some of your arenas are solo. Felt bad because PA got BKB early. If you force out the early BKBs, that's not too bad. PA is going to have a bigger issue with that than you.
Dyer's mid tower could use a little help.
It's another armor item we could get. Shiva's is kind of cool, but not really a Mars item. Maybe good versus Death Prophet, though. Hex and Refresher. Classic Initiator build. Wouldn't mind that. Another one. This one's not you, I know. That one's the Ogre. Luna! Luna! Oh my god, evade city. Just going Ags. Holy shit, I wish we had an MKB! What can you do? Evasion, too strong. I can't believe this Wind Ranger's not going, No, going MKB! Oh, it's so late. Queued up later. Wow, can't do much about that. Could Heart work? It kind of could, but his damage reduction is actually not that high. I know that sounds funny, it's like 63%, but PA has Desolator, Plus... didn't she have a talent for it? Maybe it got removed. Did it move somewhere else? I guess it just got removed. I'm not blind, right? Okay, I guess she just has the Desolator. But still, the Desolator will bring down Mars's armor, and then the Heart is a lot of health. But if she can just crit you twice and do like 3,000 damage each crit, then that Heart's not going to last very long. So having more resistances first can be good. By the way, move this a little to the edge. Move this Observer like right over. There's a spot to the top left of this tree. Just move your mouse carefully. You'll grab it. And that'll be... A sentry in this area is pretty common, but it actually can't reach both corners. This corner and this corner. And a lot of people don't even realize you can put an observer here. So put that one, and I bet your observer will live a lot more. Johnny Cash Money, thank you for the Prime sub. Sharing the cash money. You should probably just leave, to be honest. Oh, looks like you do get out. It's pretty amazing.
The Dire best do something about that bottom tower.
Oh, you are going Shivas. Nice. I do kind of like it.
Happening to Dire's bottom.
Truly have to play as an initiator, though. Okay, I'm going to go find Trog's replay, because I think it's finally time to get back to that one. I looked away. What's happening? We got an MKB? No, not yet. Means we're cooked. All right. Let's go get the Trog's game. Towards the end, your team just didn't have MKBs. Your actual initiations were fine towards the end. We could maybe nitpick about like being a little more careful about which targets to choose, but I'd say the bigger thing, the early game, the itemization we already talked about. Talked about some warding advice to maybe keep some of your wards alive a little longer. At the end, though, your actual plays were good enough if your team had the MKB sooner to deal with the PA. Trog, could I request at the end just a quick summary of 1 to 2 things to work on? Don't play much support, so this would be extremely helpful. Yeah, that sounds good. We can do that. Let me just get the timestamp in. So we've got Enigma 5 here. It's not super common. It is doable. It can be a little tricky to pull off in pub games, so we'll have to see how that goes. This looks like a tough one too. Axe and Venomancer. You got a Nature's Prophet on your side, so this could be a little tricky. If you struggled this lane, I wouldn't be surprised. Don't play ranked because there aren't players available. Could I ask where you'd put me in MMR so we could gauge what to focus on? Ooh. That's tough from a turbo side. I'm not sure I have a great estimate on turbo to regular ability. I would say you had a regular skill build. Item build, I critique the phase boots, but like most of the items were fine. You even adjusted to the Shivas for the PA and the DP. Last hit struggled a bit, but Wind Ranger wasn't really there, so I don't have a good read on that. There were some misses, but not too bad. I would say I wouldn't be surprised if your rank ended up anywhere between Crusader through Legend. I'd say probably somewhere in there. It's definitely Herald straight out, right? Not that one. Guardian, maybe at the very max edge of Guardian, especially if you've only played Turbo and no ranked. Maybe you'd like struggle in ranked. I don't know. But I feel like it was better than Guardian. I think it's actually at least the high end of Crusader. The last hits, the last hits I'm struggling with a bit because the Wind Ranger was gone. It was a low amount of last hits, but of course, if you're 2v1ing, and we've actually talked about 2v1 lanes today, like it is tough. Maybe somewhere in there. From South Africa. Oh, what's up? That's pretty far away. I guess I understand now why maybe you don't have enough players to easily find ranked games. I gotcha. All right, let's start this Enigma one. Robert, appreciate you dropping by. Have a good rest of your day. Yeah, I hope to get the invites for those. We'll see. We'll see what happens. What were we doing again? Oh yeah, Enigma. Right, Enigma 5.
Better get ready.
Thank you for the view. No, thank you. Thank you for the donation. I appreciate it. Okay, so Enigma support gameplay. Eidolons a lot to harass and to deny things. If you have good micro, you can use them to body block stuff as well. Kind of just harass, get people low, and then when they overcommit, use Malefice with the 6 Eidolons. It's going to be tricky into Axe, who's going to spin more with the Eidolons there. But I think early game, you can still make it work, especially if you're careful with when you actually commit. Mainly when you're about to split the Eidolons is when you're really strong. Your team got first blood, not bad. If you're going to start with the Observer and try to place it earlier, I would say either here, if you think they're going to rotate, like the position 4, or run to the lane, drop it somewhere in the lane while it's still nighttime. Now you're going to have a very hard time placing this without... They should see you. Will they? Maybe not. But it'll be more of a mistake on their part rather than you being able to place it. Okay, so you end up placing it here, which is good in terms of not being spotted, but... You know, like a sentry in this area, if they decide to go on the lower end, will get this observer for free. If they choose to block this camp anywhere in the middle to the right, it's going to be a free observer, and we're going to lose that pretty quickly. This will see very similar stuff as this out here in the middle of the lane. You'll still see the important parts of like this area, a little less up here, but that's why something like right here, way less likely to get spotted. And that's better. Most people won't put their sentries like over here, you know, unless there's like invis heroes in the lane. But placing it here is hard unless you do it at night. We might die here, actually. That's a pretty strong slow. Deny me. I don't quite deny. We do see the Eidolons get some serious damage in. We just have to be a little bit more careful around that. Ah! I can't believe it. Both of you guys barely live. Oh, I spoke a little too soon. I guess if you thought he would die, you could deny him. It does sacrifice equilibrium. We get some kills for it. Just got to be a little bit more careful about stepping out. Let's actually go back. Ideally, don't even be over here. I mean, you can to a certain degree because you're a ranged hero. But with Eidolons have 16 damage each at level 1. So they all attack, that's 45 damage, close enough. You also attack, you have like 49 damage level 1. You have 100 damage between your Eidolons and you. Axe has 63. So you have so much room to just deny things in front of people's face. If you sit right here, as long as you don't accidentally draw aggro, you can get a bunch of denies. Do that if it's a scary lane. Which I'd say Venomancer, if you get caught out here like you did, I mean, we see what can happen. If you're not so worried about that, you can use the Eidolons to help you out. I think you just ended up a little too high. If you were closer to the tree line, this would be a safer play to make in the end. Anyways, we can speed forward. We already saw what happened. Okay. We shoved... I actually don't know if you should have shoved that lane, by the way. You kind of got the CS while he was gone, but it's put us in a rough spot up here. I think at this point you have to commit to shoving it, and then... So you were kind of like playing it safe because you're like, oh, I got to go do the pull. I'd say if you use Eidolons to help deny and harass a bit, and then just send one Eidolon to go do the pull. Some extra micro, but it's an option to you, and that way you're not stuck in this middle ground area, not sure what to do. Take a quick check. Our usual, when these two range creeps die, this whole camp has to be dead. So when you use Eidolons and this guy's here, it's actually doable, but we all have to start attacking right now. Otherwise, this happens. He holds it out, so it does work out in the end. But this should have been a half pull or a stack. If you stack this lane instead, let me just show you what'll happen. So we're not doing a pull right now. Let's use our imaginations. Pull is not happening. This wave is up here. So do. Creep wave is here. Creep wave is here. Creep wave is here. Here. Meets right here. Mostly full health creep waves, right? These guys actually didn't take that much damage. So if we didn't pull and we did a stack, we're actually like right here right now with natures. Full health versus full health creep waves, we're going to say, because these guys are pretty healthy. And then we have the Eidolons to work with. So we just hit our own creeps. You do it once. Like, this guy's missing, oh God, math, 70 health. And this guy, 71 health. So you and your Eidolons attack once, and that's pretty much canceled out. You attack one more time, your creeps have taken more damage than these guys have. So you can fix this lane and have a stacked camp to work with. Or you do a half pull, which means 2 creeps are here right now fighting 4 creeps, so they're going to die. And then 2 creeps are fighting the ghost camp, and they're going to die, whether you're here or not. So then things are going to happen, blah, blah, blah. They're going to push in a couple creeps. Maybe they all die at a tower, the next wave meets here. Maybe you guys hold it out again, and you've got like 6 creeps to 4 creeps here. Either way, you have reestablished equilibrium. But this full pull, without killing the camp faster, we end up losing equilibrium if he didn't do this, which can be a little risky to do. Also, it looks like, there we go, there's the deny. He also put his observer here, which is really bad, but that means you're now going to get a free D ward. For legend, I would just never put observers here. Go ahead and stick them all in the lane if you have them, or stick them out here if you're worried about roamers. Over here, also doable, technically spotted by sentries, but very hard to actually get to if no one suspects it. But you might as well just use this one, I would say. Do that, and I bet your rate of losing observers would drop. I would imagine you lose every single observer you place in this area. I'd say like 1 out of 10 survives. I would say if you do the 2 I mentioned, as long as there's no invis heroes in the lane, it's probably like a 9.5 out of 10 survival rate. Okay, I do see you using the Eidolons to just harass a lot. It feels a little forced. I recommend trying to think about denies a little bit more, like from a safe position, just do that. And then, after you have a couple attacks on the Eidolons, 3 Eidolons is not the scary part. The 6 Eidolons are. So you just do a couple denies, and then when you know they're about to split, then you go for the aggression, and it'll be a lot stronger and more consistent. There's some like back and forth deaths here that are happening. I think that'll help your Enigma support laning a lot. Boots first. I actually don't know what Enigma supports get. I feel like Bassi is probably pretty safe. Bassi and like another Tango so that you can keep using stuff. Oh wait, that's off lane. A lot of people getting Triangle Boots. Actually, I guess that makes sense too because there's a health cost. All right, if that's the play, then I don't mind the boots first. Though probably Windlace Ring of Regen. Rare case where that's actually maybe better. Yeah, like, okay, right here, another case. A little bit of harassing, great. They back off, and you're kind of like, oh, I'm gonna look for him. Who cares? They backed off, they can't get lasted. Send these boys, beat up this melee creep, instantly deny in front of Axe. You want them to come in, you know what'll make them walk in? Oh shit, a last hit, I gotta go get that. Can't help myself. Eidolon's waiting right here for me. Oh, doesn't matter, money, right? He'll run in to get this CS, and now he's where you want him. And then you sick the Eidolons on him, press Malefice, and he dies. Rather than you having to walk up and they go on you, and it's like, it's real close. We are getting some trade kills, but we die for it, right? If you just deny in front of their face, like, either you are winning because you're just getting more last hits, right? I mean, this is already winning, but imagine you're denying even more, right? Easily bump this up to like 10 denies if they can't deal with it well. That means he's going to lose CS. They're going to be low. You're going to get higher level. Makes the future kills that you do force easier. Or he's walking up. You're not getting the denies, but you're easily killing him at that point.
Somebody iced the Dyer's
Why, perhaps here could be where you could find some free Dota knowledge drop. Kami, what's up? Yeah, at this point, you've started to win the lane, so now these Eidolon trades are going a lot better.
Radiant's mid tower's coming apart.
What do we want to get this game? Probably just auras. Greaves or Glimmer don't sound bad. Drums, if this guy's not getting drums, you should do it for the team. It looks like he is, so that's fine. I think any aura is good beyond that. Mech, Pipe, Vlad's. And then you're just gonna go with Visage and Viper and like push objectives, and Nature's will TP in. Earthshaker will also be there. High level gameplay, he would farm up the Blink in a solo lane left alone. Probably less likely to happen in Legend. Yeah, we want to black hole somebody. Don't need to hang on for too long. Getting a kill in this lane, not bad, but let's talk real quick about global heroes. Nature's Prophet, global with teleportation, but there's others, people like Dawnbreaker, for example. You don't want the... not that you don't want, but how do we maximize someone's global rotations? If he's here and he globally rotates here, it doesn't really make much sense. What is he getting? He's getting a kill, right? Maybe he was here and teleported here. Sure, get a kill. The farm he has access to is the same. It's still this creep wave and these jungle camps. If you make a play somewhere away from a global hero, you show up here, the global hero comes in, gets these kills, and then they farm this stuff. Then they come home. Then they also farm this stuff. We've opened up multiple avenues here. We're doing more across the map, more farm efficiency. So although you can get a kill in his lane, and it's not bad, you know, like Spectres, Dawnbreaker, they're not going to complain that you're getting a kill in their lane. But if you have the freedom of choice and there's other places you can go, ideally, I think it's better to go somewhere else, kill this lane, have them show up here, and hopefully min-max on farm that way. Number one is get a kill with the ultimate, though. So that's fine. You know, that's like 70% of it. The remaining 30% is the best place to do it. You see how you're sticking along down here, just like waiting for stuff to happen, but you don't need to be. You're actually even blocking this hard camp, but Nature's is reaching the point that he should be farming it. The game plan should be Nature's any carry. Shoves this lane, farms this way. Repeat, nothing, farm here. Push, too scared, farm here. All right. You're actually blocking his own camp. Now, granted, Axe can use it. I get that. What did my glasses just do? What is that? But we're hopefully drawing Axe away or defending it with the black hole if we're going to sit down here. If you plan on playing down here longer, you've actually just like hurt your own ability to farm by blocking the camp again. I would say post the 5-minute mark, you don't really have to worry that much about blocking the camps. I'm not saying you never do, but I think it's much less important. Okay, we're gonna maybe just solo push a tower, but... Oh, he actually took Sepulcher. Well, I don't think it matters that much. If he had the other one, you definitely want to play with this guy. I think, regardless, he is a tempo hero. And you notice how you're having a hard time killing a Venomancer sitting back here? If you leave this lane, go make a play here, you know what they're going to do? They're going to push up to here, and then you rotate back, and now it's much easier to catch them over here and kill them, rather than like keep shoving this in and waiting here. You will eventually take the tower. I mean, you're pretty farmed as the position 5. You're practically an off-lane Enigma down here in this lane, but it's going to be a little easier if you work with other heroes and get them involved. And Nature's jungle speed isn't even that good. So rather than push him into the jungle while you lane, like he should be laning while you jungle, but also potentially he just joins a fight top and then he's farming multiple lanes, which is easier for him until he picks up like the Maelstrom, you know? Was that blocked or was I checking for ward? Oh, I thought it was blocked. Oh, no, okay, you're right. I flamed you for nothing. You, I guess you were just checking for the ward. My B. You got drums in the end. Maybe it wasn't showing here, but, double check with the Visage, since Visage is the, an aura buyer. I have done the same mistake, though. Also, I'm looking at your mana needs, and you're gonna like the Tranquils more. Well, I don't know. If you know you're gonna get the Boots Bearing, potentially, I would do Tranquils, Drums. But if this guy's gonna get Drums, then I am open to the Arcane Mech. I guess it depends more on, like, what's the item you need after that. Anyways, from here, I think you do need to be grouping. This is like a tempo lineup. Not that you can't win in the late game, but I do think Visage, Enigma, and Viper are all... Like, these towers should be gone. We should be, like, shoving in. I think we spent a little too much time in the jungle. We're getting going now. Okay, okay. You know, just send, like, now Nature's goes back bottom. You guys keep pushing top. You guys got a kill and fell back to your own jungle. That's kind of backwards. I guess it's for the blink reveal that you're now thinking about mid, but you guys didn't even push the top lane. Okay, double kill. Back to our jungle. Visage on his own. Some of the team's kind of pushing. It's kind of happening. A double kill, but didn't quite actually take a tower because too many people left. Try again top. Felt like I needed blink plus smoke plays to hunt TA. So to kill TA, yes, you probably need those. To slow down TA, you don't need any of that. All you need to do is be in her lane with multiple heroes, and she won't be able to easily do anything about that. Now, I mean, if you line up all your Eidolons, right, and she starts cleaving on everything, sure. But if you simply are here with 3 heroes and she walks up and gets fissure blocked into Malphus with Eidolons and this hitting her, she's gonna die. So then she has to be further back, which means she's going to miss CS. You guys are going to deny things on her. So she's going to leave to go jungle, and then you're going to take this tower. And now, previously, the ideal carry plan, right? Shove in lane, farm this stuff. Shove in lane, go jungle back here. Now this tower's gone. So now she has to move further back. Okay, push out lane. How far can I go? Because before it was like, okay, I can push this out and I feel pretty safe. It's not easy to invade me. Now, as soon as she steps beyond here, it's like, oh shit, they could easily wrap on me. I'm like super scared. So I got to shove this out. Can't get to this side very easily without having to like go all the way around. So I come top and I can farm maybe this, and like this is way back here. Maybe farm this, start pushing out here. This is getting scary too, like so many high grounds, right? It's way scarier for her. So to actually kill her, it does help to have the blinks, but you can already slow her down way sooner, like 10 minutes ago, by simply coming to this lane after winning the bottom lane and pressuring towers faster. Are we just reviewing turbo games? Believe it or not, this one's actually not a turbo game. This is a ranked game. There's just so many kills that the people are high level and farmed. It's not actually a turbo game. Turbo reviews are rare, but if someone wins with it and asks, then we do it. But most of these are just regular ranked or unranked games. I'm not sure what this was for. What you just push in the lane, maybe like slightly faster. Oh man, just use exorcism too. Okay, things are starting to go now. I do think this can happen like 5 to 10 minutes faster. But you guys are making the moves now, which is good. And I know pub games will never be max efficiency. I do think as an Enigma support, if you win your lane, you should be looking to try to push other towers faster, though, rather than the tower you were in. I think that's harder. Harder and doesn't really help your carry. Okay. I think that's that for Trogs. Let me see where we're at on this. I mean, that can definitely happen. Like, if your team is not pushing with you, it is tough. As long as you know you need to do it, that's the important part, and you try to do it. It may not happen every single game, but the important thing is having the right idea ourselves. With that said, I mean, I know I critiqued it, but as we get to 20 minutes, you guys do have a 7K lead. You guys just took a tier 2 tower. It is happening. It's just a little slower than usual. And IO is now starting to grief, right? Like, if we look at the state of the map, it may not be as ideal as we painted, but it is happening. And that's just how pub games go. It's never ideal. I think you mentioned TA did eventually win this game. Let's see. You guys had like a 10K net worth lead at, what is this, 25 minutes? So why don't we jump to that real quick? And then that might be it. Wait, what did I just say? 25 minutes? Okay, so up to here looks pretty good. Every tier 2. Time to close out the game. We start doing Roche, and we're literally all in the pit for the greatest axe call in the world. No one's scouting. Eidolons. Visage Familiars. Treants. Bring them all to the pit. All right, off of this, you have 5 minutes. Usually, you should use Aegis to clear out tier 2s, the beginning of Aegis. you actually have all the tier 2s. What that means is you have 5 minutes to find a kill and then go high ground. I'm going to go ahead and predict what you guys do is immediately go high ground and probably dive and then feed. What should have been 5 minutes of Aegis time, where 3.5-ish minutes are used to farm up, to grow this to like a 15k lead and then push high ground with that if forced to, or you find a pick-off kill first and then you go high ground because they don't have their heroes. I'm going to imagine you guys throw here immediately within the first 30 seconds to a minute of Aegis, and that is what ends up costing this game later. So let's see. You start pushing in the bottom. You and Visage are in the triangle while they're going high ground. Earthshaker walks too far forward, dies. So we should just be in retreat mode right now. We could leave, wait for Earthshaker to respawn, and still have 3.5 minutes to do everything I said with the Aegis. So we're going to continue this push into Exorcism being used. 4v5. 4v5, by the way, we have a 10k gold lead. If you take Earthshaker out, we're only up about 4,000, which is not very much at all. Get the black hole, but we die because we're too low. Aegis respawns, but turns out when we don't have teammates, we will still die. So we go from an 11k lead down to 5k. This is pretty much an even game at 26 minutes. So that's the throw that loses us the game right here. I'm not saying you couldn't pull the game back, but from here, what was a pretty free win, Io had been griefing, we threw it back, and now we have to win the game again. And it's mostly just off of a bad push. Yeah, I mean, if you know and your team does it, so be it, right? There's really not much you can do about that. Though I will say, if they do it, you have to go. There is no, oh, I'm going to let them do it and do something else that is actually right? Like, these guys are pushing mid and you're walking over here. They're going to feed on their own. You have to be with them to try to turn it with Black Hole and BKB. You don't need to walk all the way over here. Eidolons last 40 seconds. You can use it here, walk them over. They only need to attack a couple times and this lane will push. So you should stay with them the whole time. You guys should also have vision. You guys didn't check this area. This is like one of the most common spots. Look, they literally see all of this going on. You guys didn't have vision. That'll be on you and Earthshaker, right? And that's why he knows he can do this, because they see two of you over here. No one ever dealt with this. Whereas if you're here out of sight and you just send the Eidolons over, it at least makes him scared to do this. Or you can now black hole this, like him or the team coming in. Because Axe Blink Call is like the only thing that could possibly cancel your ult. It's hard too with your BKB, but you're actually not here for that. You're running in now, and then he's already dead. But you could have jumped in sooner and saved his life. And then maybe the fight does work out. Yeah. Returning and still relearning the game. Would Enigma 5 with the Solar Crest be Chad Gaming? It's not bad. I think drums is a better default because you do have the Eidolons and you want the Eidolons. Is this the same? Did I copy the... I did. Oh, excuse me. Wow, we have a lot of... We have not split the ranks very much, which is fine by me. It's just interesting. By chance, we actually have so many like Archon, Legend / Crusader, like that, the exact same ranks. Very interesting. What does this mean? Someone break this down for me. The Eidolons benefit from the drums a little bit more than Solar Crest does. But if someone else is buying drums, I think Solar Crest is fine. Or you could go drums into Solar Crest. I think that's also good. Okay, this is Monkey King 2. Legend. Change this. Oh, okay. I almost forgot. So Trog, you asked for like a quick summary at the end for like focus points to work on. So I would say laning stage, use the Eidolons to deny. It's actually one of the reasons Enigma's broken is because the Eidolons are so oppressive in the right matchups. And that's still true for support Enigma. And you didn't really do it too much. You were focused a lot more on harassing with Eidolons, but you should still just deny in their face. It's the same way Treant Protector does that a lot. It's difficult for him to chase for kills, but he just has 100 damage. So you just deny things in front of people. Eidolons are similar and safer than Treant Protector. So look for a lot more denies in the laning stage. Let's start with that. Hopefully you win the lane in a very similar way. If that happens, try to leave a lot sooner. I think you stayed in that bottom lane for several minutes too long. Ignoring the global rotation heroes, blah, 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 momentum heroes from like Visage. Typically, if you win the lane, you want to set him up to be safe and then go make space. And I think that happened pretty early because that lane was going so well. But then you stuck around there for a while. I'd say those two things first are the biggest to look for. And actually, we maybe just leave it at that, because like that late game fight, you kind of knew that was more of a team mistake. Critiqued it a little bit of like, okay, have the observer sentries faster, check that cliff, be with the team, stuff like that. But I think the first two things are more in your control and will have more impact. If I want mine to be reviewed, what do I do? So the default is that we're in chaos mode. Usually I just, when it's time for a replay, people just post their match IDs, any questions, stuff like that, and we just pick people at random. For guaranteed replay, I'll do it for $5, and there's like a list. Maybe I should start putting that in somewhere. I'll have to think on that. Right now, we have 2 more to do. We're doing this one right now for the mid Monkey King, and then we're going to do one for Mr. Porden. I'm going to have to get a match ID from him later. So there's kind of a back catalog a little bit. And then if at any point there's an open space and I randomly pick someone, if anytime there's a donation, I finish whatever we're doing. I don't just like cut, get out of here. You know, we finish whatever we're doing and then we do the paid ones. Give me a second though. I need to refill the water again. We're talking a bunch. Probably need like a quick snack. Otherwise it gets super lightheaded and then we die. Is the 20k channel points redeem still a valid way to get in? I've been thinking on this a lot. I really can't decide because I feel like it's really Twitch favored to do that. YouTube doesn't have an equivalent for that. And at the same time, it's a reward in a sense to like everyone who followed on Twitch for so long that the points have never really done much. And it's not like I'm required to do anything, but on one hand, I'd be like, okay, it's a cool way. Thanks for watching so long, you know. But so many people have so many points. If I made the Twitch points like valid, every replay would come from Twitch because it would all be everyone just redeeming points. So it would kind of kill it for YouTube at that sense. So I've been undecided. Lately I've just not been doing them, and I return any redeems, and I should maybe just take them off. I keep forgetting to do that part until I fully decide. In the same way, we haven't been doing actual raffles for a while because I don't know. I cannot find a system to raffle between YouTube and Twitch without me having to like write everything down and then do numbers. Like it's too much work. So I've just been, you know, picking things on my own freedom, fist of iron rule. I declare here and there like what we're doing, but that's where we're at. Okay, I'm gonna be right back, and then we'll continue. I realize I don't really have good snacks to eat in this house right now. I just have some of the leftovers we were eating for lunch / dinner. All right, let's take a look at Monkey King mid. This is paid, so I'm going to try to stay focused even as we eat a snack. I feel like I got to give you guys your money's worth if you're going to pay for the replay. Okay. Thank you, Earthshaker, for blocking us in. Okay, for Monkey King. I struggled heavily in lane and wanted advice on what I should do in hard matchups like in this game. Is this Queen of Pain, maybe? Maybe Sniper, I suppose. Let's see. Was it mid lane we talked about earlier? We talked about a puck game earlier. Where it can be a bit of a skill-based matchup versus Void Spirit, and if it goes bad, like we talked about some of that earlier. Monkey King can do something similar, not as easily. Monkey King's fallback is typically creep dragging and or ganking, because you do have the tree dance. You can get to lanes relatively quickly, even without Simian Stride. That shit was busted. But being able to sit in trees and then like Boundless Strike or have already TP'd back and they don't know is pretty useful. So if you have a really rough matchup, sometimes you can like drag the waves kind of like this. It's kind of scary versus a Queen of Pain or a Sniper, whoever you end up versus. So that's a little less viable. This looks like get as many levels as you can and then move over. Now, disclaimer again at the start. Not much of a mid player. So you'll probably get some better advice for very specific stuff later. From someone else. I see, though, that unfortunately, not only is it a tough mid matchup, but looks like there are some first bloods going on. Now, Venge got both of them with brown boots, which is maybe a saving grace, because if Queen of Pain had it, we'd be in a real pickle. Boots tend to be very good in losing matchups, because it does help with the creep dragging, helps to get in and out versus these ranged heroes. Wraithband is not bad. Earlier, talked about how part of the reason you start with a lot of tangos in the mid lane is so you don't have to leave the lane. If you're in a bad matchup, it's very rare that level 1 your matchup is horrendous. Huskar is one of the heroes that does that, and Monkey King himself is actually a hero that potentially does that, though nowadays it's actually not as bad. It's usually more like level 3 onwards that Monkey King starts destroying mids, like Embers. But in those early levels, you want to get as much as you possibly can. So when you have to walk this far to tango, you almost always lose a CS in that time, and that's why you eat the Iron Branches. I'd really recommend that, because you need to get as much as you can before the matchup gets horrible. So if you walk away too soon, then like that's what's going to happen, right? You're going to miss the window you can. Now, you actually maybe could have had that one anyways. There was a little bit of wasted movement, so maybe in this case it would have worked, but I still think it's okay to just like eat Iron Branches, especially if you start with like some extras. I actually don't think you have to have the Quelling Blade this matchup. I don't mind it, especially if you think, you know, you're still working on your CS. The Quelling Blade helps. Go for it. We're going to need to rubber band this lane a lot. So yeah, creep aggro like you're doing and then shoving the lane a lot. Both of those will help prevent Queen of Pain from just whittling you down, which she isn't doing a great job at currently. So that's kind of nice. Good boundless strike. It's pretty good. Pretty good start. I would definitely do the boots. And I don't even know if you're going to really need an Orb of Corrosion this lane. So, Orb of Corrosion, really good at slowing people. Good early damage. She's going to blink away. She's going to wind run away. She, once she's 6, she can swap people away from you. This guy already can't get away from you once you're close. And then this guy's going to stampede away. So, or his teammates. So there's a lot of reasons that Orb of Corrosion is not going to get as good a value this game. I might say skipping it this game is the play. In terms of helping you to gank early, though, maybe it could pay off. That one creep wave there was a little too much emphasis on fighting Quap. I think we missed a good chunk of CS for that. Alright. Let's talk Jingu. Jingu is an ability that does nothing until you hit your opponent 4 times, and then it becomes pretty good. So versus these ranged matchups, like Queen of Pain and snipers and all that, it's actually really hard to get multiple hits of Jingu. It'll happen occasionally, which is why I'd still say like 1 point in Jingu is worth it. But you should save the skill point. If you run into the case where you're about to hit the 4th hit and you think it'll make a difference, level it up. But there's a very high chance you will just never get 4 Jingu hits versus a good ranged hero. So at that point, this second skill point especially, maybe even the first point, depending on the matchup, just doesn't do very much. And we're going to need to farm more, which Tree Dance is going to help a lot more with because it'll have Primal Spring. And it'll give us 200 AoE damage, at level 2. So consider that as a potential swap up in these really tough matchups, is to drop the points in Jingu. I think at least 1 point is fine, because otherwise they wouldn't even back away when you do start trading them. They'd realize, like, oh, there's no point. I think 1 point's fine. But I think the second point, you hold until you know you're actually going to get it, and then you activate it. Otherwise, you play the lane, you never get it, and then you're like, oh, I'm in farm mode, and then you put all your save skill points into Tree Dance or Boundless Strike and start farming up. I think there's actually an old Naga support video when she first became meta, isn't there? Or maybe I never actually made a Naga support video. Raindrops are gonna get shredded by a Queen of Pain. I actually think it probably won't be worth it. I think you either just go power treads for the better farming speed, or commit to the Orb of Corrosion for ganking side lanes, like Orb of Frost. Which coming up here in a moment, I think will be, 6-minute power rune, nighttime, first real chance at it. You ended up doing pretty well in this mid matchup. You said it was a hard matchup, but I actually think you handled it quite well. Don't be afraid in actually hard matchups, but also just as a mid in general. Don't be afraid. TP in, get these kills, right? If you are being denied heavily, let's say you're missing like 3 out of 4 CS, you're getting like 35 gold per lane. That's not very good, right? TPing in for like 200 to 300, very worth it. Run back. Still a net gain for you. Do you have to do it since you're actually doing pretty decent? No. it gets a lot worse soon. I think that's okay, though. So then that's not about the matchup. Well, I mean, a little. That means what we need to help you with is identifying when can you do other things on the map. Because this is actually the hard part for a lot of bad mid matchups, is getting towards level 6 in bad matchups. You usually get wrecked here. You've actually done it. Your CS is very similar to Queen of Pain. Your levels are very good. You're about to hit 6. So you actually handled the mid matchup part correctly. It sounds like it's the rotations out of here as it gets worse and worse that maybe you didn't quite do. And some of that might be like the 3 points in Jingu now, which I don't recall. Have we activated once? I think you might have gotten it once on Queen of Pain. Or not at all. So that's 3 skill points that are currently not doing anything for us. You could even get a point in your ultimate instead for some potential plays on like side lanes. Rip Earthshaker's Bassi. Guess it was going through the Twin Gate. If you change the skill build here, so for example, okay, the mid matchup is now unplayable. Pivot this, which doesn't work on creeps, to this. Let's say you have the 1 point. You have level 3 Tree Dance, which means you do 290 damage per jump, right? So now you can finish the power treads to do tread swapping, bring in clarities. This, instead of raindrops, you should buy a magic stick earlier to get charges from all of Queen of Pain spells. And now you can be doing some jungling. You can even stack and like recover as the game is tough. And they don't know if you're actually ganking in that time, which Jingu's nice for ganks, but it's not like a level 3 Primal Spring is bad damage either in the early game. And the rotations will just come from map awareness too. You can't just see that they're pushed up, you do have to check. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I see some checking. But if a matchup truly is bad, do think about that. Like, you'll see very early mid rotations if the matchup's like horrible. Also, I know it's difficult, but try for some mischief dodges. I don't think I've seen that too much. But it is how you negate some of these tough matchups. The timing is very tricky now that they nerfed it. But even one successful attempt out of like 10, I mean, that's like, what, 50 less damage from an auto attack? Or potentially a couple hundred from a dodging scream? Oh man, those are my power treads. That's so rude.
Killing spree.
You also need a new mid ward, by the way. Which, if your lane sucks, some people put here to stack this easier. I don't know if Monkey Kings do that, because Monkey King is not actually that great at farming both these camps at once. I'm unsure on that. Monkey King can also stack it pretty easily because you just jump over. So I don't think you actually need this ward, but maybe. I haven't paid enough attention to mid Monkey Kings doing that. Actually, to be honest, because there's the draft at Pro Dota, you almost never see a Monkey King in a bad matchup. That's another reason I'm not sure if he does that or not. It's almost always a winning matchup. This death just ended up us being overcommitting, though. Not pushing too hard, right? She has haste. We're never gonna... Not only does she have blink, but she also has haste. So we're never gonna get this. You're, like, trying to hit her, but let her push the lane in, drag the wave back, farm it here, and then just go jungle. She'll shove in If she just sits here and balances the wave, she's wasting her time. She'll shove it in, you'll jungle, you'll come back as necessary, or you'll be sneaking to another lane, ganking, she'll TP respond, you'll finish the gank, you'll TP home. You don't need to clear the wave out here. And you keep trying to proc the the Jingu, but I think this is the game you'll learn the lesson, right? Of like, okay, some matchups it is too hard to proc the Jingu, so I should just not try. I won't put so many skill points in it, and I'll just focus on farming up. Ganking or farming up, one or the other. Ooh. Thankfully, they get the kinetic field.
Tower could use a hand.
Chew my food and not eat cat hair. So I just wanted to note where we took most of that damage, where we ended up dying. And it's here in the river, where we're trying to deal with the creep wave here in the mid lane as if we were in a competitive mid matchup, right? So you've identified in hindsight a tough matchup. Maybe you knew ahead of time, but you didn't shift the way you played. So now, in the future, when you know the mid matchup sucks, and this is actually true for any of the lanes, really, right? In a close matchup, or a matchup you're winning, fight the creep wave here. Go ahead, you know, fight for it here. But if you're losing, and you're at risk of dying, or you're at risk of taking too much damage, which will eventually lead to dying, you don't need to clear it up here. You don't deserve to clear it up here. Like, let's be harsh on it. It's like, oh, well, if I don't come up here, I'm going to miss some CS. Yeah, in a losing matchup, you're going to miss CS. We're not looking for 4 out of 4. We're looking for like 2 out of 4 in a terrible matchup. So in that case, don't come up here for the 2 out of 4, trying to go for 4 out of 4, and we're going to die or lose half our health or more. That's not worth it, right? If we had to salve to make up for it, right, that's the 2 out of 4 spent. In fact, we're in debt a little. Let her push it up, farm the 2 out of 4 here, no health cost because it's like way back here. And in the time you wait while she's just doing this, you're farming 1 extra small centaur. Oh, that doesn't sound like a lot. Yeah, I know it's not great, but we're in a losing matchup. So 1 little centaur is helpful. And eventually we whittle down the whole camp. That's an extra, 80, 100 gold, depending what camp we're doing. And you just kind of like bounce between that. The lane comes here, you farm it. Hopefully the creep wave actually even like delays it. So the next wave comes in, it's safer here. You push that out and you don't push up. You're just like, bye, I'm out. I'm going to go farm jungle stuff up. So because you try to get this CS where we can't because we're in the losing matchup, you end up down here. And now she's willing to dive you. Although again, we're going for CS here. And we now need to respect her even more because we lost so much health. We're like, I go for CS here. I maybe get 1 last hit. But that's how it is. So that'll help. That's kind of how we died the first time too. So with that new mindset, I think you'll actually... Your starting lane was really good. You will now subtract those 2 deaths. And you'll actually be in a lot better of a spot. For those 2 kills, right? It ended up looking pretty bad. It ended up being like a 2,000 gold difference now. Take 600 gold away from her. Give yourself 600 gold. Those are the deaths, kind of balanced out. And then the farming she got done while she killed you. I mean, she would have done farming anyways, but you also would have farmed while not dead. So then give yourself an extra like 200-ish gold, Now we're talking like a 3,600 Monkey King versus like a 4,200 Queen of Pain. Sure, she won the lane, but for a tough matchup, and she's only a few hundred up, that's pretty good, right? That's pretty good for the Monkey King, I mean. So that's where we're just making sure you recognize this is not a lane I can get everything from, and adjusting to that. That'll help you from overcommitting, like is what's happening here. And then you'll be in a lot better spot. The time you save, instead of being dead, you'll either jungle or you'll look for those rotations. And if you do get kills, right, you might be even ahead of Queen of Pain. But even if you just end up jungling, that'll be fine too. If you do choose to jungle as the Monkey King, by the way, power treads so you can do some tread swapping. And then anything that gives mana regen is helpful to keep using Tree Dance. Could be raindrops, but they're not the best versus Queen of Pain because you burn through them so quickly. Mage Slayer is a really good default on Monkey King. I know Diffusal is actually more popular right now if you are going for an aggressive route, but for the same reason, Orb of Corrosion is actually not great versus a lot of their heroes. So is Diffusal. It's going to struggle. So I would say Mage Slayer is pretty good this game. Maybe an Orchid could be cool if you want to go for that. Though again, Stampede will save silenced people. So a little iffy. But any of these, like, let's say you go Mage Slayer first. So you pick up you farm at the Cornucopia. That'll cover your regen needs to just keep using Tree Dance everywhere.
Can't do nothing about dire structures right now.
You did a quick check. Only Speed did a guide on Naga support. Okay, I must have just talked about it in like some tier list video instead of making an actual guide. Yeah, here's another aggression on the Queen of Pain, which we need help to kill, right? At this point, we need like the Disruptor, all stuff like that. So we're looking for other heroes. We're avoiding the bad matchup Queen of Pain until we wrap back around and we're stronger. So jungle camps or side lanes. I think that's the main thing we need out of this replay, actually, now that I've seen it. The Naga support, I think, is still mostly the same. It's making a bit of a comeback because it was good because it was busted, but there were also a lot of popular ranged carries at that time. We then switched to a meta that had a lot of melee carries, and so you wanted more ranged position 5s, and also she got nerfed. She's been buffed a little bit, and we've been returning to some ranged carries. Like Drow is back in the meta to some degree. There's more Terror Blades. Morphling. Terrorblade, I know, is like kind of both, but like whatever, you know what I mean. Also, there's a lot of wombo combo spells right now that she either counters or sets up. So it's not that she is suddenly way better herself. Like the buffs to her were relatively mild, but it's more like the meta shifted back to Naga. So I think a lot of the playstyle is still the same. With a little bit more pressure on good song usage because it's like a 3-minute cooldown. Jeez.
Double kill.
Radiant's top tower's in bad shape. Radiant's top tower's taking hits.
Almost. No. Dang.
Radiant's mid tower's getting banged up. Dire might want to
So with some shifts around in playstyle, you see Drow's doing fine, right? So like even in bad matchups, you just like do okay so that Queen of Pain isn't out of control. And hopefully through your rotations, like Drow can help carry you later. You just need to set her up. Partly goes back to getting Mage Slayer as like a utility fighting item. Rather than trying to get solo kills, we're trying to help keep Drow alive by reducing their damage. Maybe doing like BKB Orchid so that you can help control people for her. Stuff like that. Mr. Porden, are you here? Because you did do a donation. I don't think you had a match ID at that time. Let me know if you're here, and we'll do yours. If you're not here, then someone else, Mew, hopefully I didn't butcher that, MEU, did donate one that we can check out. Oh, you are here, Mr. Porden. Okay, cool. Yeah, we can do yours first, since that's the order. No, if you're not ready, I mean, that's fine, too. Let me know. Rude carry. Let's go.
the radiant structures like this.
Okay, I'm done eating my mini dinner snack. No more chewing into the mic. My bad. RGG, no problem. Happy to help out. I hope it helps in future matchups. To reiterate, I do think your starting lane was actually quite good. Like, I think that's the hard part, and you actually nailed that. Hopefully now with just the quick advice on shifting the mentality, that actually won't be that hard to work into your play. And it'll hopefully help you a lot in the next time you run to something like that. Okay, Brood carry. Now, Broodmother is not super popular right now. I'm doing a quick check on if the build has shifted up. I do like Broodmother a lot, so I'll at least be able to share Brood thoughts that are always there. But looks like the build's not too different. More people going for the web since that did get the buff. You've still got Feeding Frenzy, but I think that makes sense for Brood carry. Well, who are you against? I mean, Sven's a satanic builder. Spectre's not. Well, I won't worry about it too much. I can't say I know for sure which one's better. I do know the webs have made a comeback a bit since the change to it, though. Okay, and you said lane was going well. Gank at level 6 got kicked out of lane. Went bot, but kind of farmed. Just wondering if I could be more active or I was actually too impatient in how I was playing. Game just got out of hand before you really realized what went wrong. Okay. For Brood carry, first of all, there's some overlap here. There's actually even a little bit more room than there looks like. So when you cast the web, I forget if it's a fade time or the web is actually just larger than it realizes. But for example, the next web doesn't really need to show till like right here. And you can cross these webs without much of an issue. I'd be very careful of that and, err on the side of overlapping when it comes to cliffs and trees in case you do get stuck. But there is some heavy overlap here and you do have limited webs. So spreading it out is pretty good. At the start, you actually often only need like the one web because the web can actually cover almost this entire area you need first. I would say you want one web that covers the camps. You can either... So, with the change of the lanes, I actually haven't played Brood since they shifted this stuff. I don't know the perfect placement. Gut feeling. First, some things we want. We want to be able to play most of the lane in a web, but we don't need to go everywhere as long as we're on the web and can act like creep aggro the middle of the lane, which we can do from mostly this side. Ideally, we want to be able to reach the camps, and then if you can access trees, because you can run through trees. So anytime you're in danger, you just like zip through trees and you can't be chased. So you want one web that'll let you do that. These kind of count, but there's also paths through it. So usually the side ones matter more. So I would say, and I guess maybe you can make it to this camp as well. Let's see, if we were trying to do it, then this web is probably going up here to cover the Ancients for later, the Polywogs, and then up to the front of the tower. And then this one is maybe another web like right here-ish, which I think should give you the small camp, hard camp, and then like this edge of the lane, which means the third one can go over here-ish to give you access to this trees to do the zipping that we talked about while also helping you to move through this side of the lane. Or you save that third one in case the lane pushes up and then you got to like push it up here. Wand and Iron Branches. This is not bad against spellcasters. I don't know who you're laning against, though, and I feel like it's Kunkka off lane, maybe? And then I don't think that's going to be as good. I think you actually want armor versus Kunkka off lane. Especially if it's Kunkka Sven. I think you would want the Wraith ban. I'm just learning Brood, just first picking in every game. My guy, let's go. Yeah, you're just learning the matchups. Okay, okay, sounds good. Thank you for the, that'll put some, know where to, like, approach this mentally. So yeah, we see the Kunkka here. Wraithband into Null or Soul Ring? Ooh, I have a feeling you can do Wraithband, Power Treads, Soul Ring. Something like that. The thing is, you only need the Soul Ring when you hit 6. You will never cast enough spells to use Soul Ring until you hit 6. And then that's where you're like trying to use this as frequently as you can. So that's when you need the Soul Ring. Prior to that, the Soul Ring doesn't matter. You barely cast webs, and you sometimes press Q. And it's super long cooldown, right? So you don't actually need much mana until 6. So ideally, you get the Power Treads first, and if your Soul Ring is slightly late after 6, that's okay, because between some, like, tread swapping and, like, okay, wand charges, you even have an IO, hopefully that gets you enough time till, like, the Soul Ring, and then you pop off. I don't think, outside of getting a bunch of kills, I don't think you would have time to do, like, Wraithband, Null Talisman, Power Treads, then Soul Ring. I also don't think you need the mana regen early with the Null Talisman. Later, it'll help, but at the same time, I think you just get like a Sage's Mask for, you know, Orchid buildup, potentially. I was gonna say Echo, I forgot to change. So I guess for only the Orchid, if you wanted to do that. Does it build anything else? Is Falcon Blade cool? I don't know if you really need it as a carry Brood. That could be kind of interesting, though. Nah, I feel like these are good. What they have here. Okay. All right. Not only, so I just want to highlight something here. Not just because you have an IO who's like king of regen, you know, tether to you with a couple levels, so you're gonna have like popping off. Don't forget, you got that spider's milk. You're gonna heal up every time you get last hits. So when it comes to a war of attrition, not only do you have the spider's milk, not only does webs give you like the movement speed around to be like really fast in and out, dodge through trees and all that, but then you've got insatiable hunger. You've got potentially the web facet reducing their regen. You just have a lot going your way that when it comes to constantly trading with each other and then going for last hits, you should come out ahead over time. So at moments like, I want to go back a little bit more. Moments like this, right? Don't be afraid. You can go for last hits and denies if you have time. But if it's also like, I could wait, feel free to just hit Kunkka, right? Oh, I draw creep aggro. He hits me. I'm going to heal. This guy, he ain't going to heal nearly as much as I'm going to heal, so long as your lasting is somewhat okay. Which, once you get a point in insatiable hunger and you get all that bonus damage, nom 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 nom, right? It's almost for sure like 3 creeps guaranteed in the time you have. You know, like right here, see how you're like kind of waiting for these? This is where you like kind of have time to like zip in, whack once or twice, come back for those. If you're sitting at full health when the spider milk is activated, we're kind of wasting potential. Base HP regen, spider's milk, and the tether. It's all wasted if we're sitting at full health. This goes back to where the Wraithband might be good for the extra armor. Makes all the healing even more effective. It's a lane where Io can actually just focus on stacking for you. Let's get into kind of specifics, but I'd say Io... Io can... Io doesn't really need to help you. So when you're 6 and they're stacks, you'll blow up. So Io can put a little bit more emphasis on that, and then when you do the stacks, Io will catch back up, and then also could maybe sit in the lane while you're doing that. For the web placement, I'm not going to repeat it too much, but I will say, if you take a quick look at like any high-level Brood game, go ahead and just copy whatever their web placement is. Like, I don't know what it is right now, but if I was to start playing Brood again, that's what I would do. I would just go check a couple higher level replays and just see like, okay, he puts his first web like right here. He puts his web here, right? Just like copy whatever theirs, because they're probably some sweaty Brood tryhard that has already like min-maxed it. I would just go with one of theirs. And then not only will you have fixed the overlap, but you'll also have them in like optimal spots. Without having to constantly move him around. Okay, so let's start speeding through this, because you said you got kicked out of lane when there was a mid rotation. With last hit practice, you'll even be able to build a CS lead, because actually Brood has really fast, really good animations. So with more Brood practice and Insatiable Hunger timing and all that, you'll be able to build a CS lead here. Hit 6 ahead of enemies. This Spectre 4 is kind of wild. I didn't really comment on it. To make Ricky proud. You do have the power treads, and you're 4.5, so you're thinking about that soul ring now. I think that's fine. That timing should line up. Yeah, it's even a little early at this rate, which goes back to being able to fit in the Wraith Band. Nice. Oh, you know, I didn't expect our mid laner to be the one who rotated in. I think this web that you just placed, frequently, anytime you can cover 2 camps is ideal. And I think this web, like, centered here-ish, should give you access to this camp, and, like, I think just barely connect back to this one. Okay, so SF's here, Konka's there. I think you guys played a little aggressive there for knowing he was in the area. Uh-oh. All right. So part of the reason you died here is because you felt stuck here, right? But this goes back to like, this is where you drop the web and you're like, you're like going up and down cliffs. So even with Io dead, I actually think you live here if you place one more web back there and just like bolt back there right away. Not to, I know we're back to web placement, but it is a big part of the hero. It's unique to the hero, and so once you get the hang of it, you'll be in a good spot. Web management is like a big part of it. Once you have to, as Brood, you almost never want to rotate because you have to like redo the webs. So if you're absolutely forced to, you gotta. But I would say in this situation where, okay, I think I'm losing this tower, I'm too scared to come back here, I would actually TP here to the tier 2 and just start jungling, start building up the spiders, and it's very unlikely off of taking this tier 1 tower that they're going to siege into the tier 2. They're almost for sure going to leave. And as soon as they leave, you're going to have some spiders already and just like shove in the lanes. And you might be taking this tier 1 with a bunch of spiderlings if they all like TP out. But if not, and there's still people here, that's fine. You're just going to like go between all the camps. And then this is where web placement's really important because we want to access as many camps as possible with our limited webs and still threaten the lane, the tower. So here, instead of going bottom, TP here, farm up your spiders. And you can also then see, like, maybe if your team does want to defend, you could still come back in with the spiders. By coming down here, you do help take this tower, it looks like. But then now we have to go through all the web placement. And that's not to say we can't. You have the charges, but the mana cost, 40 mana is not a lot when you only have to move 1 or 2 webs. If you have to move every web, that's actually your entire mana pool. And I, at this stage, want to be dropping spiders like every chance I get. So, if you do make this rotation, I actually don't think it's that end of the world, but you're going to have to like twin gate back if possible to get back to your webs. And potentially, that's actually a rotation you'll see offlane and carry broods do, is with the twin gate. You hold this tower, right? And your twin gate, your web reaches that twin gate. So at some point, you bring the spiderlings over, pop through here, and you just do like 1 web this way, 1 web here, and you can help siege this tower while also farming their stuff potentially, and then just go back, pop back through, hold all your original webs, remove webs as needed, but you can always threaten to go back as well. Whichever side you're on, your team does not want to be on, so now that you've rotated over here, let's just go with it, and now this is your world. You want 1 web to reach this tier 2. Doesn't really matter from the top or the bottom half, but you want it to reach the tier 2, so you can always threaten that. And then you just want to reach as many camps as possible. And you can do what you're doing, which is to creep cut the Sven. You want 1 web that lets you do something like this, right? Earlier, remember when you died and you're like, oh, I feel stuck here. Brood specialty, you know, just through the cliffs. So this kind of works. It's just a little short. That's okay, because you can just like spawn a new web at that time to get away. So this is good enough. Another example could be like here, right? You're pushing the lane, they try to get you, and then you're just like zoop through the trees. Over here, just being able to like cut through this while they are like having to go through the normal paths. Is how you play really aggressive as the brood. If you know you have to redo webs because you've been forced to move sides of the map, bring a clarity with you, if not 2. No, my spiders! Just because, as you see, by putting down so many webs, we do burn through the mana pool, and it's just gonna happen. Like, that's just the nature of moving so many webs. So you'll just need the clarity ahead of time. A web back here is not bad. You see how now we've used 2 webs for this? It could be 1 web to reach the ancient camp, and then 1 web to travel over to here. And that way, all your webs are connected. They can all stay, and you can now push. But also, if you get scared, you can easily fall back to your own triangle and then just like fix it back and forth. I know I said I wouldn't harp on it too much, but then I feel like so much of this replay is just about webs. But it is, I don't know, it is about the hero, so we gotta. Now, in situations like this, here's another brood trick. So Sven will cleave the spiderlings. It's what he's trying to do right now. Any hero that threatens your spiderlings or like Echo kills you, if you have enough spiderlings, they can jungle on their own. So when you see this, you're like, well, I got to deal with this wave, but I don't want to farm my spiderlings. With your established web network, so you don't have to like worry about replacing things, you just send your spiderlings this way and you just have them go farm this. Or you have them go cut the next wave while you stand under the tower and just bring things over like some kind of normal hero who doesn't have 5 million summons. You just deal with them one at a time while the spiderlings go farm something else. And Sven will either get baited to go chase them, or they'll just go, that's too far. I can't deal with those spiderlings. And your spiderlings will be stealing jungle camps. And the nice thing is, Sven if you're dealing with this 1x1, it's actually unlikely Sven dives you and kills you, right? He's probably going to fall back this way and farm this way. And then he's going to get here, and your spiderlings will have cleared this camp and will be, like, clearing this camp and have, like, died at that point. And he's going to lose some farm efficiency. Oh, I don't think I mentioned it. Tread swapping, super good on Brood, but also tough. I know. So I'm not going to worry about it too much, but a lot of Brood's farming speed is... It's the web placement and it's the mana management. So the more you can do it, the better. It is tricky, but it'll pay off. And if you sit in a lobby, it's not too hard if you sit in a lobby and just practice the button cycle, you know? You don't have... technically, you could... The ideal... Switch to strength, use Soul Ring. Switch to intelligence, use the spell. Switch back to Agi. If you want to learn to do that, go ahead. It's a... double tap, whatever your hotkey is. For me, it's F. It's FF Soul Ring, FF Alt, FF back to right clicking. If you sit in a lobby and practice that a little bit, it'll be super fast. Or you can alt cast it actually, because treads can actually go backwards. Did you guys know that? So if you alt cast F Soul Ring, alt cast F alt cast F, that also works. But I'm really bad about doing. I just go in one direction for my own ease. Now if you just sit in a lobby and like cycle through that, you can cycle through it 50 times in a minute easily. And it is surprising how quickly that will be locked into memory. And it will add up to hundreds of mana saved for the amount of times you cast your ultimate. That's the main one I would use it for. If you do it for like the other spells, great, but it's less important for those. It's mostly the ultimate, since the webs should mostly be stationary once you get the placement down. Okay, I think that might be a lot of it. Let me see what else you said.
Tower's in trouble.
Little bonus tip here. So, drop the web. We're gonna use the web to take this tower, and the feeding frenzy. Since we do have this facet, it's good for tower taking. Don't want to get surprised by Kunkka torrenting us and then like Xing everything and killing us and the spiderling. Same with like popping out a fog of war, stun, all that stuff. So this is more micro, but I'm going to have to assume you're okay with that since you chose to learn Brood. Most of your spiderlings hit the tower. Potentially you as well, but you actually don't even have to risk yourself if you don't want to. You can already be off jungling somewhere back here while your spiderlings whittle down the tower. Extra micro, which this is hard to describe, but is in the micro guide I have on YouTube. You can individually command the spiders. So if you're worried about them coming through Fog of War, you can send the spiders like one here, one here, one here, one here, one here. Now, I rarely do that on the screen itself. What I typically do is select every spider and do the command just on the minimap real quick. It's also how I scout really quickly. So, like, I'm Brood here. I'm thinking about pushing. I'll select the spiders and send, like, 5 out this way. So they just kind of, like, go out in a cone, and hopefully they run into something. If they don't, maybe I missed them, but whatever. I tried. It gives you a real good, like, shotgun approach of, like, is anyone coming this way? If one spiderling dies for the cause, thank you, spiderling. It's not that bad. It's worth, like, 20 gold. If I die, that's a problem. If the whole brood dies, that's a problem. So sometimes sacrifices must be made. But it's good. Is the control next unit trick? Yeah, exactly. If anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, it is in the micro guide. It's kind of difficult to explain without showing it, and it's kind of detailed. So the micro guide will have it all as condensed as I could possibly do it. Moments like this are where you want to be really careful with people missing. This is where you just like send the spiderlings to do this. You maybe throw spawn spiderlings from Fog of War, and you jungle back here. That way, yeah, okay, you didn't die in the end there. If the spiderlings occasionally all get farmed while pushing objectives, not too bad. We just want to limit it as much as we can. And despite some struggles, I mean, your farm's pretty solid. We've even now given a bunch of tips on how to possibly improve that even more. Now, although we want to be mostly left alone, and there are broodling tricks to scout for yourself, having your team help you with a deep ward, or you do it yourself. Earlier, we were talking about when core should buy their own wards. Brood is a great hero to buy her own Observer Sentry, like 1 or 2 every now and then, because you pretty much don't want anyone in your team to bother you down here, outside of like coordinated plays to like get a kill, take tower, right? For the most part, you want to be left alone. So if you can place your own Observer ward, that's great. If the supports can do it for whatever reason, sure, perfectly fine. But it really helps Brood a lot. Wherever she wants to play, put the Observer ward down to help her stay alive. Uh-oh. Kind of that, actually. Got caught off guard by the rotations. We didn't see him coming. Those will be times to just be super safe with your hero. Send the spiderlings out. I know it's a lot. I screw it up all the time when I'm playing Brood because I'm like so in my head about the micro. My map awareness drops a lot. But when you do notice it, just chill on the side. Send the spiderlings out. Just play as the spiders. And your hero is like... you were doing it for a moment, right? Like your hero is like in this tree line cliff. You're like way in the back. You might miss some XP from the farming. It's not a big deal. The most important thing is like staying alive. And all those deaths will matter since the later the game goes. It is hard since we're countered. We're first picking Brood. Your item build itself looks fine. It kind of depends on the exact game. It looks like you disassembled your Manta. You might have disassembled the Manta here. Oh, sorry, you never built the Manta. You just left it at Yasha. For some reason, I thought you had the Manta. That's fine since you didn't do the Manta. If they have a bunch of BKB builders, Bloodthorn can be harder to get value out of. And you kind of have enough damage anyways if you just have crowd control. So that's where like Hex can be really good. Or if they have a bunch of ways to kill spiderlings, which is the bigger thing this game. Kunkka, Sven, SF, right? Spiderlings are going to die, which means Bloodthorn's never going to pay off as well. Just go for the individual hero. Get like Butterfly... just classic right-click items. Insatiable Hunger Shard plus a typical right-click build is crazy single target damage if you play around the shard. So that's how you kind of play when your spiderlings are heavily countered. Bloodthorn you usually only do if they don't have good wave clear for the spiders, or if you're so ahead you can get the Bloodthorn really quickly. That's when you see Bloodthorn the most. I should have trusted my gut. That's got to be one of the most said phrases for Dota, right? You stick around, you die like, "Ah, I knew it. I knew I needed to not do this, do that, whatever." The Dota classic. Why doesn't the mind do, or Swallow, why doesn't the body do what the mind knows? I felt it in my soul. Okay, I think that's a lot for Brood. Let's move forward because I actually see where we were catching up. We've now built things up again. Get this. I'm sure there's a way to do it, but I'll be honest, guys. I actually don't know how to refund YouTube things right now. I would eventually get to it, but I'd be worried about forgetting if it goes too long. If you're listening and you're thinking about donating to get the guaranteed replay, hang off for a second. Let me catch up maybe, and then let's see where we're at on time and how we're feeling. Because the later the stream goes, the less useful the advice gets. The mind starts to wander. We have a couple still left to do, which I feel okay. I feel like we can get through those. But if too many people queue up, then that's where things will start getting iffy. Okay, this is an unranked game, but you think it's about Divine to Immortal. Okay, so let's do Divine. And Antimage. We did quite a few carry games this day. Mr. Pardon, no problem. I hope that helped. I'll be right back. I'm going to put this away, and then we'll keep going. Look what I found, guys. A cat. Hephaestus hasn't been sleeping here in a while. We haven't had the cat cam in a bit. You gonna sit on the desk, Hef? You can turn the cat cam on? You don't like the lights? You leaving? Okay, maybe no cat cam. He just walked out. What the heck? He used to love hanging out over here. Okay. MEU, hopefully you're here. Otherwise, I guess you catch up in the VOD. Antimage game unranked. Let's take a look. I didn't mention specific questions, so I guess we'll just see, unless you are here and you want to throw in any questions now. I'll take a quick look through this. Maybe we can just identify some stuff. The laning stage, always good to maybe take a look at. It looks like a tough lane for you this time. That might be a very good place to take a look at. You stay pretty low net worth actually. Most is this like a support anti-mage? No offense. It seems really. You have the Aegis. Is it just that tough of a game? Let's find out. Orb of Frost?
Places, everyone.
Maybe this isn't a carry anti-mage game.
What are we to do with this?
Will there ever be a mobile Dota? I don't know if you could. I mean, Dota's got so many complex stuff. You'd have a really watered down version of it. There are MOBAs on mobile. Maybe I should be getting into it. They seem pretty big nowadays.
30 seconds to go.
Has anyone found that sometimes replays don't download? Like the client says downloading, but nothing happens? T-Spark. If the game is over a week old, the client can't download it unless it's a ticketed game, which means you have to do some stuff with Valve. That's typically tournaments and big amateur leagues. They'll have tickets, and you can download those like anytime. But if it's just a random pub game, you frequently can't download those unless it's been within a week of that game being played. Sometimes it just bugs out. That one's rarer, but it does happen. Sometimes I don't know why. It just happens though. I'm glad you like the YouTube videos. I'd love to know if the meta has a significant impact in terms of turbo gaming. I would say to some degree, but I'm not a turbo player, so I don't know for sure. Okay, wherever this anti-mage ends up, let me tell you what. Strong start with all this money. So maybe, is this a position for anti-mage? We cooking over here in unranked. All right, hang on. We gotta change this. Soft support anti-mage. Let's go. Well, this will be fun to watch. I'm not sure how much useful advice I'll be able to give since this is very out there. There'll be some support generics, I guess. I can't say I know anything about anti-mage support besides what I would have theory crafted. Well, let's find out. Pub games? Yeah, I use it for more like public matchmaking. I guess I don't really fully know. Yeah, I don't know. I know some people say pug, pick up game like you do. I don't know. I've always said pubs. Using the tree line. Solid. Burn this man again. My only critique there, okay, I don't want to get too excited. We still have to give good advice. I would be careful about this level of aggression. I don't know if you meant to do this, but you guys are actually in a really good spot. You don't have to do that much. Equilibrium is in a solid spot. This creep's getting low prior to this creep aggro. You guys probably could have hit stuff and just like kept the lane up here. All we really have to do is stop pulls and all that. Now, if you had Blink, you can go more aggressive because you can always escape. You end up coming through the back like this, which kind of baits the Centaur to come help out, which actually means we're starting to lose control of equilibrium here. Now, it did work out, of course, right? We saw that we do end up with a kill, but there was very much a chance that we are the ones that die and Ember ends up living. It ends up being a trade. All sorts of possible scenarios, even if in this particular game we got the kill and live, the best case scenario. And if we get any of those worst case scenarios, we are losing CS on the Centaur. We are in really good equilibrium, but if suddenly we die and now they're level 2 and they can fix the lanes, like we've kind of lost a lot of it all. Earlier today, we talked about like the phases of power spikes. That one was in the Turbo game, the Turbo Mars game. When the lane's coming up like this, odds are they're going to hit level 2 first, but then once you catch up, you're probably in the lead because you're in a better spot. And we're forcing aggression right now prior to that. Fortunately, they're not level 2 yet, but they should have pushed in creeps, which means we may end up missing more. So it's very close. And I would caution against that, especially because I feel like once you have level 2, I don't think you ever die in this lane. Outside of going way too aggressive into the chains, I think as long as you have some level of health, I don't think you would ever die. And that is now level 2. Earlier, we would just make sure he doesn't do that small pull that he ended up doing. Easy. All right, another situation where we are super good to go. Huge wave pushing up. Lotus sounds great to me. And we don't need to do anything crazy right now. I will say we should reframe our mind, because originally I was like, oh man, it looked like a terrible laning stage for you. This is position 4 Antimage. So in that case, it's actually a really good lane for this Antimage. And I guess the net worth is still pretty solid overall. What was the build in the end? So, Orb of Corrosion, Power Treads, Diffusal. And then a Manta after that, Basher, Scotty. That sounds about right. I'm trying to think what else you could do. Maybe the Vanguard build has a place on support Anti-Mage, but this isn't the best Vanguard game, so I'd say this sounds pretty good. Uh-oh. Took a little bit more damage than necessary. It's okay. All right, let's go Water Rune. I want to see a stack into the Water Rune right now. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I think if you use the blink, you could have made it to the stack, but I don't mind too much. Can we kill this guy? Are we getting killed by this guy? Carry Ember has switched to fighting, ganking Ember. All right, now if we were the safe lane support, God forbid, anti-mage safe lane, position 5. But this is where you would leave your lane. Because this is a position 4 anti-mage who won his lane, we might just help Centaur take that tower a little faster. But if there are things like this to do, totally open to it, because Centaur is a very self-sufficient off-laner. But I do think finishing the tower is a nice way to round out a winning lane. Let's see, we TP mid. Spectre rotated here without the ult, so I guess that's fine. I think Spectre's probably top too soon. We came back. Trying to get the Zeus. Forcing a bit too much aggression here. Coming back to, I mean, up to here is fine. Then after this, we should just back out. These are scary heroes to dive against. We end up being double killed. Looks like just one death. But still, that was our top net worth Centaur that just died unnecessarily. But we do want to be careful of that. Don't want to bait our team into these types of aggressive plays. Almost lose our Wisdom Shrine off of stuff like that. Ooh, very close to losing the Wisdom Shrine. Over-aggression is important to be careful of, but especially around Wisdom Shrines and Power Runes. You TP back here, but you should actually go to the mid lane for the power rune. You should TP here and go for one of these. We would have missed a couple small creeps, maybe one lane creep. It's not really that much for a some kind of power rune. Turns out we're also gonna get an ember kill while we're down here, but I think you could go mid, get the rune, and then come back down and still do something quite similar. All right, here's the part. Can't say I know exactly what to do with an anti-mage support. I do think we should be trying to kill this safe lane tower. Very careful of aggressive blind blinks. All right, in the end, we lose that fight. A lot of that is starting kind of blind aggression. Now, I'd like to note, despite crushing this lane, this tower is still mostly full health. So there's no reason we can't do a lot of what we ended up doing, but take this tower sooner. So some of these blind plays, some of these over aggression should really just be like safer executions on pushing this tower, cut creep waves back here, help protect Centaur. Even if they rotate a lot of heroes, you'll be making so much space for Juggernaut. So despite off a strong lane, I don't feel we have closed it off with a tower. Instead, Centaur's actually died a couple times despite being top net worth, which is giving them now money to play around. Right now, Viper is suddenly at the top. Dazzle is quite rich. Right, warding in front of them with the Zeus. Pretty bold. Pretty bold. Oh, look at that. Patience on Dazzle. Baited that. Not enough. I don't know if it's worth getting tangos at this point, but... No, I don't know. I think I stand by that. I think they're probably just not worth getting at this point. Okay. Anti-mage support is going to be best at fighting, and the best way to be fighting is to force objectives rather than these random fights that are actually happening but aren't really benefiting us. How much damage are we at now on this tower? Still about the same. You think melee supports are hard for beginners? I think it depends on the person. Some people just naturally click with range supports. I think I'm a range support player. Ranged heroes click a lot more naturally to me than melee heroes, outside of a couple melee heroes. I mean, you can learn to do it, right? I think I've learned to play more melee heroes that are maybe not my natural inclination. You can see this in the, you play a MMO or any game you choose a class, Some people are archer, magician type, some are assassin, thief type. I think it depends what your natural style is, and that'll determine which roles are easier or not for you. Yeah, this is where the anti-mage support feels kind of funny, right? Kind of farming up. I would say it's not too bad to farm, but the earlier aggression that was all over the place, especially with the Spectre that wasn't really ready to do anything, and in fact we made plays near the Spectre rather than away. I also think you need to sentry before you place observers versus Zeus, and Your observers pretty much all need to be in weird spots because it's a Zeus. This is pretty common. Zeus will probably bolt this and kill this at some point. If he doesn't, I think it's a Zeus mistake. I'd say something like in here is maybe far enough that it's, you know, sneaky enough to work. Otherwise, I mean, a lot of these are common, and that's why it's tough for Zeus dewarding this corner. Any of the ledge spots might be okay. See if Zeus checks those. Things like, I was going to say in the river, but because of the camp, it's a little risky. But something like right here could probably work. It just needs to be very strange stuff. Okay. I think we might move on. The biggest mistake is how the winning off lane played out. Still not taking that tower is like, it doesn't matter what you're, you know, playing weird stuff, anti-mage, or if you're playing a proper support. Winning the lane is only finalized when you guys take that tower. And if you move too much and you end up throwing away the lead and now you can't take the tower, yeah, there it goes. Did you really win your lane? Maybe not. Oh, Maple. I just connected. I was like kind of reading through different stuff. I realized this is you. Because you did it on YouTube, so the name was different. I see. I see. Yeah, I guess at this point we're just trying to scale back into carry anti-mage. Hey Magdad, how you doing? I would use the sentry here to check this area. A lot of your observers that you've placed have been just placed, you know, but you're missing a lot. A lot of your observers have been killed because there is a Zeus, but that means it's super important for whatever observer you place next to live. And so you need to pay the price of, okay, I think there's a medium chance there's anything here. I have to check. If I lose this observer as well, it's literally a black map for another, who knows how long are in stock. And never mind, we got 2 in stock. But you know what I mean? Like, when you have no wards on the map, the next observer must live. Zeus or no Zeus. And that means you can't just blindly walk in here and place it and hope that they don't have anything. You need to know that they don't have anything. Or that you've at least done your best bet at checking that there's nothing. And if you still lose it, then so be it. But you at least tried to verify that they have nothing there. Getting your nephew into Dota. Yeah. Starting him up early. That's right. Raise that future TI winner. Let's go. Who's next on our list? Okay, this next one shouldn't be too bad to get through. Looks like we have some focused questions on it. This one's a little bit of a wacky draft. I mean, from here, you mostly have to play a pickoff game. Your Centaur actually has to have a Blink Dagger. You guys have no initiation besides that, so he can't afford to skip it. He's got to get that. Swap out this AC, or any of these earlier items should have also been delayed, like one of them delayed for the blink. And then you guys are pretty much making a play where he blinks in and stuns, you blink in, and Spectre haunts in. And that's how you guys play this entire game. You just keep getting pickoffs everywhere. You have to pick a certain few areas to play, and protect those wards. I mean, we've seen what happens. Zeus is killing all your wards. Have to protect the vision you do have. Get all the pickoffs. Proper fights. I don't know. It's weird on both sides because their draft is also strange. It's unranked, but I'd favor their actual team fights a little bit more because they have more actual stuns. So I would just go for the pickoff game. I mean, it's why you have a Spectre mid, right? Is for that style. So play that style with these blinks, get the kills, and off the kills, you can, push for more. And the longer the game goes, I mean, you do have 3 carries, right? So you're eventually going to start outscaling. But that's what I would aim for. Yeah, it looks like some fight happened. I mean, they never had a huge lead anyways. It was kind of getting there. But then at some point, I mean, you guys are just like a bunch of core heroes. And that looks like about expected. Ooh, my shards. Okay, so... Well, hold on. Let me do all the timestamps and stuff. All right, so this is an unranked game, but it looks like he's about Guardian. Playing the Drow Ranger, and you want to know about how bad my laning is, and then the positioning in the late game team fights. Okay, cool. So we'll start early, jump forward into fights. Let's see. Definitely a little low on net worth. For Guardian, I'm not expecting like crazy high CS and last hits and all that stuff. But 3,000 is like, I'd say it's slightly low average, lowish to average for a Guardian carry. Now this is just one game, of course, so maybe it was just a hard time. But it does look like there are some improvements to be made in terms of the early last hits. So let's start with that. Okay. Who are we laning versus? I'm not fully sure, but this wand build is usually the best versus some spell casting heroes. If it's the Viper, Q actually doesn't give magic stick stacks. So that's unfortunate. And then the rest don't use that many spells. So I think this kind of build is still sort of okay to do, but I might swap it for like I think you could skip magic stick for a little bit and be okay. I might do like the circlet first. It's not going to be that big of a deal, I think, especially for the rank. Here, be very careful of what you're doing, because as you've noted, you do have a guy who's AFK right now. Weren't you guys partied? We talked earlier about, like, when you're partied up, the early first blood stuff is much more likely to happen, and you guys were just kind of, like, scattered around. So be very careful. You should just pick a side as a squad and say, like, okay, position around top, go for this. Okay, invade, go for that, right? Just, like, decide and go together. None of this willy-nilly, it's a usual solo pub game, everyone does anything, right? That's how you just randomly have bad times. Okay, you are body blocking to start without seeing anything. That is very dangerous now on this lane. The creep equilibrium used to meet... Actually, it used to meet right here where it is meeting, but the tower used to be further back. So it was much safer to do that. If you just blindly body block your safe lane, there's a very high chance that you will bring the very first wave under your tower, and you've lost the lane in the first 30 seconds. And that's not a great place to be. So if you do want to body block any creeps just blindly, don't body block all of them. Body block like the back 2, back 3 creeps. So come over here, let this guy go through and step in between them here. Let the first 2 go through, step in between them. It's gonna delay the back half of the creeps, so your creeps will be doing less damage while taking full damage versus the enemy creep wave. Even if they block, it's gonna meet out here. Oh no, we're too far. But your creeps are gonna start dying first because you blocked half of them away, so eventually it'll start pushing in within that first wave, and then you're gonna be in an okay spot again. Or they don't block, your first 2 creeps are gonna catch them right before they go under a tower, and then the rest are going to get there, and it's pushing into you a little bit, so that's also fine. There's pretty much no downside. The downside is that you might meet further out if they're also blocking, but it will fix itself, so you just have to be careful in that time. But the downsides of blocking and then they don't block is that the whole creep wave ends up under tower, and now you have to lane here, possibly for the rest of the laning stage. Like if you were dealing with a really good 4 support, and a strong offlaner, like there just may not be a way to fix it outside of the enemies messing up. Now there's a Guardian, they're gonna mess it up, but you don't need to do that to yourself. So be very careful. If you do this as a default every game, it probably really backfires in some of your games. All right, there's some last hitting there. I'm going to keep going for a little bit before I critique it too much. I know this is Guardian, so I'm not expecting perfect CS. Where are we at? We're at 3. Definitely some practice to be had there. The early last hits are technically the trickiest because we have the least damage at that point. At the same time, so does the enemy. And the first few waves are the most important to get down because it gets so easy as you pick up items. But also, the relative value of every last hit is the most at the start. So when you have 600 net worth, because that's what you start with, and you pick up the bounty, so we're at like 680, 700 passive gold, whatever, right? And then you get an extra 35. That's a huge amount compared to how much your total net worth is. So then you finish the next item, you know, this fluffy hat, blades of attack, whatever, a little bit faster. That's huge for the early relative power spike of gold and XP. The later the game goes, the less painful it is to miss CS. I mean, it's still sad and arguably less excusable because you have so much damage attack speed, but it's also like, 30 gold out of like 4,000 out of 16,000, right? It's not as meaningful. But the early of the game, super important. So the more time you spend practicing this, the better. This pull is not the greatest, but you can make it work. Don't let this come under tower. Drag this creep wave around until these creeps get here. Potentially, you can go this way, but that's pretty scary. If you go this way, and the enemy support and the enemy offlaner pressure you, and you're like, oh, I'm going to die, go under the tower at that point. But many people won't. You are damaging this creep, but notice what should have been a 2v2 equal health creeps. Because you attacked so many times, this is now pushing. The lane could have worked out, but it ended up pushing. So, verse Viper, we're very scared. We got to be near our tower. Well, Viper early levels is kind of abusable, but it is tough, especially with Enchantress being a stronger support than Disruptor, if this guy knows how to play Enchantress. So I'd be very careful. Oh shit, I say as we get first blood. Let's go. Hey, we are missing some CS here. That is the biggest thing I'm going to point out to you. And that's unfortunately just a matter of practice. Because I know you probably know, yeah, CS is important. But it is, you know, it's just something you got to practice a lot, get a good feel for. If you want to work on a new habit here, I've been saying it a lot, but now you're the carry player having to deal with this. Build the habit Right now, there's nothing you need to hit. Actually, let me go back to this. See what you're doing right here? This is useless. No offense, with love. You see how you're just like spam clicking this guy, waiting for it to enter deny range? I can tell you, you've got at least 2 seconds before you have to do anything here. So what can we do? We can do something more useful. Click on your mini map, check how this is going, because depending what is happening here determines what we have to do here to make sure equilibrium works out again. At very high levels, check out mid, check out the other lanes, see if it's worth rotating around for. Probably not going to worry about that level 3 in Guardian, but it's a good habit to build. So if you want to do it, it's good to do. The easy mode, click through here too, right? Click through the enemy top bar. This is a replay, so it's actually moving us to those heroes. In your game, it's just going to show their inventory. Do a quick check through. Oh, very interesting. This hero, Jakiro, is 100 health. Is that something I could twin gate through and kill? Again, level 3, probably not doing it. But later, in the laning stage, very much could be something you do. And then you press select hero, you snap back here, and then the creep has gotten closer to half health, and then you can hit the creep, and it's good at that point. But this is just like, I'm clicking. This is like fake APM. You know, at the end, you're like, got 150 APM. I'm awesome. But 50 of my clicks in this minute were this, you know? Attack, stop, attack, stop, attack, stop, attack, stop. None of those do anything for you. But this one click, and then back to my hero, way more important. That will let us know that when this creep wave dies, right there, this is when we would like that small camp to die and for the creeps to push out. Did we hit their creeps at all? Looks like you guys did. You guys whittled down your creep camp a bit, so your lane pushed out a little bit early. It's not the worst, but if you guys didn't hit your small camp, it would have meant a little further back. The banner creep should always take priority over harassing. Actually, as a general rule, last hit should take a priority over harassing. There's, it's kind of advanced to know when it's worth, like, usually it's the first, it's a hero like Viper, actually. You'll see this in the pro meta where they'll actually completely ignore the first wave to try to kill Viper level 1. They'll tri-lane him, that kind of thing. There's cases where the offlaner is so weak at level 1, but will destroy you after a couple levels. Necrophos is potentially another that you will sacrifice like the entire first wave or more to like really beat them down. Pretty extreme. Let's not worry about those cases for Guardian. Especially at this point, right? We're past that level 1 stage. So as a general rule, if there's a last hit to be had, wait for that last hit, get it. I mean, don't wait forever. This is where the timing goes. Like, I have 3 seconds. I'll hit for 3 seconds. Then I'll get the last hit. But the better you can get that, the better you are as a laner. Which I believe is what you are here for. Okay, that was not the necessary pull. Going back to, like, why looking ahead is good, right? If I'm this disruptor, gonna do this pull, you know what you should do right now, guys? Rather than click, 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 50 million clicks into the lane, doesn't do anything. Pull, hold on, ready? High effective APM. Click, 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 click. One click. Huh, this wave's actually pushing in, and it's gonna meet around here. I don't need to do this pull, or I can do a half pull. And then you stop moving, you de-aggro right now. If you A-click your own creeps, this will turn around right now. If Disruptor's like a little further back when he does the check, he can stop moving and like turn around so that they don't aggro this. That's real APM. Will you have time for another? There's actually one more paid one we have to do. Oh, and then yours. Okay, now we have 2. That's okay. I'm gonna ask anyone else I think you got to hang off. I think after the next two, I think we're done for the day. If you do donate, I'll either have to find out how to do the refund, or we'll just have to do it in the next like replay stream. But we are approaching a late stream as we wrap the next two up. Real quick, 5 minutes. There's a creep wave every 30 seconds, so we're at 10 creep waves right now. The 11th one just spawned. With 4 creeps every creep wave and 10 creep waves, that means 40 have spawned. This is now 44 and then 45 with the catapult. So out of 40 last hits available, not including the small camp and the hard camp, things that we might have added on, we're at 16. Now you'll notice for your rank, that's actually not that bad. But in terms of climbing and gaining MMR, this is where we want to aim to bump that up. So there's no real limit on this. I mean, technically, oh, perfect CS, fantastic, great. That's awesome to shoot for. Realistically, you don't need that amount, right? Even if you're at 30, I'd say that's really good. Even at a high level game, I'd say 30 at 5 minutes is very good. Like where this Jakiro is fantastic. So if you're near Jakiro, if you're a little less than Jakiro, you're like 20, also pretty good. I know that doesn't sound like a lot. It's like, that's just 4 more CS from 16, but it does add up, right? That is the let's say you had 4 more CS, you're possibly buying the Gloves of Haste, depending on what those CS was, you know, like a hard camp's in there and some stuff. Maybe you need like 1 more, you know, so we bump it up like, oh, 6 more CS. Okay, now we're talking Gloves of Haste, Elven Skin being finished now, maybe the boots, you know, whatever. And that's where you can see like things slowly start to make a difference. So I had 6 more damage. That helped me get 2 last hits I missed after that. And I also got a kill instead of like being at the edge of dying because I had like a little bit more health, a little bit more damage. That's actually the main thing I want to focus on laning, which is unfortunately something that just you have to work on, is the last hits and all that. But I don't want to overwhelm you with early game laning stuff. I'm sure we could pick out a couple more things, but the last hitting is the main thing to work on. If you haven't already seen it, I think I put a lot of last hit advice into the... Oh, which one is it, guys? I want to say it is the Herald Guide. It's one of the get out of early rank videos. I put last hit advice in there, and creep equilibrium advice is spread out through multiple videos. But the more you learn to like keep equilibrium here and to get the last hits and prioritize last hits, I'm going to say harass for Guardian and then denies. That actually switches up on your rank and depending what's going on. But I think for Guardian, denies are less important when people are going to miss CS and overcommit when they're low. So I think it's easier to get kills and less likely that, oh, I didn't get the deny, so they're getting the last hit. That's not guaranteed here, as you can see by the last hit chart. So your own last hits, harassing enemy heroes, and then denies. Now, with that said, games do go late. Chungo Ward! Let's see. Net worth is not too bad relative to the rank. Looks like, okay, pretty big fight around 29-ish minutes and 32 minutes. Let's start there. Ah, perfect, coming up. It's a high ground fight. We are losing at this point. Notice, though, due to poor farming, despite having way more buildings than you guys, it's actually still quite close in net worth. So we very much can win fights depending on how things go. We are currently dead. Speed forward a little bit. This is a good Hurricane Pike game for you, by the way. The mobility on Drow is actually very strong. As a default, I would actually recommend you start with Hurricane Pike, Falcon Blade into Hurricane Pike. Aghanims can be good. It can be a good farming item, which is why it's tempting. I'm open to it. I also think Drow farms decently without an Aghanims. And the Hurricane Pike helps you be more forgiving with Guardian positioning. And granted, using it aggressively maybe will be underutilized. And like using it in ways to protect yourself. But maybe good to build that habit. Okay, here we come for the fight. Open with the split shot. Pew, pew, pew. Kind of in the macro pyre. Pew, 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 pew. Got him. Gotta get out of this macro pyre. Left would have been better. You might have lived if that happened. That's where the Hurricane Pike will help, actually, is to get out. I think if you had gone left, you could have gotten out of that macro pyre. But let's not worry about that one. Let's see the other fight. These are high ground fights, it looks like, since it's just where the game is. All right, split shot, or multi-shot, sorry. Okay. Chaos Knight's dead, so I mean, if you guys tried to fight, now's a good time. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. I know it's hard to get teams to do things. So we want to be in the back on these fights. Okay, Lion jumps in, glimpse him out, and then drop the Static Storm. That's a choice. Okay, that Hurricane Pike just comes a little late. So, Jakiro Core is uncommon. So if you're not used to this, I'm not that surprised. Currently, we can't see the macro pyre. Okay, so he drops the macro pyre. This is a core Jakiro, so we kind of have to get out of the macro pyre. He didn't get Aghanims, but it is going to do damage and activate on Frost, Liquid Frost. Then he uses Ripper's Lash and the Liquid Frost. So it's at this time, this is his highest damage output right now with that commitment. His BKB's going, Liquid Frost is active, and this is active, and Macro Pyre's down. So this is where you just need to disengage, wait for those to stop. The BKB will end, the Liquid Frost duration end. And I know it's a low cooldown, but like at least this initial cast is over. Macro Pyre will be gone, Ripper's Lash will be on cooldown, and then you come in and fight him. You're currently trying to fight him at his strongest form, which depending on the positioning and like what he's focusing on, I mean, maybe you can do, but he's currently focusing you and he's richer than us. So he's going to come out ahead here, which is pretty much what happens, right? So rather than have to use the Hurricane Pike on him, when you're leaving the Macro Pyre, just self-cast Hurricane Pike. You'll get away really far. Let's find a different fight. There wasn't a bunch of positioning in that fight. That was more... a lot of these would be high ground fights. Maybe we can find one earlier. Drow doesn't look like she dies in any of... maybe here? 16 minutes. Some big old fight around then. Might just be a smaller fight though. Looks like the other heroes died somewhere else. Chungo Ward, I'll get you yet. I actually don't mind that. The Chungo Ward does do a bunch of damage if you try to just run through it, so I just think you do have to clear it out. I see Jakira's taking your base at this time, though. Rather than chase blindly, you should just go back to farming right away. That's a farming speed thing more than a positioning, though. I guess we will just jump to... Let's speed for... Let's find, like, one more fight in the late game and then move on to another one. This one's not bad, actually. You're mostly in the back of the fight. Yeah. That one was pretty good. That's what you want to aim for on Drow. You want to be in the back. It helps once it's like your own high ground. Tends to make it easier. But that's pretty much right. This one is an Ursa carry game. We had a lot of carry games today. Snowflake by the Lake. Do you have a different one? Because unfortunately, this game is actually older than a week, so I can't download it. I could look at the items and stuff, but wouldn't be able to give you a bunch of feedback. Especially, it looks like your question is about going high ground. If you have a different one, happy to do that. Otherwise, maybe if you're not here, I'll maybe look to do a refund. I'll double check how to do it. I'm sure it's possible. Okay, you currently don't. Okay, so how this happens every Wednesday, and actually also to make up yours, you know, just on another stream, if you have it, let me know. Let me write down the name so I don't forget. Where's my pen? The cats are always knocking all my shit everywhere. Let me go get a pen real quick. That way we can keep track of this. If you just come by sometime and you let me know, well, you won't have to let me know because I'll have it written down. But just when you have a game, we'll cover it then. Where is my pen? Hold on. Stole a cat. Doesn't want to hang around here lately. Maybe he doesn't like all the lights. 18 June. I don't know if I need to have the date, but I'll write that down too. Okay. I have written your name down. Gonna take that sticky note, put it here on the monitor. Can't possibly forget now. That's too high. I'm blocking my own monitor. Fool. Okay. Yeah, we'll get back to yours in the future then. And then one more. And this might be the last one we do today. It's getting kind of late. Is this one? Okay, that one's from Archon 3 average, but you yourself are Crusader 3. Okay, so we are hard moding it. We're the lowest rank in the party. Also an Ursa game. What are the odds of that? Need help with the lane, taking advantage of being ahead, and target priority in team fights. Okay. Okay. I would be curious. I feel like ever since I added in this for $5, I'll do it guaranteed. Maybe I should start tracking the stats. I feel like there's been a lot of carry / core players taking me up on that. Maybe it's coincidence for like the 2 streams we've done since then. What do you think about Omni offlane carry? I'm on a 19 streak with him. That's a big streak. Very nice. I think it's not bad. It got nerfed. Still good if you know what you're doing. I don't know. I don't think I would play him like a full carry, if that's what you mean. Or if you're just like, it's so good, I'm carrying. I would probably still do a little bit more utility focus rather than straight damage carry, like I'm position 1 carry. But if you do that middle ground build, I think that's fine. And good, depending on the matchups. Because I think you wreck melee carries. If there's a lot of melee heroes in the game, you're good. If there's not a lot of dispels on the enemy team, you're good. But you can be countered by certain heroes pretty heavily and then have a hard time having impact. And that's when it kind of drops off. I think Omni has always done well in pubs, though, because people are not very good about responding to him and countering him. All right, despite being, you know, one of the lower ranks, it looks like you did pretty well for yourself. So maybe we won't even need to give you that much laning advice this time. But then your other questions on I'm ahead, what do I do with that? And then am I picking the right targets? Those are good questions. Let's take a look at those in a moment. Every Wednesday, do we do game reviews for $5? Yeah, and if people don't take me up on the $5 thing, it's a free raffle. The $5 is totally optional. It's the guaranteed replay instead of like, you know, I just have to randomly pick, and we have a lot of people here. So I just put that in as a way to, like, for sure get one of your own. And I'll prioritize those. So it depends how many people take me up on that, whether it's free or whether you have to pay $5, I guess. All right, I like that you guys all moved in here as a team. You might as well commit the Observer Ward. Looks like you guys are 5 stacking, right? So, oh no, okay, it's a 2 stack and a 3 stack. Usually if you're gonna make this kind of play as a team, it's worth dropping the Observer. I'm not gonna make a huge deal out of it right now. We talked about it earlier. Hope you're gonna TP to the lane. Yeah, okay, okay. Okay. We have lost equilibrium. Once the tower starts hitting your creeps, this will push very heavily, and it's very difficult to fix. I didn't talk about this in the last replay, but I'll talk about it now. The reason I said if the lane goes out, you might just lose it for the rest of the game is because there are no camps spawned, right? It's too early in the game. So if the 4 support commits to blocking, maybe your hard support has already blocked this, right? If they commit to blocking, sentry and body block, there is simply no neutral camp. You have to shove the lane in. Usually that's a viable option, but it will take time. It will usually take at least a minute to fix the lane via shoving it in, if not more. It really comes down to the exact timings and how quickly you can kill stuff. But it's not nearly as guaranteed as having the options for pulls. So when the very first wave starts to push, it's very dicey. Try to be very careful about this brief body block here, again, when we're like not sure what they're doing, right? And then drawing creep aggro right after that, trying to pull it back a little bit, but actually bring it under your tower. You should just leave it where it is and avoid this. Now you will be able to CS under here for this wave while your support is, it looks like they were doing stuff down here, right? So they're late to the lane. You'll be okay for this first wave by bringing it under, but will you be okay for the second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth wave out here? That's what I'm worried about, and why I think it's actually a little safer to just let it be. Now, fortunately, they're kind of hitting the creeps more than they should, so it's somewhat fixing itself. You maybe get this kill, but I also think you're baiting yourself. Ursa used to be a lot stronger level 1. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is where Ricky would rage about foul play. Okay, that barely worked out. I would also like to point out how much CS got lost in this. So the whole creep wave, and we barely made that work. Honestly, I think you should just be dead. But we'll count it. We'll count it. If we messed up, though, not only is our lane shoving, but we've now been killed and we're super late to lane, right? Like, it's pretty scary. Ursa used to be a very strong level 1 hero. He's actually quite weak now. And you become much stronger at level 3 or 4, depending on your skill build. When you have everything is when you start becoming stronger. And ideally, when you have 1-1-2, that is your, like, I can now be aggressive, especially if you have boots or phase boots at that point, possibly an Orb of Frost, depending on your build. So you don't need to go too crazy at the start. Just, like, get the CS that you can, build towards those items, and then you become strong if the matchup is, like, decent. Oops. Okay, because he did that pull, yeah, you have to kind of like drag this through. All right, couple things here. All right, first. So Silencer does this pull, draws it all. If Silencer could actually only pull some of the creeps, that would be the easiest to manage, but it's kind of tricky with hard camp. So this pull's happening, this creep wave started to move up. If you catch this creep wave and drag them to your range creep, this will be a little easier for you to deal with. Your creeps are taking damage from the neutrals and the enemy lane creeps, so yours will die first, and it'll either clear itself out because these creeps will then also fight the hard camp, or they'll give up and move back this way, and you've helped deal with this. In a very strange turn of events, this doesn't usually happen. This range creep actually aggroes 2 of these creeps back over. Typically, you would have all 3 creep waves here. And I would say in those cases, it's okay to pull them under the tower, hopefully all the way through, or just like drag them around. Potentially drag them through here as well. This is working out in our favor until this happens. So again, either catch it and drag it around, or catch it, bring it all the way through. It might still work out. It's just getting real messy. There's like creeps in 3 different locations right now. The tricky thing with dragging it through is keeping track of, one, the last hitting under tower, which is always a little tough. You have to hit this guy once. Your damage is pretty low at the start. So hit him once, it'll get down there, then you hit him again. Whenever the first melee creep dies, it's pretty much always going to go to a range creep. Range creeps take 3 hits, and then you have to get the last hit in the early game. So right around here, you need to turn around and hit this creep once already, and then be ready for the second hit. End up missing that one barely. You can keep pulling them after this, but now you have to start turning around because the third attack is coming, and then you have to hit the range creep right now. And you see by the time you come over, you just barely miss it. It would be okay to use the Q to secure it, I would say. Urshock is not too expensive. Okay, we check over there. This will now work out. Coming out to here-ish. All right. From the very first wave when it wanted her tower and got real messy, we are now back to a regular lane. And this is why, oh god, it's no longer a regular lane. This is why as soon as you bring it under tower, you have to expect that for the next few minutes, it will be very strange, the laning. Not always as strange as what it did, but it can end up quite strange. Some carries are better at dealing with that than others. I would say Ursa really likes to just get to level 3 or 4, and then he can look to be aggressive. So the longer you can just keep it here, the better. This won't be too bad, though, because you're level 3 already, so maybe you can make a play off of this. So we're going to try. Does mean we missed the banner creep, and all these creeps must be forfeit. So if we had actually waited a little bit longer before going, it would have been better. And if we had phase boots, 100% a kill. This case, it looks like it'll still be a kill. Without boots, I don't think that's a kill, though. Which brings us back to that very first level 1 play. This is kind of why we want to wait for a couple tools on Ursa. The skills, the boots. Makes the last hits a lot more guaranteed. So this one a little bit sooner. Because you wanted this deny, you died. It's just one deny. It's not that important. Your guy is over here doing a pull. This is where you have to again envision the future, right? As long as I don't die here, the lane is going to be in a pretty good spot for the next minute, which means I can comfortably get CS and harass and maybe get a kill and stuff like that. If I die here, that's a huge problem. If I lose too much health, I can't do anything even as the lane gets here. So is one deny worth risking that? It's not, especially when you're this far up. If this guy should actually immediately go on you, because losing 1 CS to kill an Ursa is very worth it. As soon as you started running up, he should have nasal gooed you, and then this would have been a lot worse. And then I don't know if this is on cooldown or what, but he should have used it there while Silencer is still far, and then all these creeps would have been hitting you. Instead, they actually get aggroed by that. And then he chooses to go on the Silencer. It ends up killing both of you, but that actually could have been cleaner for them where they both live, or maybe they don't kill the Silencer, but they kill you. So that all comes from wanting that one deny, and it's just not worth it into that amount of creeps while Silencer's over here. My tongue is getting tired of talking. How would you itemize against Wraith King Skellies in lane? The Skellies have a difficult time being controlled. So the bigger thing is just don't be too aggressive when there aren't creeps in the lane. Because otherwise they'll focus you when you get stunned. Hold on. How do I explain this? Okay. Let's pretend he's Wraith King. He has 4 skeletons. The exact situation is okay because there's a good amount of creeps here. If he wanted to play aggressive, he has to summon the skeletons and then stun me. If he stuns first and then summons the skeletons, they'll get distracted by creeps. So he must summon the skeletons. Upon seeing that, you have to get the hell out of there immediately. Just like if you're Ursa, you turn around, jump. You know, like whatever hero you're playing, you start running away. Because if he's summoning skeletons, you know that's coming. If he doesn't stun you, or he stuns you when you're too far, the skeletons will chase for a while, and then you'll eventually lose them. They'll go back to the creeps. They'll obliterate the creep wave and shove it into you. And that's where things get a little scary. Once they start focusing the creeps, you have to start attacking the skeletons, attacking the creep wave, so you don't get dove as a follow-up, and you have to respect that the Wraith King stun is about to come back up online soon too. That's why some matchups are easier than others. Anyone who has wave clear naturally, much better versus the skeletons. There's no early game item that can kill the skeletons. There is no early wave clear like that. Get boots so that you can run away from the skeletons fastest, and get whatever you need so that when he goes for that attempt, you get away. As long as he doesn't kill you or do a significant amount of damage, that's when you're good to go. If you get too close to the Wraith King, this is where it's much easier to summon skeletons and stun you, or stun you and summon skeletons and they focus you because you're the closest thing. So you have to really respect the distance when he's at max skeletons. And once he doesn't have the skeletons, you go very aggressive. The skeleton cooldown is extremely long, and you have to build up charges. Look how easy that kill was once you had phase boots and level 5. You probably could have phase boot and gone that cleaner. Yeah, this goes back to why Ursa is kind of like, you don't have to go aggressive early. We're waiting for the right tools, and then life will be easier. Oh, hey, Sniper, what's up? All right, for laning, I think we can start wrapping it up. This one did work out, where you got more kills than you gave up, but it was extremely close, and I could very easily see this exact same series of sequences giving, like, swapping it. You know, Bristle is up 1,000 gold while you're down. So you have to be a little bit more careful with what fight you choose. And be very careful about losing equilibrium too early by dragging things under tower, things like that. A slower, steadier start, I would favor you over the Bristleback. But when things get iffy, and they're running you down, and you don't have the safety of the tower, like I said, I think this could easily be them winning the lane. But this is a situation where you got ahead on that first fight, barely, and both of you have kept trying to do the same things, but what ended up being an extremely close fight, now you have the lead because you have the gold and the XP from the first kill, so you get the second kill. And then both of you keep doing the same thing, so you get the third kill, and then the fourth kill. And that's why it's now snowballed out of control for you, and you won the lane. I'd like to think you would adapt if Bristle got the first kill and you'd play it safe to not give that up. But there's a chance you would have, and then, like I said, it would have easily swapped. I like that twin gate rotation. Or was that? I was talking and not paying attention. Did you not go down? Yeah, you did. You did. I'm not crazy. From here, if you just farm up your Battle Fury, I think that's fine. If you do make rotations like that, it's good with me. All right, here's where effective APM, go check other heroes. Don't need to do all that much. When you're hitting a camp, they're not going to really, outside of the Ogre Smashers, you got to like dodge those. Everything else, you can like click the camp and then go look elsewhere. Yeah, technically you can like back up and min-max. You got a Cornucopia and a Tango. You'll be fine to like quickly check the minimap. I don't want people here. If you want to go over, sure. If they dive you, sure. You are very close to your Battle Fury, and your farming speed will shoot up after that. So I don't really want this situation where we got like 6-8 heroes coming to my lane. This is where things are going to get very messy. And it might work out, or all the momentum you built up is thrown away. And that's pretty scary. That's why we want to be very sure if a play is necessary to do. This is the case where it is working out. We are giving a lot of space to Terrorblade, though. He is being left alone. He's actually going to jungle faster than us, at least until the Battle Fury. So look, now you have to start doing the jungling like way back here, rather than easily farm the creep wave and do these jungle camps. Like, why is this happening? because they came to your lane. Your farming speed's actually slower right now than if they hadn't come to the lane. Now, because you got some kills, it did work out, but that's just, again, it's not guaranteed that you're going to get these kills. So if you can tell your team that at all, that's good. Like, hey guys, I just want to peacefully farm here till I have my Battle Fury. Or, okay, that safe lane looks really easy to dive with, so I'll go. Or, I'm being dove, so now my team comes up here. Since Sniper was here, I might have farmed this way to the mid lane, but in the end, it doesn't matter that much. This is more risk than you need to take. I don't need to take the tower right now. Do you need this creep wave right here? Let's think about what's going to happen if you're not here. This creep wave will not be killed by these 2 remaining creeps while under tower. So these 4 creeps are, at worst, going to be 3 creeps pushing up to somewhere here, which will be a lot safer for you. You come over here to go these creeps, and that means this could be them teleporting in, killing you under the tower, as opposed to just jungling, waiting. Oh, these are done? That's okay. Come over here. Jungle this stuff. Let the creep wave slowly push up. It'll get here. You'll miss a few CS, but this is way safer for you. And then you'll finish it and benefit 1250. Okay? So if you farm these camps right now, farm one, stack the other, come back to here, deal with this. These have respawned, so now you get to farm this, come back here, do the stack you made, and then it's probably about to respawn again at that point. Versus, we rush up here, we miss the stack, we take a lot of risk to do this too. Now we run back. These will be up, sure, farm these, but we never stacked these. Or we never cleared them. So this route probably gets us 2 more lane creeps and loses us 2 potential jungle camps, while also being a lot riskier.
Radiant's bottom tower ain't a pretty sight right now.
Melee heroes that scale as position 4. Spirit Breaker and Shaker. Yeah, those are pretty good recommendations. Who else? Marcy is not the best right now, but she's someone that kind of fits that idea.
Double kill.
Okay, I'm fine with everything going on right now. I just want you to get to the Blink Dagger. You should at least look and see if this is something you can TP to. I'm not gonna know, and you're not gonna know if we don't actually go and check. Even though this is a party game and there might be some communication, it's good for you to build the habit to at least look to see if that's something you should be rotating to. Because sometimes kills are delivered to you on a silver platter. And maybe you decide it's not worth it and you want to push a lane. Perfectly fine. But I would like that to be an informed decision rather than just, it's what I'm gonna do. I don't know if it's the best, it's just where I happen to be. Very nice. That's your Blink Dagger as well. So if you guys want to make another play, you could. But Arena is down, and so it's global. So we can just chill. Let's clear this out. Go back in jungle. We are moving in. Kind of scary. This guy has no Arena. This guy has no global. You see Bristle back here, but the other 3 heroes, I don't know where they are. And this guy's about to respawn and be able to teleport anywhere. And we blink into their triangle, which might have vision. This is very risky for what is ultimately one hard camp. Is that big a reward? Now stealing the Ancient stack? Oh, that's pretty good. Well, let's bring the team for that. Let's get the sniper over here. Let's get these heroes over here. That blink was a little too aggressive, by the way. If you wait for the Mars, as long as Mars, I know he doesn't have the Arena, but if he stuns someone for you, you'll finish the kill. But you kind of like jump in on the natures first. Just let him, let the Mars go. Now around here, I do want to join teams. So I wanted you to farm up. Now I want you to be part of the plays because depending where you guys go, Tormentor will start spawning at 20 minutes. So if a play happens near Tormentor, you can do it. Actually, it's up here. Old habits. Roshan is doable for Ursa. It'll be easier with a little bit of help. So if you guys can get a kill, you could then do Rosh, which could then set up Tormentor. Or just more fights. You mentioned itemization. Basher. I feel like BKB is pretty good this game. Otherwise, I mean, yeah, BKB sounds good to me. Not really sure if there's much else you need. Shard is generically good. I don't actually know. I don't think Ursa's usually buy it, like, here. I think BKB is the most common. I don't hate Basher, for the record. But, let's say we're trying to kill Terrorblade. He will just sunder you until you have a BKB, and then he'll kill you. So it's either guarantee the sunder kill with BKB, or pray for a bash when he gets low. And one of those, unlucky timing, one of those is way more guaranteed than the other. As well as maybe being kited by all the Crystal Maiden slows, the Shadow Shaman, Bristleback slows. Try to be ready for the Sprout. As a Nature's Prophet player, you know, let me tell you, the first reaction is going to be to Sprout. So if you can be just mentally prepared. Anytime you're near Nature's, expect to Quelling Blade, Battle Fury in front of you. I see a couple of them top. It's not bad. See them like trying to kill Crystal Maiden right now. This is you guys doing too much. What if they smoked in now and killed you for a Crystal Maiden? It's not really worth it. Now they're getting into a fight and you're not here. It's kind of working out, but it was harder than it needed to be and opened up risk. Trying to do a little bit too much at the same time. This is very aggressive positioning. Yeah, I was gonna say, like, just go jungle and watch Sniper hit things. Okay, overall, you guys are doing very well. All you have to do is watch Sniper hit tier 3 buildings. How much do we have on Aegis? 3 minutes. So I'd even say this high ground's a little soon. You guys can just do the tier 2 first. But because you killed the Shaman, you know, I'm up for it. I don't want to see you hit this tower. I don't want to see Mars jump anybody. It should be Sniper hitting this building, and they have to get to the Sniper. Now look at their lineup and tell me, how are they going to get to Sniper and kill him quickly without Arena and Global and you jumping and killing people? There's absolutely no way in the world without Shadow Shaman, and he also doesn't even have a Blink Dagger. So everyone is just going to have to walk up or do a smoke wraparound. So one person is on the side breaking the smoke, and everyone else just watches Sniper hit this tower. And that will be a successful high ground in a minute. One creep wave, one shrapnel, over a third of the tower. Repeat. Pew, 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 pew. And now we're jumping. So, will this work? Maybe. It's also us diving a tier 3 at 24 minutes, so this is also potentially how we lose our lead and throw. Or, in another minute, you would have broken this tier 3 tower. And there's nothing they can stop you with. The Sniper would just do this. They kill this creep wave. The next one shows up. He finishes the tower. You guys finish the barracks. So now let's see if this is worth the risk. I mean, if you win, right? I mean, it'll work. But it also would have worked with no risk. So we lose the Mars. We lose the Silencer. We're now losing Skywrath. We get a buyback from the Bristle. Nature's is here now, getting soloed by you. Here comes the TV. They kill Sniper. They're gonna kill you twice, it looks like. How did this happen? You jumped the Crystal Maiden here. So in 1 minute, we could have killed this tier 3. We've been team wiped. This is always the risk of diving a tier 3. No matter how far ahead you are, there is always this risk that the fight goes really poorly and you throw a big lead. So this is not a fight they should possibly be able to win anywhere outside the base. If you guys did tier 2, it would never happen. Even if you dive a tier 2, they can't win this kind of fight. This is the only way to possibly lose this. So it's not about like, oh, well, it was an 80% chance it worked. It is the remaining 20% compared to 0% chance of any other method working that as a team, as a Dota player, you have to ask yourself, why am I taking that risk? I know it. We can bump it up. 95% chance this dive works. But why risk that 5% loss when Sniper hitting it from back here is 100%? I'm only asking to lose some games, right? Where 95% of the time it works and the remaining 5% I lose. That's why your MMR gets stuck. So for climbing MMR, you always want to take the best odds possible. Now, obviously I'm exaggerating, like 0% chance and all that, you know, but I hope we can see in hindsight and Sniper getting this tower down in one creep wave down to here. Why didn't we just let him do that again? That is what gets people on high ground so often. This is one of the #1 pub issues, even in my games. It's like, why didn't you just watch Sniper hit again? I don't know. No one can resist the call of the dive, no matter the MMR. But it now makes the game a lot harder. Now, maybe you're still fine, or maybe that's what they need to come back. Uh-oh. And it all starts right there. Right there. Bear gotta feed the babies. So true, so true. Feed Crystal Maiden to the babies. All right, I think that's a really clear-cut example, too, to wrap us up. You got any other questions before we close down? The advice isn't really going to change. This is the issue. The advice is now, okay, keep farming, hold the map, find a pick-off. If you get a pick-off, you can push. Otherwise, you got to wait for Tormentor, Roche. And when you have those, you're still not going to dive. You're still going to watch Sniper. So the play never changes, but we need 3 minutes for Roche, and then however long it actually to spawn. So rather than push for the end at 25, we now have to wait till 35. And that means our 10k lead matters less and less and less. It's more windows for us to screw up and for them to find a way back into it, which is why we always want to close out as quickly and as cleanly as possible. And that includes not pushing if you can. If you don't have a Sniper and you have a melee hero like Ember Spirit, you can't push this high ground. It's going to be way too difficult into Terrorblade. You must find a kill first, and then you can go high ground. Because you have the Sniper, or let's say you had a Drow, you're not Ursa, right? When you have these long-range heroes who can chip away from the tower, this is a viable strategy. Everyone sit behind and watch. That's way more dangerous if Ursa is hitting the tower and everyone's watching an Ursa. It's a position difference of here to here. It's very difficult. So if you have only melee heroes and really bad tower takers, what you're looking for is to hold the map, set up a bunch of wards, and wait for a kill. I'm talking through this because you're Ursa. So if you didn't have a Sniper, which would be very normal, you have to play this way because Ursa's a really bad tower taker. But damn, are you great at killing heroes. So set up the wards. Sneaky one right here. You know, see them leave the base, see them farming over here. Set up some sneaky stuff here. Over here's not bad, right? I don't want it to just be on this cliff, on this cliff. Those are bad. You need to see them leave, kill them, and then you can walk up and hit the buildings. And you have to just keep cycling through this, waiting for Roshan, waiting for banners, waiting for refreshers until you do pick up the tools to go for a tower dive because you've built like a 50k gold lead, or you eventually find the kill you need, and then you can go up here. Oh, you asked. Yeah. That's what you would do. You wait for the pickoffs, and your farm will get there to allow you those pickoffs, right? Right now, it's a little tricky for you. This will become an abyssal. This will eventually, you'll get your shard. You'll get your refresher, so you'll have double BKB, double abyssal, double enrage, right? You're gonna kill someone. You're gonna find a natures. You're gonna solo him. It doesn't have to be solo either, because you're gonna be with your team. You're gonna see him off a deep ward. You guys are gonna smoke up. Mars will stun for you. You'll kill him, and then you'll push this. And if he buys back, you just back out and repeat. After this game, after this throw, the game felt so bad. Yeah, it's the painful part about pubs, but sometimes it truly is the one throw that costs you the game. Sometimes you can throw 1,000,000 times, but there are games where it is suddenly much more difficult. I'll tell you why. Well, maybe in this one particular situation, I'll tell you why. Look at this Terrorblade. So at 16 minutes, he has this Manta. Finishes the Butterfly. I think this is off of you guys throwing. He finishes the Butterfly, right? So prior to this, all he had was a Manta and this Eagle Song. And that's what you're pushing into with that first Roche right here. But now, off that throw, now he has a Butterfly. So off of, I don't need anything to kill this Terrorblade, and he doesn't have enough damage to kill us. This Butterfly is now, he can kill any of us, and we need an MKB to deal with him. And if none of you had an MKB queued up, now your MKB, your soonest MKB, Sniper actually finishes one pretty quickly, right? Off that Aegis throw, 4-minute window that he needs to get the MKB, and now we can threaten Terrorblade again. He still has the damage to kill us, by the way, but we can kill him again. And because we needed the MKB to do that, he was farming as well. Finished the Scotty after that. So now he has control for you as the Ursa that you're going to get kited around. These two tools were not available to them prior to this. And now this is a much scarier Terrorblade because scaling is not linear in Dota. This is exponential. And we were at the low end, we threw, and now he's at the high end. And now it's super hard. Not impossible. He walks out too far, you guys jump him, you kill him, you get it. But it's so much harder now. And that's why Dota can be a bit punishing when you make those mistakes. But also, why you shouldn't give up, guys. If you are the side that is losing and you can identify that, like, I just need that item, and then boom, we can go. Boom, we're so much more exponential. That's why I almost never GG out until the first barracks falls. Because so many people screw up the high ground like we saw here. But it happens in my games. It'll happen at the pro scene, right? You see it. You'll be like, I hate this team. Why'd they throw it? It happens, guys. It's really hard to push high ground. And if you just hold on to it, it's the final test that the enemy has to do to truly win the game. And if they do it, then it's fine. They were winning anyways. But if they screw up, maybe that's all you need to come back. For targets in the game for Ursa to focus, let's see. Shadow Shaman. Always good to kill off quickly if you can. Take out that amount of control. If your team manages to lock down, like, Terrorblade, you probably should just full commit to try to get him. Pop the BKB, Abyssals, Bashers, everything. Nature's not bad either. I'd say Bristle is probably on the low end. But if he's isolated, you can do that. Should Ursa wait for Mars to initiate, then go for supports with BKB on, and then Dust for the Glimmer? You could. Let's jump ahead. Let's find, like, some random ass fight. Uh-oh, Sniper's dead. We should be in retreat mode. Starting Roche while someone's pushing mid. Scary. It's maybe more the Sniper's fault than anything. Look how quickly that Sniper died. Instantly. We do get this. Left the banner. Hopefully someone will get it later. By the way, carry players, I'd like to highlight. Now, you probably did this because you were scared, though. Actually, that's all the more reason. Grab this and hop out this way. At the pro level, Are supports more likely to survive a random fight or a carry? Especially if the carry's the one who's going to do tower damage. You'll actually see a lot of the carries pick up the banner, because if the support picks it up, like, oh, Silencer, you garbage piece of shit, pick up my trash, right? Silencer's one of the most likely heroes to die in a team fight, and you win the fight and you want to push and you don't have the banner because it's stuck in his inventory and he's got to drop it and you got to like fly it out and everything. Carry players actually hold the banner, or like cores tend to hold the banner because they're more likely to survive the fight. And then once you know we're getting close to pushing, they'll pass it off to a support at that point for them to place. I'm just throwing out there if you want to, pick this up yourself, especially if you don't trust your support players. Pitch that out there. Yeah, looks like they're winning out that fight. Okay, let's stop. I feel like I've talked myself into an ulcer. Below my tongue feels weird. Though I also had some spicy food earlier, so maybe it's a combination. I messed up my mouth. Let's stop before we do too many more. How would Kunkka 4 work? It used to work. Now the lane is just too strange. You just don't do anything. Torrent is too hard to land without needing X. So you need at least level 2. X mark is super short. So now you need second level in X. That means your torrent's pretty weak. Also, it's incredibly telegraphed. When you X mark someone, you still have at least 1 second to react. Even if it's an instant X mark into torrent or the 4 seconds, like you have so much time to rotate heroes, right? This is the really messy part of Kunkka 4. That is its biggest weakness and why it doesn't really work. The lane is just too bad. If you get to the late game, I mean, you've seen Spellcaster Kunkka. You can get to something similar. Just Torrent, X-Mark, great catch once you're at that point. Shard, Meteor, Ags, all sorts of stuff, right? Lots of good catch. But to get there is really hard. But that's how it would work. It wouldn't be different from like Spellcaster Kunkka. You would reach that point and then do it. Support Kunkka, I would argue, if you could get really good at multi-stacking, maybe you just creep drag and stack your way through your shit-ass laning stage. And then you're good to go. But until that, I feel like it's pretty tough. No, I'm happy I could help with the reviews. Thank you so much for everyone who donated for them. I appreciate it a bunch. We do this most Wednesdays, unless I've got casting. So if you didn't get to do a replay today, you're hoping for one of the free ones, which is perfectly fine, let me be clear. I will prioritize the paid ones. I have financial incentive to do so. But hopefully we will have time to still raffle off to like free ones, which any Wednesday is when we'll do it. So next Wednesday we'll be back with the same stuff. Friday we should have a stream. It should just be regular Dota though. Dota playing. Capitalism. It's how it goes. What can you do? At least, though, I think it still benefits people, right? Like, I know your own game may not be chosen, but it's not like the paid replays are any less educational to anyone watching. So that's my excuse. That's my capitalism excuse right there. Okay. Let's see. I'll tell you what, Twitch people, I'm going to send you to DNM. We had a lot of carry players today. DNM, nice guy. He's got a YouTube channel, some highlights of his videos for the carry players and the core players out there looking to improve. I don't think it's like educational specifically, but I mean, you can still learn a lot from like high rank players. So I'll send you guys there.
YouTube people, you'll just be free to go.
Okay. Thanks so much for hanging out, guys. I'll see you on Friday for more Dota. If I can't think of a video idea to work on tomorrow, maybe we'll do some variety or something. But I think I will either try to cut a video out of this stream, we'll pick a replay, or work on something else. So I think tomorrow will be something work-related on videos rather than streaming. Okay. Bye, everybody. See you later. Twitch people, anyways. YouTube people, though, I am also ending, so I'll see you guys later. It is time to go eat food and stop talking. Bye.